Max about to jump. XM finds him onto Skitter,
eggs.
backs away. Roar onto Ame. He's very far forward. Ame in trouble now. The Roar, the second salvo. He didn't have anything. No more buyback yet again. The stun now onto XM. He's gone too. XXS stands alone amongst the cores. Now Ame. He turns. He finds Skitter again. The bushwhack. Saved by Crit. Can he stay on target? Stay on target. One more hit. It's all he needs, and he gets it. Skitter is going to fall.
Malorine's back in.
The battle, it just keeps on going. They can buy back if they need to on Nature's Prophet. Can they chase this one down? Can they turn it again? Hex is there. He is dead. Ame stands tall. Triple kill. Find him a third. Woohoo! Ame is back, baby. Way too strong.
Oh, the snowball save. He's done it to them. Now the Dawnbreaker ulti coming in as well. Sunstrike's good damage. Kiyotaka dropping low. He'll die. Invoker realizing it's coming will TP mid. It starts off the Weaver. Bristleback face tanking it while Fly has just died. Nightfall has munched on him. Weaver is gone and GG is called. They just tap out with this and give up. Beastmaster so far surviving. Toronto Tokyo wants another spear across. Decrep saved, but the Sonic Wave comes in. The life drain heal, that's not going to keep Beyond alive, and in fact puts Ollie in harm's way. While Baboka, he's up on the high ground feeling like he's safe, but Kiyotaka's going to come in, give the damage to him while there. Fly Alchemist, he's joined the fray. Right into the middle of four of them. Baboka's being dived under tier 3, Fly in trouble, and this is where Aurora bring the 5 heroes in.
Jump in, Echo's there, Mac with the setup. He found 2 targets, but Fade's not dead yet. He's still walking out of there, and now RCY to jump in, just right smack bang in the middle of all of them. Raven's in trouble. Fade has somehow walked out, and Mac's also going down. He'll survive for now, but not against Speed. Global Silence also forced out. There's a big vacuum, and the slam! Oh, there it is! They make it happen.
Nigma Galaxy obviously know the timing courtesy of TA.
Avatos. There's the Congregations, gets deleted, but might be in turn for Omar. Big Astral Step onto 2. Barrier is actually keeping him alive. Sumail taking a lot of damage. He's already at half HP, but the BKB from Mickey is running out now, along with the God Strength. Noob gonna try to right click to his heart's content. Gonna get another Congregation to the deep with the coil to follow. They're gonna be able to take out Mickey. Sadia and Saberlight get deleted off the face of the earth. Ultra kill for Ghost. Make it a rampage.
Strike!
Finally, Jack Boys will get here. The Wisdom Shrine has been taken, and Nemesis. Are they going to turn and fight? They're going to try. Sonic Wave goes out, doesn't it budget? A big explosion of damage out from Jack Boys on Armel that takes out 3. A teleport away from Akashi, a desperate play. It will work for him.
Okay, this is a good opportunity. There it is! Whipped into the Cataclysm. Yuma, he's in a lot of trouble, but he does have a Satanic. Look at the damage he's dealing. The Glimmer Caves, the 4 staffs away. It's not going to be good enough to save Fade here. Yuma able to easily... That was a 9-second BKB. Holy moly. They bring in reinforcements as well. King Jungles joins the fray, but RCY has been patiently waiting for this moment. BKB's expiring into the black hole. Counter initiation. Speed, he's in a little bit too close. And Speed, he's already used the Supernova. A huge Requiem on top, and they just call it!
Oh, and he's gonna be in position here. DM, they see all of this. 9 class, skewer, RP, BKB is out though, and then, no, the Hex reveal, the Roar now dead! And into the fray,
and they find a Razor Clamp.
No, nothing to say. Looking a little bit more Razorish. The Congregations of the Deep. They take him down and Bach. They get the Doom on the Tinker. This is everything. He was a Razor Clam all along. DM, you got to get the hell out of there. That is no longer 100% on your hook shots. Get the hell out. Ooh, but they do trade over and they break the Lincolns and now they have under control too. No one. You got to get out of there,
they're
buddy.
Flying back. They're coming into
back
this.
Everybody, is this going to work? Wait, BKB was saved that entire time. No one realizes, I don't want this anymore. If they lose Satanic again, this could all be over. They jump in,
buddy.
they find a Bach, but he gets away. How does Tinker do it? Now starting to spam out the abilities. No one goes down. They're buying back again, finding him. Satanic in trouble, but there it is. The Hex, the control. Do they have the damage? Yes! Shiro did it to him, baby!
Niku looking from the side. Jump. They get the opening who's stop. Niku's going to try and jump over all sacks. They get the follow-up arrow in on towards the Pugna. Can they actually finish him off? They can't. The barrier's coming.
He's still alive.
Daxa lives. The Chrono's out onto the three of them. That's got the juice, and Niku dead without buyback. Tundra ready to close this one up as Riddies will fall. GG is called. Tundra will take the series today against Na'Vi 2-1.
Day 3 on the road to the International. I mean, just watching these highlights brings a smile to my face, as you can probably see. Tons of hype, super exciting games, and loads of Dota for us all to enjoy. I'm Gareth, joined by Waga as we head into another day of Dota with more exciting stuff in front of us. Waga, I don't know, words escape me sometimes coming to TI.
And we're kind of heading into the unknown here on our stream. We have one bit of vision. We got Team Falcons versus Team Liquid coming up first here, but then we have TBD versus TBD. We don't really know which teams we're going to see. Depends, of course, who's going to win and who's going to play who in the next round. That is the format of this tournament. We always have, you know, people playing against people who are in the same spot as them, and right now we have more people who are going to be fighting for elimination as well down in the bottom, let's say. But Falcons and Liquid, they don't find themselves there. They're 2-1, so sitting pretty comfortably, but these teams want to sit even higher. They want to be on the throne, Gareth.
They absolutely do. I mean, just thinking about how many people's predictions got completely ruined by what's been going on. The rise of Chinese Dota coming back, as we'll see here, the modified Swiss stage, where, like you're saying, you've got that first round, people playing against each other, and then winners against winners, losers against losers.
Exactly. So you and I were actually right in the end. Nemesis did get dropped first, but we really didn't expect it after a series against Falcons. But you can see at the bottom, they already are out. Then we have at the top there, Xtreme and Tidebound, who are just looking amazing.
Chinese Dota's back, baby. Well, LGD, all it had to do was split in half, send a few players this way, a few players that way. Now they've got two teams competing at the top, at TI. Man. Yeah. Super exciting. But yeah, the focus here, of course, we've got the Falcons against Team Liquid. They're in that 2-1 bracket. Try and find that extra bit of extra victory to push you on forward towards the top, because then you kind of skip away from the elimination round at the very end, where we will be eliminating even more teams.
Yeah, exactly. You want to stay as high as possible, of course. They want to get up there to the qualified slots, and we'll see how things are going to be heading there. And this is the 2-1 record teams. See Aurora.
Yeah, I would say it's not super surprising, right? Like, seeing the teams in the top half and the teams in the bottom half is kind of like, yeah, that makes sense. Just a few of them are not exactly where you would expect them to be. You know, Chinese Dota definitely rising up, Eastern European Dota up near the top, but I know myself and a lot of others included kind of saw Team Spirit or PVISION or whoever being the undefeated team, but that's not the case.
Yeah, that's already impossible right now. I don't know how many, at least Western fans of Dota expected to see, guaranteed that it's going to be a Chinese team up there being #1. But I'm excited for it. I'm all here for it. It's been a while since we've really said that Chinese Dota is looking really strong, and this looks like a good start to a TI for China. So we'll be very hype. But of course, we'll stay within our European Dota for now. We got Falcons and Liquid.
Will we get to cast some? Because we've not cast Xtreme yet. We got to cast Yakutou Brothers a little bit yesterday, right? But we've not seen Tidebound either. So maybe we'll be blessed. We've had some very good games. I'm not complaining for sure. But yeah, the focus here, move into our first series of the day shortly. Best of threes, of course, here in the Swiss stage, making sure that we get the full run, which I'm expecting with our one here. Liquid against Falcons. Two very closely matched teams, although historical data kind of reflects Falcons have had Liquid's number over the past couple of years. I was looking at this, 12 series wins, 1 draw and 5 losses. That's Falcons beating out Liquid since 2023.
Yeah, so overall been performing pretty well against them. It could be that the style of Falcons has been hard for Liquid to really match against, but hopefully if there's any team that can adapt and, you know, find how to change their gameplay, adjust, it should be Liquid. You know, they're the team with the biggest staff, the biggest research team behind them as well, their coaches helping them out, and a great support crew as well. Shout out to Team Liquid, what an amazing organization they are. So we'll see if they come prepared here for Team Falcons and if they have some specific stuff that they will bring to the table. Because so far, this TI has been pretty open to picking some, you know, off meta heroes here and there. But mainly we've seen a lot of the usual suspects, let's say. The the Nature's Prophets and Beastmasters of the world.
Yeah, I don't know. For me, Disruptor rising so quickly has been a little surprising, but I guess it makes sense seeing all the other heroes that are being picked so prominently. And yeah, they're Liquid. I'm still yet to see Nisha, actually. I saw Blitz tweeting out, just wait until you see Nisha. Apparently he's absolutely stacked, so we might catch that on the cams. Give us some flexing.
Yeah, Nisha, he has been playing pretty damn well too. If we, you know, if he's as stacked as his puck was in his game against Nigma Galaxy, then yeah, I think he was what 17-1 in that series. Of course, Puck, one of his absolute signature heroes, perhaps the hero that everyone is thinking about. Yeah, he does look like he's been hitting the gym.
Look at Saberlight there. He looks so serious. I don't know. I kind of see him as a goofy guy, but there he's like. I'm staring into my soul.
Shout out to a cameraman, managed to capture Saberlight in a rare moment of not memeing, you know? Or maybe he was mid-meme. He was about to say something right there.
Insane has hit his 30s and he's like, I'm done with these kids. I've got to babysit the rest of my team. No, I'm sure they're all in high spirits as we will shortly be moving into the draft and see exactly what we'll be witnessing. And like you're kind of touching on there, the usual suspects, right? We've had a number of these heroes that are just permanently banned, occasionally slipping through. Naga Siren is the one that comes to mind for us because we've seen both Naga games on our stream, both victories for Kataomi.
Exactly. I mean, Naga's just been crazy strong when we watched it. It's like, how do you solve it? The Aeon Disc Refresher sort of saving people with double ulti, and you can't even go on her, really. It's looked like a very, very tough puzzle to solve. She was played one more game beyond the Kataomi games that we saw, and she did lose that game. So it's possible to beat her. But it has seemed like a hero to look out for. For me, a big standout hero has been Shaker, though. Like, his win rate has been amazing. He's played a lot of games. I think 20 games now and 70% win rate, which is, I mean, amazing stats. Yeah, there we go.
I don't know. I might just be being biased, you know, with what I see. I'm not seeing it in other places, but this Earthshaker came to the forefront for me through Stormstormer. Right, we were casting a lot of these European games, and we're talking quite a while ago now, like last year, 9 months, a year ago, something like that, a fair distance back. Yeah, he was pulling it out mid, showing us, you know, this hero is pretty freaking good. Now we come fast forward to TI, and it is being played every game.
Yeah, I mean, it was played a little bit in previous times as well there, but I think people have really come to understand Shaker a little bit more, because first it was just, okay, always Kayasha, you know, we get that as soon as possible and then go from there, you know, but now people are sometimes just getting the casual Kaya after the blink and then going for, you know, some other utility items, get the Octarine core maybe pretty early. So I think people are starting to really understand what they need and when on the hero. But yeah, in particular, people are finding those moments to just use the ulti for a single pickoff, which is not what you think when you play against Shaker. Like, oh, let's not stack up. But then you just see a support or a core on a lane for a second, and then they're gone.
Wow, we've had a bit of a shift here in the draft. So Chen being banned against Falcons, because that has been one of their best heroes so far at the tournament. Dawnbreaker, Lycan being popular heroes and getting banned makes a lot of sense. But this does leave in Nature's Prophet, Naga Siren, and this Primal Beast, which Liquid have been enjoying.
Yeah, Primal Beasts, which, I mean, brings a lot of tempo. It's super nice, but so does Nature's Prophets. You give away Nature's. Sure, Primal is good against Nature's. I'll give it that. You can easily trample over the Sprout. You don't care about it that much. He's a good hero for catching Nature's when he's on side lane. But can you match the aggression that Nature's brings to a table? He can be on every lane. He can be very active. We've seen a lot of people play safe lane Nature's Prophet, TP to the enemy safe lane, gank the enemy carry, and then just gate back to your lane. It's like a faster version of the classic gate gang that carries do.
The Duraccio gyro.
Yeah, the Skeeter move. The Duraccio.
The
Skeeter maneuver.
That's the one. Just looking at it, Primal Beast, a couple of games. Falcons, Liquid, Tidebound, Na'Vi have been playing him with mixed success, but we'd argue Liquid and Falcons have had a couple of wins with the Primal Beast, so they're still looking pretty solid, but very small sample size. Kind of interesting, you know, for the reasons you said, to see it picked up first pick, right? But I guess then also we're looking at Sand King and Earthshaker being banned, so Primal Beast fits that very similar archetype of heroes.
They're really kind of solving Marine with the way they draft as well. They banned the Sand King and Shaker. They picked the Primal Beasts. You know, they're locking down even the Beastmaster ban. Marine played mid Beastmaster, so they're targeting him quite a bit here to make sure that he doesn't get to take over the game.
And then if he wants to play Razor mid or something, he's against Primal Beast, who just runs away.
Yeah.
Who's been hard dealt with. No, that's a very good point. That is a strong draft move from Liquid.
You know, I said they're targeting Malrine. Can you bring up the chat in-game, Gareth, and have a look at what he said in all chat? Because he, of course, all chatted.
Good bans! Exclamation mark.
Yeah. So
well, it happened in the previous one of the previous series, right? Someone banned all his heroes except Earthshaker, and he.
Yeah, and he said, and ES. He's like reminding the opponents his own heroes to ban out.
Don't forget.
Yeah, he's a funny guy, Malrine. But he can also tell what's going on here. He knows he's being targeted quite a bit. The Chen, though, was, of course, not necessarily his hero. Come on, Malrine. You didn't get every ban. You need to step it up, man.
Pugna, Snapfire, two of the strongest supports we've seen in the meta developing so far at TI. Get rid of a save, get rid of that. Snapfire, who brings a lot of aggression through the off lane.
Yeah, and I like what you mentioned, save, right? Because both of them are saving heroes. The Cookie can be very good for getting people out of trouble. Pugna in particular, though, just so strong at saving. And here is perhaps the best hero at saving right now in the entire meta. Naga Siren, not banned, and will have her 4th game at TI. 66.7% win rate. Let's see. Will it increase or decrease here? Another good hero against Natures, though. Great for catching him, again, split pushing.
Yeah, I'm looking at Puck as another one of those heroes that does a similar thing. Puck and Monkey King, some of the usual suspects that have been banned first phase a lot. I mean, Monkey King hasn't had a tremendous amount of picks because of that. Puck has had a fair number of games played, but we could see these two heroes pop up for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, normally we kind of expect it to be Nisha playing it, and it's still a possibility, right? Saberlight's Primal Beast is perhaps more likely even coming out from Team Liquid, so maybe they will go for it. Monkey King, a nice nice early pick here for Team Falcons, as that keeps a lot of flex. We saw them play it on the off lane. Amar played it in their first series here at TI. It worked out pretty well, but also had some clear downsides to being an offlane Monkey King in that game. He was super farmed, he got diffused with Echo Saber, but he didn't bring that big team fight lockdown, and they struggled against Nemesis thanks to that. I can't remember if they won the game they had a Monkey King, but the Nemesis Falcon matchup was so crazy. Every game was very overwhelming. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this. I mean, you're absolutely right. It just feels like this is Malrine's hero kind of being, you know, locked in. Like, here you go. It's a good hero. You're probably going to have a decent lane, but with a bit of flex if you need it.
Yeah, and
so
also...
I just don't see Amar wanting to play Monkey King again after that game, unless he's against a melee carry.
It's also preempting the Puck pick from Nisha a little bit, because playing Puck against Monkey King is not a great time. Monkey Stun is great for catching Puck later on in the game, and even the lane is not that easy. Like, you shouldn't necessarily lose super hard as Puck, but Monkey lasts really well, and you can never really get too close to him.
Yeah,
Grimstroke,
super irritating.
a tailored pick against Primal Beast. The silence is great. The bind is even better. Not a hero that gets too much play though.
No.
Oh, they can do the combo as well. You bind and then you Nature's Prophet ulti and you get 2 Nature's Prophet ultis bouncing around.
Oh, that's
Always
big.
fun to do. Downside is you have to ulti into the team fight, right? So instead of ulting somewhere else on the map and having the ulti come back, you're ulting on the fight, which means the ulti is weaker.
Yes, not ideal.
But you can farm all those creeps. Wards on the ancient camps. Big. Just kill them with ultis.
Falcons going for some tree hugger heroes. Nature's Prophet and Monkey King. Well, Liquid going for the tree burning heroes. Bat Rider's going to be flying over them non-stop. Good way to catch onto that Nature's Prophet. Maybe find the Monkey King. And then Queen of Pain now bringing all the damage in the world.
I like that. They already had, as you mentioned, all the catch, so having someone who can come in and burst people is good. And Queen can lane very well against Monkey King, so this takes away a lane effectively. And
that's what I was going to ask you. How does Monkey fare over there?
And knowing how much Queen carry we've seen in recent days, it's still possible they run Queen carry as well, if they want to. I do think we've stepped away from Queen carry quite a lot, though. Like 4 or 5 months ago, it was everywhere, non-stop Queen carry. But now it's gone more towards the mid lane, more towards like Kaya Sanj, nuking build, Aghanim Scepter. Usually Aghanim Scepter 3rd item. It's like Blade Mail, Kaya Sanj, Aghanims.
Look at that, Mr. Ember Spirit. Even though there is a decent amount of disable and catch from Liquid, not much of it is instant. So Ember Spirit could potentially just react to a Bat Rider or a Primal Beast running his way. Remnant out of danger, but Naga Song and the net will be there.
Yeah, you make a great point that a lot of these disables are not very quick, and Ember can quite easily slip away from them. So they kind of need something quicker on the side of Team Liquid. You can get that from your carry. You can get an Ursa or a Sven. Something like that will bring potential to blink in and disable. Ursa, of course, with Basher or Abyssal later on.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Mickey is a massive hero pool. I'm sure he's pretty happy playing whatever. And for now, Shadow Fiend ban. I guess Shadow Fiend we've seen carry and mid. If this Quap was being flexible, could have the SF Quap duo.
Yeah, I think it's also like playing Ember against Shadow Fiend mid is an awful time. He's so strong, so it could be that they're expecting the possibility of the carry Queen and mid SF.
Yeah. And Skitter's Weaver we've seen a fair amount of. What, his first like 4 games, he played Weaver 3 or 4 times in a row?
Yeah, seems to be a favorite for him in the current meta, so makes sense to ban that.
Oh, Nisha, you can't do that to me. I see someone yawn and I gotta...
Well, it's good. It's very common for players during the draft to kind of yawn, stretch, get all that out, because soon you're going to have to enter that hyper-focused mode. And it may seem like, have they not slept properly? Are they tired? Whatever. No, you just, you get to be relaxed now. You see Insania yawning too. Everyone gets to be relaxed right now, but soon they're going to lock in 100%.
I might be wrong on this, as I usually am. Yawning is when your body is like, you need more oxygen, right? Your brain is like...
Yes, that's a theory. I don't think it's completely understood, actually, yawning to 100%. But oxygen is one thing that can cause it, but we don't know all the reasons, Gotcha. Obviously being tired and needing oxygen, but yeah, yawning is one of those weird things that isn't fully understood, let's say.
Interesting. I'm just thinking, if they're going into, in the zone mode and their brain is like, okay, if you're going into the zone, you need more oxygen. How about you breathe? And forces you to yawn, right?
You do, yeah.
Think about this last band. Okay, Puck all the way through to the end. So they are still worried about this Queen of Pain shifting.
Yeah, a little bit awkward sometimes to have Puck and Queen of Pain, but you're also playing against Nisha, and he would be happy to get his hands on Puck any game. It doesn't really matter what the heroes are necessarily.
10 seconds remaining.
He just plays that hero to perfection.
5 seconds remaining.
Caster has just made 4,700 people yawn. It was Nisha. Nisha started it. It's not my fault.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, let's blame the players, as we normally do.
Mr. Bane Elemental, last pick.
Okay. They were not expecting that, so this is an interesting shift then. Because they banned out the Weaver and Dragonite thinking there was going to be some activity coming out with a support Monkey and Grimstroke, perhaps. But Bane comes in, so this is going to be a core Monkey King.
And going to the off lane, right? A mid-ember, safe lane, Nature's Prophet.
Yes. Yeah, looks like
I'm
it.
just... okay, Leshrac going to come out here. And who is that for? Is it Nisha's Lesh? Is it... Do we get a carry Lesh coming back into the meta?
It has to be Nisha, right? Or, yeah, it's Nisha. But Queen of Pain against the off-lane Monkey just sounds too good as well. You just spam Shadow Strike on him. So carry Queen should have a very good time, right?
And is it better matchup, Lesh against Ember?
I think so, yeah. Because, I mean, both of those matchups are kind of even, to be honest. Ember is going to be fine against either. He can try and slide with his dodge against Shadow Strikes, and at the same time, he doesn't necessarily get punished that badly by a Leshrac. He can always just Searing Chains him and run away. So Edict Rundown doesn't really happen. So I think for Ember, it's kind of whatever, but for Monkey, he really doesn't want to be against Shadow Strike spam.
It's a real fearsome Liquid draft, honestly. Looking at the way that once they get their first items up, you know, we're looking at Blink Daggers on maybe Boxy, this Nisha Lesh, the speed at which they can get in on top of a target and kill them. We've watched Leshrac just evaporate people in a matter of seconds, right? So if you're lassoing one, pulverizing another, Leshrac's in the middle doing damage. Hell, core heroes could just disappear once we get to that mid game. So it's a delicate balance for Falcons to find their way out of laning stage and then match, or maybe just avoid Liquid's moves.
Yeah, we'll see how they're gonna play the map, because I think Liquid look a little bit stronger at fighting to me. But Ember, though, if he gets a decent start, can be one of those heroes that takes over as well if he gets good rune control. And I think that's true for both teams here. Leshrac needs runes, Ember needs runes. So 6, 8, 10 minute, these power runes are going to be very important to have vision on, have support joining you. Both teams already know this, of course, so there will be some fighting.
And then Naga Siren, Insania on this as the POS 5. Do you reckon we see a similar build as we saw from Kataomi?
I think it's possible, but at the same time, maybe he wants to go for like a Glimmer Cape or Force Staff. Force Staff is really good against Nature's Prophet Sprout. That's
so it's not just an automatic go-to blink refresher on Naga Siren. I've only seen it twice. It's been banned the rest of the time.
It's Kataomi's style. That's what he does. But I was very surprised to see the blink refresher. But maybe Force Staff refresher is a route to go. So in this game, looks really, really nice to have a Force Staff at least against Fiend's Grip, against the Nightmare, Sprout, Searing Chains, all these different abilities. Is extremely good. He's also doing what we've seen all the support Nagas do. They are the ones to buy the smoke, so they drop the smoke before summoning in the illusions, then send out the illusions to scout, so the enemy don't know that you have a smoke on you.
Clever.
I mean, it's a minor detail, but it's still important to do. You don't want to show them for sure we are buying a smoke.
Info hoarding.
Yeah. And look at this move, Falcons. Aggressive intentions.
Where are they going? Into the Ancients, in behind Liquid, where Saberlight is standing. Or can they start with a Boundless Strike into Nightmare? Primal Beast has 800 HP, very tanky fella. Inside the Sprout, trapped inside and turned on by Falcons, but not finished off. He gets a bit of distance. Another touch will do it. 20 health, but they can't follow through. Monkey King, maybe? Boundless in 5. There's no way he's got time. So Saberlight's out of there. Good attempt from Falcons, though. Very close to first blood.
Yeah, nearly got him. If it was any other hero, perhaps, I think they could have gotten the kill. Even a Queen of Pain, you know, who might be able to blink, you could perhaps kill her during the Searing Chains there. But Primal has a lot of HP. He will be a bit late.
A very tanky boy.
Getting out to lane. He's slightly behind the creeps, so he can't body block them. So positioning of the lane is going to be perfect for Skeeter. And he is going up against Nature's Prophet Bane. This is not a trivial lane.
And where's his buddy? Boxy, down in the bottom lane. So hiding in the trees, waiting and looking for a first blood attempt.
The scouting with the Naga illusions, but already Monkey is being very cautious. He knows he hasn't seen the support. Sitting back.
And then trying to deal with these illusions as quickly as they can. How good is Grimstroke here at dealing with Naga illusions?
Not great. It's sure the Stroke of Fate is pretty strong, but you also just have to continuously deal with the right-click trade, and you, like, as you see here on screen, you don't really do any damage to her. She has 5 armor, she's a melee hero, she has more damage block than you do. Being a range hero, you just get bullied away. Also, Naga's a super fast hero. He has 40 movement speed less than her. It's kind of crazy.
So just completely chased out a lane. And then I guess once you get into these 1v1 scenarios, you've got the Naga winning the 1v1 against Grim, then Queen of Pain winning the 1v1 against Monkey King. And just how an outright win for Liquid in that bottom lane.
It's a good start at least, for sure. And looks like they might have to get a bit creative as well up top lane, since that lane Primal Beast is not going to have an easy time getting close to the creeps.
And in towards mid,
trading.
9 and 1 apiece. Looks very even in there.
But Malrain done a good job so far. He had 2 more creeps to kill, so he's actually ahead by 2 last hits and 1 deny. All things settled.
That's pretty good for him. And looks like bottom lane, Monkey King able to drag this lane back a little bit away from the Queen of Pain and Naga, just to get what last hits you can. While Saberlight not having the same fortune. And Boxy might have to start dragging waves here, because snaking full resources is 1v2 zoning.
Yeah, this is also what Bane is really good at. He is one of the experts at trading hits. And if you ever overstay yourself a little bit there, then the sleepwalk facet can be really dangerous. Pulls you out of position with the Nightmare. He wants to do it to Saberlight right now.
And I guess they're in a hard situation where if Boxy goes in, like, if they have to drag wave later on, if he goes there, the Bane could stop him from dragging, or the Bane could go and just, like, kill the Primal Beast, potentially.
Yeah, you just get slept. You can never pull the creeps against the Bane. Very annoying. Similar to what we talked about with Shadow Demon Disruption, stopping it. This is another one. A lot of supports that are good in current patch have this trait. If you think about Pugna, that's also one that can do it. You can decrepify the enemy hero if they try to pull.
True. That makes life pretty challenging here for Saberlight with only 7 last hits. Let's see if he's able to catch up at all. As Boxy goes aggressive onto the Nature's Prophet, trying to use their magic damage and spells to get on top of Skitter here. Saberlight will close the gap, and Boxy burning him down with the Firefly. His lane being right in front of tower puts them in a good spot, but the Bane and the Nature's Prophet, too tanky, able to turn around and kill Boxy off. And Skitter just stays alive.
It looked like it might work out, but just don't really have enough damage with the Batrider getting slept and pushed the other direction. We see Skitter spamming some heals on himself with the Sprout.
And Liquid have always got to be worried about that Nature's Prophet TPing. And if he comes into mid, Nisha could potentially die. Dogpiling on bottom lane could be a nice move as well to give Monkey King a bit of control back in his lane. And Liquid kind of moving Boxy out of that top spot now to stack and try and find a home for himself.
Yeah, this top lane is not going the way they wanted. When you're playing Primal Beast and Batrider, you want to be able to find kills on the lane, but Bane being as tanky as he is not a great target, so he went for the Natures instead, but that cost him a lot.
So, how large of an effect? Oh, he's snaking up.
They're going on snaking. He was a bit alone.
Yeah, they nightmare the Batrider, but Saberlight's over the top. Saberlight's dying, though. Oh, he just drops.
He's got
Snaking able
still
to turn with Skitter. Boxy trying to finish him off, but Falcons just impenetrable in this top lane.
I mean, it's a full HP Bane is not easy to burst when he has Raindrops, Magic Stick, and Fair Fire as well. It's a lot to go through.
How large of an effect did Saberlight nearly dying have on this lane? You mentioned his, he couldn't block the creeps.
It's really impactful. Like, I think they needed to get this creep wave back so he could last it comfortably on the first creep wave. Oh, they're coming back for a snaking round 2.
Yeah, they're gonna have a shot. They got him this time. Right under the tower. Well, attempt number 3, and it goes their way, killing off the Bane.
And finally, with him gone, they can pull the creep wave.
At long last.
Yeah, but it's already 6 minutes in, 5.5 minutes in. So getting this pull now is not as impactful as doing it on a second creep wave. And now Boxy has to head towards mid. I told you the runes are going to be super important, so we already see supports congregating towards mid.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're already seeing the breakdown of the lanes because Liquid feel it's untenable to stay up top. It's an uninhabitable lane basically right now for them. So shift efforts into mid, put pressure onto this Ember Spirit a little bit. But look at Falcons. Amar has come in to gank the mid lane. Looking at Nisha's Leshrac as a tasty morsel, and Falcons, the speed at which they're playing with 5 heroes. 5. 5. For all 5 heroes in the mid lane, minute 6. You weren't joking.
Yeah. No, the runes, man. They want the runes, and they got them. This was a lot of heroes invested, but quite quickly they can get back to their lanes as well. Using Nature's Prophet TP, Monkey King, sure, he invested some time here, but his lane is so bad against the Queen of Pain that he wants an excuse to leave it. He wants a reason to go and get active somewhere else.
Wow, snaking. Double blocking the camps now. Spots the stacks, puts the sentries in, and minute 7 about to hit with Malrine rotating over. They want to contest this Wisdom Shrine. Naga Siren with a Primal Beast. Going to turn and burn, though. Firefly and a Flame Break over onto Snaking. He pops his magic stick and stays alive for a little bit longer. In comes Nisha, though, to clear up the mess, kill off the Bane, and force them away from this Wisdom Shrine. Ember Spirit doesn't have any more remnants, but they've not got any catch for him either.
Yeah, so he gets out. Ultimately, 4 heroes invested to defend their Wisdom. They successfully do so, but they did only get the support. So Ember is going to stay alive for now. I'm still sticking around top. He did do quite a bit of damage to Saberlight. And Saberlight doesn't have a natural way to regen, being a Primal Beast. So he's in this awkward spot where it's like, do I stay on lane? Do I go base? What do I do?
Dire structures are fortified.
And they want him. Still hunting for him. They know he's an easy kill. Oh no, he wastes his onslaught.
Oh no, he's gone right into the middle of them. Phantom Embrace into the chain, silenced and caught. Malrine will take the kill. Meanwhile, Amar down at the bottom rune spot and being eyed up by a Naga and Leshrac, but the Monkey King, it just turns into a tree.
He's sliding out there, getting, you know, he looks more like a post 4 Monkey King right now with how he's moving around the map everywhere. And he might even get caught as the nice Sprout coming in from behind.
Nice attempted flame break, but now it devolves into chaos. The Leshrac getting boundless struck and killed off in the river. Primal Beast is going to jump in on towards Skitter. Nature's Prophet very low. Should be brought down here by Liquid as they turn on him. And Sonic Wave clips all 4. Pushing back Amar and Crit. The damage from Liquid is good as they bring the Mickey, Queen of Pain, into play. Crit now in danger and snaking on the run. Malrine wants nothing to do with this anymore as Mickey and Saberlight go diving deeper onto Crit. They've got a Nightmare, sleep up the Naga Siren. And Crit so close to death, but surviving and denied, in fact, by snaking in the end.
That's what friends are for. Just slap you in the face when Queen of Pain is trying to kill you. Well, he finishes that off, so at least no more gold for the Queen, but very good join by Mickey, his first move. He said, Monkey, you've been running around doing a lot of things. I'm gonna join once and do a lot of things in single fight. And then he's back to his lane, working on the Maelstrom build that he's going for. No power treads, by the way. No boots on the Queen of Pain at all. Instead, just Falcon Blade into Maelstrom Rush.
Yeah, who needs boots when you've got Blink?
Exactly.
Unnecessary. All things considered now, pretty dead even game, but they're on this Queen of Pain, looking to upset the balance one more. Falcons, the speed at which they come out of the woodwork, TPing in, jumping over the trees, it's always surprising.
Yeah, this is what we expected when we saw the Nature's Prophet, though. Hyper-active gameplay. He's been in all kills but 1 for Falcons. So Nature's Prophet really is the hero enabling all this gameplay. But this gives some time for Saberlight to recover. He was having a really bad lane. Now he's pushed the tower a little bit, doing some safe farming.
Another move into mid. And just ping-ponging from one lane to another. But Malrine has to use the remnants to slip away, as that damage came through pretty quickly. Now, honestly, the Falcons may be sick and tired of having these hour-long games that they've had to endure and play through, now looking for a quicker strike.
Yeah, they're at least trying to get the upper hand going into the early mid-game. But at the same time, I think Nature's Prophet making all these moves is definitely helping out, but he has been close to falling. If they can find some key kills on him, then the battle can turn pretty hard. And now they have some good tools available on Liquid as well. They have the lasso, which can always punish overextended TPs.
Ah, the smoke gank into the Ancients, the classic from Saberlight.
Radiant are scanning.
using the remainder of the smoke that was popped on him.
Under attack.
Trampling around without any retaliation. Feels good.
Yeah. Boxy with Insania. Where are you going? Right near a Watcher. We're a couple of minutes ahead of the curve for Wisdom Shrine, so this looks like set up into kill into tower around this catapult wave.
Yeah.
And Amar is the one to show.
We'll see Amar's Monkey King, but diving on the tower, you know that there's going to be a lot of reactions very quickly. They're going for it, though.
Well, they still jump in on him. It looks like they weren't quite sure if they want to commit, but now with a lasso into Sonic Wave, they've got it. Amar dead, and that's what they came for.
And a bit low on the reactions there. Snaking TP'd in very quickly, but he was the only one really joining as the Grimstroke finishes up his level 6 up top.
And Nature's Prophet just tucks into the jungle for a little bit. Yeah, things slow down a touch after that one Mickey rotation in towards mid. Falcons take their foot off the pedal for a moment. And Liquid will absorb all of that space they can. Already Primal Beast jumping ahead of the Monkey King by about 400 net worth is a good sign for Liquid. But you've always got to contend with this Nature's Prophet, Ember Spirit, global presence, taking up areas of the map that you don't expect or are much safer than you're able to go and invade.
Yeah, so far, game is very even, though. More even than I expected after a laning stage. Going on
Saberlight again. In we go with Inkswell. Sprout silencing him up. There's a lot of damage required to bring the Primal Beast down, so the Soulbind is needed. Still lacking that final touch, though, with the Sprout additionally in. They've killed off Saberlight and Boxy to follow, but Nisha running forwards towards Malrine, nightmared up so he can't give chase. And TPing out Nature's Prophet, surviving it while snaking. Getting hunted by the Queen of Pain, but I don't think Liquid can keep going into the darkness of that northern jungle.
A bit difficult to keep going there as Amar gets Shadow Struck on mid lane. He just shoves him away, keeps farming a bit. He has the Maelstrom, of course, so his farm rate is pretty decent. The Queen of Pain, by the way, I expect is not gonna go for any points in Scream. So not literally this Queen of Pain. You won't take the Pain ability, but now it's stats time, most likely. The idea with Maelstrom is that you don't need your AoE nuke, and instead you get +8 to all stats, and you farm really well.
It's pain for thee, but not for me.
Yeah.
Just wants to be the dominant one. That's fine. Might get dominated by this Marine Ember Spirit, though. That is so quick, isn't it? Marine makes the move, backup of crit, Skidder TP's in, easy as you like.
It was a very clean setup there as well. They like go in the tree line. At top, they get the Bane. Not the massive pickup that you might want as a carry kill on the Queen, but at least something. But yeah, just saying the Inkswell before Ember jumps in really allows the chain stun to be so natural.
It's so good.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Now, Mr. Monkey King going and scouting out enemy Ancients area. There's nobody there, so he's going to weasel back over to his side of the map. And it looks like now it's Liquid's turn to really turn up the heat. Smoking and twin gating down bottom and looking at Malrine. And what's the starting move, though? Pulverize? It's so difficult to catch this Ember Spirit.
Actually, I do know. I do know what starting move
Song
is, but
into
they
net?
didn't do it. Yeah, exactly. Song into net would have been the easiest way to start that, but it's so big resource commitment. Like, maybe he wants to hold it defensively, and they did have blink on Lesh, so maybe he can blink and stun, but you know when you play against Malrine, he's not going to be slow enough that you get a blink stun on him without Kayasha or something on the stun. It's not happening.
So then Malrine gets out. Liquid have to repurpose themselves, try and shove in towards mid, but with all of the kind of preemptive, aggressive moves Falcons have been throwing their way, looking at the map state and this kind of building of net worth now, 2k lead for Falcons, all of their tier 1s still alive, right? It's been hard for Liquid to really encroach on the enemy side of the map.
Yeah, I think
they don't have global TP.
Liquid also don't have the most natural building destroyers. Queen of Pain doesn't really push that hard. The Primal Beast, sure, he does have an innate that makes him do more damage to buildings, but that doesn't make him a pushing hero, sadly. When we will set the Mask of Madness Primal Beast meta.
Yeah, with a Deso.
Exactly. Smash them towers.
There's a good little pick off on Insania down in the bottom right corner. Falcons maybe now can get themselves in towards that mid lane. And the tier 1 tower there would be a nice objective to clear. And a Queen of Pain kill to start things off would be nice as well. But Mickey has pushed them all back. Silence for a moment, but is able to kill. Oh, look at that. Snaking right place, right time to get the Fiend's grip. Now Batrider in trouble as Malrine and Crit will encircle the Bat. Boxy down, a wicked 6 streak for Malrine. And the tower in the mid lane against the Catapult and a Nature's Prophet. Not long for this world.
Holy. And it goes from bad to worse as the shield rune is picked up from the Ember as well. He's gonna be even more aggressive now. That was really nicely played by Snaking, by the way. He used the Enfeeble to lower the cast range from the Queen of Pain. So she couldn't blink far enough to get to safety. And
Clever.
he was hoping that he wasn't going to need to ulti, but since she couldn't blink far enough away anyway, he could easily just say, okay, I will ulti you if I need to. And just finish her off.
And now Saberlight. Is he being eyed up by Falcons as a kill? Just going to prod him out of the lane for now.
He gets to safety, but who's going to defend against the Malrine Ember? I don't think anyone wants to fight him right now. Mage Slayer, Kaya, and this shield rune. You would need so much damage to try and bring him down.
Yeah, he's becoming an absolute monster.
has fallen. Dire's
It feels like a little bit of desperation leaking into Liquid's moves now. A couple of smoke ganks down into the bottom corner, not happening. Now smoking into mid. They would love a kill on Malrine if they can just grab him. They'll jump and lasso. That's the start they need. Into the pulverize. Chain stun beautifully. Kill the Ember Spirit and get that streak. Precisely what Liquid required in this moment.
Yeah, they really did. 1,200 gold almost for that pick-off. That is some big juicy payday. But sadly, they can't turn it into too much more, right? Normally, we look for a pick-off into a tower push, but creep wave wasn't even close, and they can't immediately start laying into the mid tower. And as I previously mentioned, the heroes just don't naturally take buildings that well. So all tier 1s still standing at 18 minutes, 14 Falcons.
But this is a very strong period of the game from Liquid with the triple blinks. We talked about it in the draft, the fact that they are able to get on top of people, like especially Nature's Prophet. This, Saberlight, Nisha, Boxy, all with that maneuverability. If they're able to find Skitter. Step 1, where is Nature's Prophet? Where is Carmen Sandiego? You're not quite sure what city he's in.
Well, they have 3 blink daggers, and then they have the Queen blink as well. And Naga Siren has 1,800 gold saved up. He hasn't put anything in quick buy. Insania, is it just going to be a blink from you as well? Will we see a full team blink?
Well, there's one of them. Into the second. Double blink on top of this crit Grimstroke. And he'll know there's vision there for sure. But a quick in and out play from Liquid. Maybe transfer this into a tower in the bottom lane.
Yeah, some attention down towards bottom, but this frees up more space for the Ember to go and steal Ancients. There's an Ancient stack that he's trying to take away. Monkey King might get spotted by the Naga, but he pretends to be a tree. Very nice, very convincing. Looks real to me.
Not plastic at all.
Yeah, see, that's one of those trees where I would never be able to tell that that one was Monkey King, you know? But if it's on mid lane, like standing near the river, it's like, you know those trees pretty well. But these side lane trees, like who knows which trees are where on this part of the map.
I could have a good memory for that.
Speaking like an average mid player, I don't know what side lanes look like.
The furthest you've ever been is the water room.
Maybe I would get suspicious now as that one is sliding around in my vision, though.
Wait, are all mid lane players just hobbits? They're not allowed to leave the Shire? The furthest they can go is that farmer's field? Oh, the tree cut! Oh, Amar!
Wow.
Down you go.
Well,
Toppled from the trees.
He was under a ward for quite a while, and then Saberlight blinks in with Trample enabled, which insta-kills the tree. Unfortunate for the Monkey King, he did a little bit too much invasive moves.
And these big blink daggers paying off. And it was, what, a 6-7k lead for Falcons moments ago. Dipped down to 3, you're bringing it back into a much more balanced game. And then Liquid starting to play into that next round of timings. The BKBs. Huge pickups when I get them.
Exactly. By the way, it's not going to be Blink on Naga. He's going for the more standard, I would say, older build, the Solar Crest, buffing up people. So perhaps he just wants to be able to save his Queen of Pain when she goes aggressively.
Crit.
Crit is trying to stay alive.
That's pretty tight.
He has 18 magic stick charges. He just used his Lotus and then blinks away.
He's got skill as well, which is why I'm flinching and he's not.
And now with the Brain Sap upgrade on Bane, he can be pretty happy playing against the Naga Siren. You can heal some absurd amount of HP if you time it correctly.
But with the shard, that's nice.
Yeah, exactly. And just pushing creep waves. He now went from being unable to push to I can push side lanes.
Oh, good spot to be in. We were talking about that yesterday, right? The greedy support and just go and sit in a lane. I mean, the fact that the tier 1 tower is still alive minute 21 is astounding, honestly. The fact that Bane can now just sit there and farm, very nice for snaking.
Yeah, but this does mean that they're invading on the other side. Ember is actually going to be the one to go on Primal.
That Inkswell hits the boxy bat, so he couldn't get the lasso off before getting stunned, and now Liquid. I just get surrounded and overrun by Falcons who are straight into the Roche pit.
What a beauty of a bind that was as well by Crits. Just catches the Batrider, stops everything really. Things are looking pretty bad for Liquid right now as Falcons are getting away with their game plan.
Well, Boxy tries to blink lasso Malorine, but then gets stunned, then bound up.
Yeah, the Inkswell was there to react, so dangerous to go close as he has the Inkstigate talent facet. Can instantly stun you when you get close to Inkswell whenever he wants to.
Now Aegis for Nature's Prophet, who is top of the net worth, where he belongs. And getting close to that Hurricane Pike, which is going to put him in fighting shape.
I think more impressive to me than Nature's Prophet net worth right here is the Ember. Ember is just so enormous for a mid laner. 12,000 net worth right now. Got the full Kaya Sanj, got the Mage Slayer, and 1,800 gold towards, or 1,900 towards his Aghanim Scepter.
And some scribbles on the map from Boxy, trying to maybe reclaim that bottom jungle, push out mid. But Falcons come straight down that bottom lane, gunning it for this tier 2 tower.
You know what I think is a key thing in this game that is didn't stand out to me immediately. So Nisha Leshrac hasn't had the best game here. Why is that? Because Falcons always bring so many heroes. Leshrac is a hero that innately now wants to fight and burst single targets. The more heroes are nearby, the less you can do with your Edict because you don't direct all that damage to one target. But since Nature's Prophet has always been joining, we have a very active Monkey King as well. He just hasn't found the pickoffs that he needs.
And he's kind of squishy, right? Leshrac, if he's turned on by 5 heroes.
Yeah, and then we have the hero that we haven't talked about that much, but Amar's Monkey King now has Diffu BKB. So he can fill that role of the offlaner being a frontliner. The ulti can work as a sort of AoE control. He's not going to be dying that easily to all this spell damage coming out from Radiant.
Liquid just desperate to finish off these BKBs now. And there's the Primal Beast one. We're still...
They desperately need the BKB on Lesh, so he doesn't get Mage Slain. The Mage Slayer effect is too good against him.
How far is he? Still quite distant, no?
Yeah, he's 1,300 gold away. He's got a journey to go. Gotta keep farming, but farming 1,300 gold, you know there's gonna be some fights before then.
Yeah, for sure. So then coming down to Boxy with Saberlight. The San is mid lane looking for a pick. And these are the two playmakers right now, maybe with the help of the Queen of Pain to bring a bit of additional damage. And something is definitely coming their way. Boxy attempts off the back of that Observer Ward as it turns nighttime. But Bane a little bit too quick. Skitter, he has just TP'd in on top of them. Sprouting Saberlight. Song is there. Insania is going to come in and hit that reset button. Ooh. We've not seen a lot of this so far this game.
Bit disjointed, right, though, the communication. Going BKB and Song there. That was enough to use one of the tools, but Liquid kind of panic using both of them. Obviously, I think he was scared that there was going to be a Fiend script, so he wants to Song and protect him.
Nicky just blinked. Sonic Wave to push back Skitter and Amar. The damage and the control and through the Fiend script, and the Nature's Prophet just kills off the Quab.
Oh, we see immediately the pain of that. If he didn't use Song after the BKB on Primal Beasts, He could have saved Mickey right there.
So unfortunate for Liquid.
But
And
Falcons, the recognition
continuing this
to find
run.
that kill.
Top tower is under attack.
So aggressive.
The Monkey King effect, right? Just jumping across trees. Oh, Queen of Pain blinked away from a neutral camp. Well, I don't mind if I do.
Is under attack.
Yeah, he's sliding
Now
around.
sees the Bat
finds
Rider.
Moxie.
Wanted to go on it.
That is
he's
so
gonna back up.
aggressive. Moxie could blink him and lasso him and pull him into the base there, but he also has BKB ready, and Queen of Pain being dead, damage is limited. Up top,
And
Nisha
Amnesia.
just wants his BKB.
And just
He
dead
got
though.
it.
Gets the BKB and the dying throws up in that top part of the map. But yeah, real rough game for Liquid now as it develops into an 8k lead for Falcons. As it seems like they're continuing that run of good form against Liquid.
Yeah, Falcons are just looking like the team in full control over this game and not necessarily scaling less either. They have very good late game with Nature's Prophet being a crazy hard carry. Monkey King on the off lane is more carry than you would expect from your off laner. And Skeeter just takes the mid tower using the Aegis. No one wants to go on him.
So what does Falcons have to be afraid of? You know, Liquid, backs against the walls, the scared animal, you know, often the scariest, right? Can Liquid punch back? What's their big move? With like they've got BKBs.
Yeah, I think respect the BKB timings because you've been dominating them really hard, but 2 BKBs are done right now. Queen of Pain working on hers as well, so triple BKB is coming up very soon, and that will be a massive shift in power. Sometimes it's easy to get complacent when you're dominating this much, so they need to recognize this power spike as well. But they do have tools against it. They still have Soulbind, they still have Fiend Script.
Oh, Amar leaps away from the bat while they're hunting the Naga on the other side of the map. They almost have that Monkey King, but he's just too quick for them. Now a lot of pings onto Mickey's Queen, but TP out there will be fine.
He's gonna go farm the safe area, but this is really Liquid story, this game. Just fighting for scraps, right? They're basically cleaning out what they can, but Falcons are the ones who are running the show. And again, hunting. They know they went bottom. They gotta go under a ward though. Sableye sees them. He can get out. Or he can turn.
He can turn and kill maybe with the Leshrac here. They blow up Crit, but the arrival of Skitter and the damage onto Nisha. They pop their BKBs Liquid and try and run away, but Monkey King over the top. He's still gonna get grabbed up as the Ember Spirit zips over, but misses out with the Leshrac. Now with the Sonic Wave, Mickey can turn, kill off the Monkey, and Liquid so far a decent trade. Skitter with his BKB going, but now wearing out, realizes he's got to bail. Sableye and Nisha both with a tiny amount of HP have to be so thankful that they survived.
Yeah, I don't think Malrine realized how close the Leshrac still was. He must have thought they blinked away behind the Fog of War, but if he Slider Fisted there, he would have gotten a kill. He Remnanted it, and I was sure that's just a quick Slider Fist click, and he gets killed. 60 HP on the Lesh, but he gets away. So, something good coming out of this. You know, otherwise very hectic timing for Liquid.
Yeah, it draws Falcons all to that bottom side of the map. It opens up the rest. So now Sableye can kind of farm into Ancients and Large Camp, but I don't know how safe he is.
Oops.
As he gets run at by Ember Spirit and Nature's Prophet, TPing over the top to get another kill for Malrine.
So difficult to get away, even if you have your onslaught and your blink dagger. It's not really enough as the continuous damage coming in all the time. Can't really use his blink, and BKB will still on cooldown from the bottom engagement.
This duo, Nature's Prophet and Ember Spirit. Like I'm here thinking, yeah, it opens up space. I'm saying it, and then as I'm saying it, I'm made to look stupid because it isn't space. It's fake space. You're thinking, okay, we fought them bottom. We killed a couple of heroes. I can go top safely. I can be in my Ancients. There's a ward there, and they can just TP on top of you.
Yeah, not even TP. The Ember has that 3,000 range Fire Remnant, which, you know, it's a crazy area. I think the Spectator couldn't even hover the Fire Remnant, and you can see, like, the map indicator for how big it is. It's just crazy. You can fly so far.
Let's see what the move is from Liquid, because they are all gathering up. It's time to tighten up as Roshan could start spawning. We'll see if they're able to take... It's going to be daytime Roshan, it looks like. They'll take control of that area as Liquid. Maybe get a ward in the enemy Ancients. as they scan up there, but it doesn't turn red.
They're close to the Monkey King. If they get to see him first, I mean, they have the single target lockdown to burst him. But he's heading the other way. They're going Tormentor, as the second Torm is spawned. It's actually Radiant, or it's actually Falcons who are scanning the Torm, making sure no one is hiding around here. Oh, shard from Monkey too. That is a strong shard to get.
But it wasn't hard enough to kill people already.
Yeah, BKB, changing of the guard, Mischief, and now the shard. Monkey is becoming very difficult to deal with. And he's going Linken's as well. I respect that item choice in this game. This is a fantastic Linken's game. Against Batrider, against Primal, even the Ensnare.
Yeah, it's so good. Liquid using this moment and to come up and set up a bit of base camp in the enemy Ancients. And preparing for that Roshan to respawn, who does.
There's a DD rune on Ember, so Marine definitely wants to fight, but they don't really want to rush up on the triangle. Instead, just shoving mid. See if they can elicit a response from Liquid.
Well, this is one of the upsides of the Naga Siren, being able to cut the waves and maybe open up a bit of map space for yourself from this position. You're able to manipulate the creep waves, but that's still very challenging. Usually that's one of her greatest strengths, but it's challenging against Nature's Prophet and Monkey King, who are doing a very similar thing, but better because they're cores.
Exactly. I mean, she does what she can. She can prevent the mid lane from pushing in, but you can't control the entire map. But Liquid are actually the ones taking down a tower. They get the tier 2 tower, so they're being active, making stuff happen while 12,000 gold behind. This is not easy to do.
And it feels like that comes from that placement on the map, right? They sweep through, they take they make a stronghold right in front of an objective.
Yeah. And Naga's getting close to that point where she can start having big impact on the fight. She has Blink, is closing in on a refresher. Even after the Solar Crest initial item. Soon she can have the double ulti.
Multiple resets. We've seen how useful they can be. Tucking themselves down near the bottom twin gate. Liquid trying to regather all their forces as Roshan is being eyed up by Team Falcons. Looks like no smokes, just raw natural movement out into the forest. The fake tree.
They have the Naga illusions to scout and provide vision.
Boxy.
Light throwing some rocks.
Monkey King jumps over, looking for Boxy. They've caught a couple in the searing chains, and the Bat Rider's dead. Skitter now, the focus onto the Primal Beast. Easy pickings onto Saberlight. As a double kill dominating Nature's Prophet comes in to claim some names.
I mean, it was cute. They tried to go with the Blink Lasso 4-staff play, try and get a catch on someone, but ultimately not able to get the initiation they wanted, and quickly the rest of Liquid dip out. So at least they don't lose a massive fight, but that is again 2 heroes dying plus the Aegis now. Falcons just running the show. Even Skeeter is queuing up the Lincolns now. I think they're recognizing the only way they lose this game is by lassos and Primal Beast ultis, locking down the correct target.
And there's not much outside of that to pop the Lincolns.
No, yeah, you're always wanting some good Lincoln's breakers. I mean, I guess Lesh can do it with Lightning Storm, but that means Lesh has to be close enough to do that as well. Queen of Pain, you know, same thing. Shellstrike is possible, but it's also so dangerous to go close when this Fiend script is always there. Snaking has a very important role in locking down the BKB heroes.
And I'm just trying to think how to phrase this. We've seen, you know, the way that Katomi played this Naga Siren with that song, with the blink, the refresher, kind of resetting, stopping the enemy from fighting, and then turning around and allowing your team to fight, right? It's not just a stop enemy, it's a set up teammates. Is there something here that the Naga Siren is or can set up for? Because there's no black hole or arena, right? Doesn't feel like there is a big ulti.
It's less about setting up for her own team. I mean, you can set up into like onslaught to quick stun. If he onslaughts, you can't really react to it. Snaking, strolling by everybody.
Nisha is in with Saberlight right on top of him. Bane down while Monkey King turning onto Boxy, but a Song of the Siren comes out from Insania, and they're looking at the Ember Spirit. Can they kill him? Ensnare is there. The Sonic Wave to push him across. The Naga Siren refreshes up as Saberlight tries to trample around, but the Ember Spirit has broken free. Monkey King is fine. Another song here now to disengage and reset. Snaking brought back to continue this fight, and Insania might just have to die. No, he blinks away. Ember with this remnant, though, zipping forward, straight towards the Naga Siren to clear out Liquid's support.
And so
Nisha,
Amar
still found. Amar leaping over, gets the bonus kill. A cherry on top, the Lash Rack. A massive pickoff with no buyback available could lead to a set of racks for Falcons now.
All thanks to a shard he got from the Tormentor. This Monkey King can chase people really hard. 65 seconds, no Lash Rack. Mid lane has to be forfeit, but sadly they don't have a tier 2 tower bottom. This push is just gonna continue. They even have the banner, so the glyph is not gonna do all that much. And Saberlight, he's being hunted. Ember's
He
on.
is by multiple supports. Oh, Malreen's come here as well. Snaking was chasing him all the way from mid lane. Malreen and Crit, though, will be the ones to collapse on him and kill him off properly, while mid lane has been dismantled entirely.
And now he's dead for 50 seconds. So Skeeter says we can go bottom. Still has Aegis on Nature's Prophet, mind you, so he's not even easy to go on. And yeah, sending some Treants to help him push this. I don't really know what they're supposed to do on Liquid, man. I think you just drop this lane and fight when you're strong, but I don't know. They are respawning soon on Leshrac. Maybe they can mount a defense. That still has cooldown ult. Oh, she has ulti now.
So many things have to go right. There's 2 minutes on Aegis on Skitter, so you can do this, yes, drag him into tier 4s and try and kill him once, but even that's a struggle. Skitter dies now, but in jumps the rest of his team. Malreen and Amar just make short work of Boxy. They've got the Soul Bind and a push back onto the Leshrac, but the Pulverize and maybe a swing in from Nisha. No, Malreen cannot be touched. Saberlight will try and dive in onto Crit, but his Ember Spirit and Monkey King have zoned Liquid back in their fountain. They can't escape, and Amar, the Fountain Farmer, jumps in right into the middle of the well. They're just being poked and prodded, and they can't slip away, losing their buildings, losing their base. Liquid have been tamed.
I always
The
wondered what
Wild
the F
River has
stood
run its
for.
course. The Falcons are here.
The Fountain Farmer. That's what it was, yes. Saberlight thinks about farming top, but he knows everyone's coming over there. He can't even shut this creep wave. So final tier 2 tower. It's gonna drop 45 seconds on your post 1, 45 seconds on your post 2. They are not gonna be here to defend this. It's just the support and 2 offlaners. We've seen this movie before, Gareth. It doesn't end well.
An impossible task.
Just, yeah, I don't know. Just song them. He can sing for quite a while, you know. He can stop them from mega creeps.
Yeah,
He
give
has
us
2
a full
songs.
opera.
Yeah.
Mega creeps are incoming.
He's not even gonna do the song. I don't know. You gotta go insane. Yeah, you gotta go. You can't let them have mega creeps.
And they've got this
Like
glyph.
this.
What, 4 seconds left for Quap and Lash? Looks like Skitter is committing to finishing off the buildings.
Yeah, and then they're gonna back and let you wallow in your sadness over here with no buildings. 30,000 leads. They know that this game is essentially over right now, but the only thing Falcons could do to lose this is by keep pushing right now and losing fights. So they're just gonna back for a second, reset, spend some of the gold they got, because taking all those buildings, they have 5,000 gold on Skeeter and Malreen. And they're already sending out items as well to assist some of the supports.
Leshrac he's queued up a Hand of Midas. Is that because they want to extend the game to minute 60 for the tier 5 neutral items?
He wants the golden touch. Nah, he went back for the Asha now. I don't know. I think they're already, you know, in the mood of talking about what went wrong and what they want to do for next game. There are 2 ways you can look at a situation like this, Gareth. You can say, why even play? Just GG out. You kind of lost. You know, don't become more sad. I don't think Liquid really gets depressed when they lose. I don't think they're the type of team that necessarily takes mental damage like that.
No, I mean, Liquid catching a Monkey King here. Like, they've always been a team that's one more fight. You know, one more fight until the bitter end. We'll see if we can have one more shot at it, because they find ways to find targets, open up team fights, and see what happens.
So that goes to the second point. If you're not getting depressed by sitting in this situation, then you can actually use this time to sort of think about what went wrong and what you can do better for your next game in series. Already, I'm not even memeing. I actually think that, obviously they're trying to win, but this is a best of 3 series, and you want to win the series, not just this game. This game is looking pretty done for, as we see a lot of power spikes with Aghanim Scepter on the Bane now. Lincoln's, of course, on the Natures.
Yeah, I was going to ask if that Lincoln's wasn't there, maybe Liquid have a shot at lassoing him again. But
yeah, Refresher is coming in for the Ember soon, and he's going to be all over the place in fights. And he has the mana for it as well, because Kaya Sanj with the mana cost reduction is really nice for a Refresher placemaking.
That's good. And slow and steady from Falcons. No reason to go bull rushing into Liquid's base. Sableye tossing some rocks at Snake King. From Boxy. Not able to close the gap fast enough.
At least they can kill the creeps, you know. The mega creeps are not invincible to them. They have good damage with the Mjolnir.
It's still a pain in the backside, though, isn't it?
It is.
That's all you're doing. Your task for the day is kill off mega creeps.
Yeah, you're literally busy non-stop just fixing lanes, and you know that you could be caught by Monkey King or by Fiend Script from Bane any moment. And meanwhile, Falcons are also comfortably just saying, let's wait for Roche, let's get Aegis, put an Aegis on Nature's Prophet, and then we throw the impossible question of how do you deal with this guy?
What's the real-life equivalence of this? Like, you just have to spend your entire day vacuuming the floor, and you're not allowed to play video games? Killing mega creeps non-stop for 5 minutes. Like, come on. More chores?
Yeah. Working 3 jobs, you know, not able to pay rent, can't get into a good situation. That's what this is.
Or you're a gardener, and your garden just keeps growing weeds over, and you just have to keep pruning weeds over and over again. Need more farm? I missed that. Thank you. Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah, a little bit of all chatting coming out from Nisha. Of course, Malrine. Obviously, we Falcons. Yeah. Well, they're pretty close. 36,000, so 14,000 more. Malrine is at the goal here.
Insane, he didn't even react. I assumed there'd be a Rice Smart. I wonder if they got them muted. That happens quite often, right? You just mute the enemy team.
It is notorious that some players will all chat while also having all enemies muted.
Yes.
You know, as a thing to get under the skin of the opponents. But obviously, Malrine does not have everyone muted. So it's nice here to Nisha.
Well, Roshan's up. Falcons currently just looking at shoving these waves in as fast as they can. And maybe killing off Nisha. Blinks down to the south, but Snake King is on his tail. The BKB TP is not going to work out here against the Fiend's grip. Nisha dead. With buyback.
He does have buy, but I think they're going to go and force it right now. No buyback. Oh, well, forcing his buyback would already be a win condition. Ember is looking for something.
There we go, Lasso
onto the Bane.
On the Bane, but in comes the rest of Falcons now to turn around. The Pulverize there onto Snake King, not going to work out. The Song of the Siren cancelling this initiation as they've lost the Batrider. And Malrine chasing the Primal Beast back to Fountain. Yeah, herd the little sheep into the well. Oh, Lamar can start focusing on these tier 4 towers. A Liquid will come out of their base with Mickey's Queen of Pain trying to fight back, but they've got a grip over to the side. The Queen of Pain has died, and the Song of the Siren, a last ditch opera, sonata, whatever it might be. That's a short one, probably a pop song from Insania there. The game closes out, and Falcons take that 1-0. Not quite a 50k lead. Malrine was close though, 47,000.
Yeah, I mean almost on the money with the prediction for what they need to close out the game.
Yeah.
But very good stuff coming out from Falcons, and I like the way they are using this Monkey King, honestly. I mean, yes, it's a bit of a less than ideal offlaner, but you see what Amar does with it. He runs around, looks for action, and it worked great to fight together with Nature's Prophet and Ember, who both had an incredible record, by the way. 10-1 and 20, and 13-1 and 18 for Ember.
Impeccable games. Yeah, this Monkey King feels much more delicate and nuanced than the Mars, the Tidehunter. These heroes that are go in, slam people, big ulti, initiate team fights. Monkey King offers you that initiation, but from fog, from secret, and from areas of the map that you do not expect. He's on top of your Wisdom Shrine, hiding and waiting. And then, like you're saying, these two other cores, they'll just slide into action from across. Look at this Ember Spirit Remnant from miles away.
I think you ban Nature's Prophet.
Yes.
I don't think I don't think Nature's Prophet should ever go through. He is so insane. Teams get this idea that maybe it's fine, we can play against it, but you saw what he did. This entire game, in the early game, he was part of all those kills, just making things happen, taking towers as well. That's the difference between what we saw from Queen and Leshrac as well. They joined some fights here and there, they got some kills, but they can't immediately turn that into a tower. Nature's Prophet can. He can just start pushing with his Treant and auto attack damage.
So what is that now? 7 games on the trot. Falcons have defeated Liquid, if I'm not mistaken. So that run continues. Falcons will be looking for the 8th if they're able to 2-0 Liquid in this best of 3. It's a tremendous run. 2 of the top teams in the world, and one of them has had an incredible streak against the other. You don't often see this.
Yeah, it's it has to be a little bit frustrating for Team Liquid. I feel like they can't really find the solution to him. And Falcons is one of those hard teams to draft against in particular. I do think the draft was a big part of this game where this fits Falcons, having the early aggression coming out from Skeeter. He always wants to join, and getting to play Nature's Prophet, who's the best hero in the game, at joining your team early. I think it's just too much steroids for Skeeter. Let him at least have some hero that has to go through the gates, not this insta TP.
You have to be so mentally resilient just to break past that first 15 minutes against a Nature's Prophet in a pro game like this, where you're being pummeled and dogpiled. There's 4 heroes in your lane, you're getting killed. I mean, it was a hard start for Saberlight at the very beginning, nearly dying first blood. Then lane was challenging against the Nature's Prophet. There's a massive snowball effect as well.
And that's also the problem. They picked Primal Beast against Nature's Prophet, thinking that, it's kind of good against him, but the lane wasn't good because double range and losing HP, like you mentioned.
That Bane pick.
Yeah, the Bane was honestly genius. I think Snaking had massive impact from the support role. He really set up on that top lane. He baited them as well, thinking like, I'm just a little Bane. Then he has Healing Lotus, Magic Stick, Brain Sap. It's like, wait, this is like 1400 HP we got to go through.
And then the Grimstroke, also kind of genius as well, dealing with the Primal Beast, dealing with the Batrider jumping in. We didn't even really get, I don't know if we ever saw the Fiend's Grip into Soulbind either. Soulbind was being used as a disable for the most part.
We got Sprout from Soulbind. We did double Sprouts, but we didn't necessarily get to double Fiend's Grip. It didn't really matter though. The threat of it was enough, and I think Crit got enough done just by Soulbinding Leshrac to people, taking away his blink movement and just keeping people in place.
Well, standout player, standout performance. The Falcons looked very hot here in game 1. But yeah, as we know, best of 3s, top teams in the world, the draft can shift drastically as we move from one game to the other. That little meta develops within the series itself. So we'll see if Liquid are able to find some tools and devices to defeat Falcons, or if that streak can run forward, as the Falcons are running pretty hot against Liquid so far. We'll take a break and come back with game number 2.
ATF from Team Falcons is joining me here to talk about the upcoming international. ATF, I mean, the difference between you guys last year and this year is quite a lot. Last year, you dominated the entire year. This time around, you're just kind of warming up. You're just getting really, really good. How does it feel? How confident do you feel?
I feel more than just confident, very happy to be here again. It's very enjoyable. It's the best time of the year. But I definitely feel very, very welcomed again.
Excellent stuff. And how does that feel in comparison to last year, which was very different? How would you compare the two?
You don't really know, right? We yet to start. Obviously, last year it was you come as the favorites, and this year you come you just won a small tournament. So you're are you strong or not? You don't really know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a different approach, definitely.
Absolutely, and very different for you because you made the swap to captain this year, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say it captain really, it just drafts, which, okay, it's somewhat connected, but I wouldn't say we have a general captain, I do everything, it's mostly only drafts that I look at. Since we suffered a lot of bad results, we wanted some sort of a change, so that was just it.
What was that change like? Were you spending more time, talking with your coaches and figuring things out and talking about the game?
No, I just went back to like all the approach I've had, because like first year I played with, I was like, that was how I was drafting. Like I was when I was an OG. So I just like do the stimulation, like scenarios and whatever in my head, like just all the preparation. So when we're coming, like we have what we wanted.
Well, I'd like to talk a little bit about your relationship with Maureen as well, because I think you two are quite good friends now. How's your kind of friendship changed over these past 2 years?
Definitely my relation with him is like top tier, and like it's very enjoyable to, like I actually was thinking one time, like I actually don't even know if I can play without him in my team. And I did had some multiple scenarios like this, but like when it's a stand-in, it's like, okay, he'll come back, but like, what if he actually somehow split at some point? I'm like, I can't think of it.
Can't do it. We ride or die, I like that. So what changes did you guys make this year which allowed you to kind of step up again and become this like, you know, tier 1, S tier team again?
I wouldn't say we're an S team again. I would say we're like back to A instead of like going downhill to the B. So I would just say like we're probably just in a decent shape again. We've definitely felt like we need to work much harder. And that's why like I think our last 2 results were like much better than the rest of the year.
Did you ever kind of think about changing your style? Because, you know, you're all about those kind of key heroes which work for you guys and nobody else can play them as well, you know, like the Bristles, the Timbers, the Razors. Did you ever have like a kind of crisis and go, maybe we need to switch this up, or have you always been committed to the Falcons identity?
I think we like stay to the style, but like, try to like find the next hero for each player, for like to be as scary as his old heroes, because like not always the same hero is going to be as strong, but you know there is always some hero is going to exist. If your all heroes are dead, then you do have to find like the next one anyway.
What would you consider a success here at this international? You know, is it first or nothing, or you know, do you is it a bit more open than that?
I like to go step by step. So like for me now it's like, okay, I need to get first top 8 and not get eliminated before like actually reaching the international. And the second one will be like reaching grand finals, because like, you know, like when you reach grand finals, it means you've played, that's like you've reached the highest like
peak.
And obviously the first place is the most important one, and that's what like I really want, and obviously anyone who wants. So yeah, like I really want the first place, definitely.
Absolutely. And you've been in a few grand finals recently. Do you think you're getting good at it? You know, is it becoming like coming second nature now you've had a few in a row?
I mean, definitely when I used to go grand finals and always like win it, like it was different. And now like I actually like, this year has been 2 or 3 grand finals, which we've lost all. You know, this is TI. I do want my name to be written for like till I die.
I hope we get there. Amar, thank you so much for coming to talk to me. Good luck at the International. I'm looking forward to seeing you play.
Thank you very much.
Sunstrike. Ha! Ha ha!
Some incredible commitment to the bit there. The film contest for TI, that guy's absolutely great. Love the costumes, love the acting, incredible stuff. Man, I've got to sit down and watch them. There's tons. I've got to put some time aside and watch them. But more serious things are afoot. We've got Team Liquid going up against Team Falcons here. Game 1 already going the way of Falcons in a pretty straightforward Nature's Prophet kind of way. Now Game 2, Waga, you reckon Liquid should just ban the hero?
I think so. I honestly don't think you should let this hero through. It's too strong. I know that coming with that means that I want something else to be let through. And there are, you know, a lot of different heroes that these teams are prioritizing or trying to build around. But I think one thing, like, if there's one thing I'm convinced about, is that Nature's Prophet does not deserve to go through the first ban phase. I don't care which team you are. I don't care who you play against. And in particular, not if you play against Skeeter, who is the most active carry of the entire tournament, I would argue. I just don't see how that's the correct play to give him this.
Yeah, I guess devil's advocate, or the other side of the coin, maybe, you know, Mickey is an exceptional Nature's Prophet player himself, and maybe they've had this idea of, you know, how to contend with him, you know, the weaknesses that Mickey sees in the hero, because he was playing it long before it kind of developed into this meta, right? Still playing it as a carry. So I guess I could envision that world where they thought they could deal with it. Now they've seen that maybe it doesn't work out in practice as it maybe did in scrims or in theory, etc. against Falcons, because this is the top of Dota, right? This is TI time now.
Yes. I would argue the other way around, that if you are a Nature's Prophet player, if anything, you should be telling your team, guys, no.
It's too good.
Maybe he thinks it's him making the hero good, you know? It's like, Skeeter can't do what I do, but nah, this hero is just it's almost like cheating. We usually talk about how, they committed 5 heroes, so, you know, at least they lose out on the rest of the map. The big commitment for that fight cost them something, but we saw that happen. But then they have Monkey, Ember, Natures. All of them are so fast and mobile, they get back to their lanes, and it's as though nothing ever happened.
Yeah. Well, we've got a draft coming up shortly. There it is. Speak of the devil, it will appear. Pretty perfect timing. No, I'm having troubles loading Wikipedia, so my stats pages aren't popping up. I'm getting a little bit worried that I'm not going to be able to look at them. But no, we're fine. Nature's Prophet has been banned by Falcons themselves, as we do get ourselves a situation where Liquid now have that first pick.
Yeah, I think you can basically just say that if you don't have first pick, you're the one who with the responsibility to get rid of this hero. And Falcons are going to show that, so they get to do what I always point out, such a funny thing. You play a broken hero, ban the broken hero, and then your opponents do not get to play the broken hero. It feels a bit bad for Liquid, but on the other hand, they do have first pick, so they're going to get to pick out of a nice selection of heroes for sure. We already have Sand King, Chen, Natures, and Marcy removed, so there's still some Beastmaster, Shaker, etc. in here.
Absolutely.
Breaker, Marcy. Marcy was banned.
Monkey King's out there as well. Yeah, but we've had a fair few of these heroes right through Dota history that just have to be banned if the enemy has first pick, if you don't have first pick. You know, we always talked about Broodmother in the past. Naga Siren was there for a long time and probably is still in that same realm. But yeah, Nature's Prophet and Batrider have always been heroes that innately have abilities that mess with the game and can often just be broken in certain metas.
Yeah, I would probably argue that about 75% of Dota patches or something, there's going to be at least one hero strong enough that you should always ban it if you don't have first pick. Like, sometimes we have those patches where it's like, everything is kind of equally strong at the top, but there's usually someone who sticks out a bit too much.
Like PA, when she was very strong. Yeah, there's always these kind of heroes. Tinker might slip in there as well. But anyway, we've got ourselves the final ban. I think we've got to consider. We've got rid of the Sand King and the Earthshaker, so those two mid heroes removed. You've already talked about the Chen, Marcy, Lycan, the Helm of the Dominator, carries and heroes gone as well. I'm curious to see what the openers are going to be from both these
Liquid
teams.
might grab themselves the Naga Siren here, seeing that Shaker is banned as well. Maybe feel pretty good about getting it.
If they go Naga again, I would kind of like to see more circles, I think. We've seen Naga Disruptor, Naga Mars, something that the Naga... Like, I guess that was a point I was trying to bring up last game, is Naga's nice to reset, but even nicer when you can reset and turn in the same move.
I agree. They ban it instead, so they have some other idea. What's coming our way then?
Puck first pick then?
Yeah, that does feel like a possibility. Give Nisha Puck.
Give Nisha Puck. And then build your draft around that.
Let Nisha carry some, you know?
That could be the goal here. And then Falcons, if they see Puck, what do you respond with? Oh, Beastmaster's still in, of course.
Yeah, the open beasts.
And there's Beastmaster, kind of difficult to lock down where he's going. Can go into multiple roles, so you're not sure exactly what lane he's heading into.
Pretty good hero against Monkey King. So, since Falcons like picking the early Monkey King, this does throw a question. Do they still pick it when they see Beast? Because you don't want to lane into Beastmaster. If it's like a, you know, this idea of off-lane Monkey King again, but you run into a Beastmaster there, or even Beastmaster mid lane, you know, Beast can go carry or mid. It's not what you want to play against. And simultaneously, you know, they could match up on any of the lanes and Beast is always going to be happy. Summons, slowing down the monkey, really good. Cutting trees, catching him later on.
Well, this has to be a change in direction then for Falcons. Because usually, they've first picked Naga or Beast or Sand King or Chen. They're all gone. Enchantress is the only other hero that they've first picked in this tournament so far. But it is going to be that Monkey King yet again.
That honestly is such a statement pick that they're taking Monkey King even when seeing Beast like this. This just tells me how high they rate Monkey King and how, you know, much this fits their style.
Well, it seems like they love it. And so far we've seen Amar play it twice, right? Like the flex has been there, but we haven't actually witnessed the flex yet. So this could be a good time to be like, yeah, okay, into the hands of Malrine, depending on the matchup.
Yeah, it might be. It really might be. I think we need more heroes to really know, but at least Falcons feel happy opening up with this. Yeah, we saw it work out one time. It didn't work out as much the other time, but that game against Nemesis was, you know, not necessarily just about him. Nemesis just played really well in the first series. I'm gonna miss them, man. Feels bad that they're not gonna be at the main event.
Someone's got to go. That's just the way of things. Gyro ban protecting Beastmaster. Weaver ban, I guess, similar story, but also that's been Skitter's favorite hero this tournament. So a bit of protection there for an off-lane Beastmaster, right? That's the signal that Liquid are putting up.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the Beastmaster, you know, you want to make sure that he has a lane that he can play, and these carries are just annoying. Even though the Beastmaster Roar is really good against Weaver later on as well, it's a hard lane. The Swarm and the Geminate attack, it's a lot of damage, and he can very easily kill your boar. I think that's the biggest sort of kryptonite of Beastmaster. If people can kill your boar, or take your boar, even worse, as Enchantress, then that ruins your laning stage.
I could see an Ench here. We used to see like PA as one of those answers to jump the boar, but I don't know where she is right now. Don't know how I feel about her as a hero, honestly.
Who's PA? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know her, man. She's I can't remember
Warlock's
the last
pet puppy.
Yeah. I honestly can't remember the last PA I saw in high-level Dota. Like,
no.
In my last, I don't know, 200 ranked games or something, I don't think I've seen a single PA.
She's gone. Long gone. Yeah. She had her 15 minutes.
She certainly did.
Back into obscurity. Yeah, a bit of thought about this now. So we're kind of maybe expecting Enchantress to be on the menu for Falcons to pick up. We'll see what line they go, because there's so many options, right? We could think about Hoodwink, Pugna, all these supports. The Snapfire could come out, depending on what kind of matchup and lane partnership you want. And there is one of those, the Pugna.
Yeah, Pugna is still one of the more dominant supports, as we have had less focus on the supports in this game. Only the Chen and Naga banned out. I guess you could argue the Marcy was a support ban as well, but I have a feeling these teams would be more likely to play at core, to be honest.
Probably. And here, decrep pretty good against, you know, someone gets roared, you decrep them, they can't be hit anymore, so a bit of protection there against the Beastmaster, and pretty quick in lane as well as the Pugna to run in and out of the boar range.
He's a great medic to have, and he's also a hero that kind of prompts Team Liquid now to get some good stuff to get on the backline. When you play against Pugna, you need to be able to go on him. It feels not necessarily as bad as Dazzle or Oracle, but it's almost the same.
I want Night Stalker for Saberlight. Put this Beastmaster mid or something. Give Saberlight Night Stalker. Get an early Nullifier. Hunt the Monkey King and the Pugna. Go and find him.
Yeah, Night Stalker's definitely a possible hero to play. I don't think he's very popular in the current meta, but he does bring a great solution to Pugna. And sometimes it's not about what's meta, it's about what counters the meta. So Night Stalker should be pretty serious consideration against Pugna.
I think especially for Saberlight. I think there's a few players that I would say should or can. They're permitted to play Night Stalker. He's for sure one of them. Ogre Magi.
Okay. I mean, this is a hero they've run quite a bit as support before.
Building up some serious steroids and attack speed for maybe some kind of glass cannon sniper or drow hero later down the line, if that's the direction we're heading.
Yeah,
Snapfire's going to come out now.
Yeah, a nice stun combinations now as well. Ogre can go first. You have Snapfire who can easily cookie in the Ogre or buff him. You know, throw some Bloodlust on the Beastmaster. He's going to hit insanely fast as well. So you could, if you wanted to, run an Aghanim Scepter Beastmaster as well here. But Dominator seems like natural choice for everyone these days.
It does, yeah. So you've got some ways to cut down the trees, some good magic damage to go into decrep now, so you're not fully reliant on right clicks and physical. Little Shredder, good against the ward too, kind of an underrated little factor there. But Snap can just kill the Pugna ward.
And this is going to be their approach to Beastmaster, picking the Troll Warlord. Definitely one hero who can kill his boar very easily, and not easy to man up for Beastmaster against the mischance.
Troll has looked pretty good on our stream, right? We've seen 3 or 4. Oh, look at that, 5-0 record, of course, yeah.
Yeah, we saw
done
Ghost
well on all
playing
streams.
Yeah, he looked really, really good in the hands of Ghost, and honestly, a tricky hero to play against. We've seen the Oracle pair up with it, but since they already have Pugna, that's going to be the medic this time. And Bounty Hunter comes in.
5 bounties. Why Bounty? This is a crit hero, I'm assuming, but where? Why? What?
It should be.
10 seconds.
I'm not really sold on... I'm not really sold on why they want Bounty here. I'm a big fan of Bounty. You know, starting with that 1,000 games played on Bounty, I definitely think this hero is awesome. But in the current meta, I think he's hard to run. One argument I can see here is that with the through and through facet against Beastmaster summons, you can bounce around a lot of shurikens here, you know, do a ton of damage by doing so. And Ogre and Snap, they also go in a lot. So the closer the enemy will run to you, the easier it is to play Bounty. You may think that Bounty is this hero that goes on the back line, you know, set up on the squishy range supports, but that's not really true. More often than not, you just track whatever is closest and then spam shuriken and deal a bunch of damage. And these heroes, Ogre, Snap, and Beast, they're all pretty susceptible to shuriken spam.
You've answered my question in there already. Thank you very much. I was going to ask down the line of if a bounty hunter, why not a hoodwink, right? Hoodwink kind of goes in the back, hunts in the trees, looks for the squishy supports. But if that's not the job of the bounty hunter nowadays, then it makes a lot of sense.
The downside is people would tell you that you have no stuns on your supports now. Now, I, you know, adamantly will claim that Shadow Walk is a stun. It's just not the best stun. But yeah, they can't very quickly initiate on someone. And their mid laner pairing up with the two supports, which is something I usually look for, right? What's the activity between our mid grouping with the two supports? Pugna Bounty is not that easy to do stuff together with.
It's not.
We don't know what mid laner they're going to have yet. So Pango gets banned out by Team Liquid. I think pretty good read. Could have been a nice fit for them.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what happens here. I mean, I guess Monkey King could be thrown mid, and we're still looking for an Amar hero in the offlane. That's a possibility. We'll see what direction we go. But we've got to talk about the Brewmaster. First pick of the tournament. We've been talking about bears and dragons all the past 3 days.
Yes,
and now the big bear, actual real bear, comes out to play.
There's a few things about it. First of all, the Dispel from his ulti is going to be amazing against Monkey King and Pugna. You can Dispel off the Monkey Jingu, you can Dispel the Pugna Decrepify, so that's really neat. But on top of that, you have the Cyclone onto Troll Warlord. Is really great. You also can Dispel Track, by the way, that's a little bit smaller. But Cycloning Troll Warlord when he's in his ulti is an amazing way to stop him from killing your team. So basically what I'm saying is, it's all about that Storm Panda. And the evasion as well in the wind stance is going to be really good. So this is going to be a windy panda is my prediction. You know, that's the good stuff here. Does look like a good Radiance game as well. So expect that to be the build.
Well, I wasn't far away with the drow/sniper call when I saw the Beastmaster and the Ogre. Muerta's going to be that ranged right clicker. Give us the kind of glass cannon carry for Team Liquid. Great into the Pugna. I guess good against the Troll as well, being able to slip away with Pierce the Veil.
Ogre makes more sense now when we see the Muerta as well, because she does need some steroids to keep farming properly. She has that as a main drawback as a carry. She farms a little bit slowly, but Bloodlust is amazing with her. One of the best Bloodlust carriers in the entire game, in my opinion. And Amar gonna be the Mars finally. So it is gonna be Malrine on that mid Monkey King.
Yeah, Nisha on the mid Beastmaster.
You know, this may sound like a good lane for Monkey King.
But it's not?
But I actually think it's not. I think it's a really good lane for Beastmaster if he plays correctly here. This
Beastmaster has friends.
Yes, exactly. And a slow Monkey King does not get Jingu triggers on you easily. And the deny power of Beastmaster plus his 2 boars, you're never killing those boars, by the way, alone as a Monkey King. Unless the micro is really terrible, which I don't expect Nisha to have terrible micro. He's not known for having great, you know, micro. That's not his thing, but he's also an insanely good player. I don't think he's going to feed boars to Monkey King alone. So I think he should be dominating that mid lane, even if it's a melee versus Monkey, which is super rare, but you're not a melee. You're a melee and half a range hero alongside you. The 2 boars, they help you out.
I don't know, man. In the words of Casey, the Michael skills could be there. Nisha's first name is Michael, right? He's got the skills.
Oh, shit.
So it's the sign. It's right there. So yeah, Nisha Beastmaster in that mid lane. Sableye offlane Brute. I mean, it looks like a much stronger draft from Liquid, being able to play together. There's no like inherent weaknesses here. I mean, there's no Nature's Prophet in the freaking game. That's the starting point. There's a good platform to jump off. I kind of lean Liquid here.
I'm not just leaning, I'm completely over in Liquid's camp. I have, broken ties with Falcons draft entirely here. Even though I like the Bounty Hunter, I think he's fun. I think this draft is very greedy. Monkey King mid, Troll Warlord carry, and then 2 supports that don't have a setup stun, other than Shadow Walk. I see problems in their draft, and I think Liquid's draft looks so good. So yeah, I'm going to go Liquid for this one.
Yeah, a lot resting on like crit scouting and Amar jumping with this Mars. And we'll see how it pans out, because I guess going full limbo dance here, not just leaning but bending over backwards for Liquid's draft, as it does look that much stronger.
That's true. We'll see how it goes. Good analysis. We'll go over to our casters and head into the game. It is going to be brought to you by Gareth and Waga.
What are you doing? Good analysis. You're praising yourself. Excellent.
Pat on the bow. I was praising you, man. I was praising you.
Very good. So what's this? Good luck, have fun from Saberlight. Since when are you playing pubs from Malrine? Nisha says always.
I don't know. I'm not sure what the reference is.
Is dying first blood. That's where we're starting here. Liquid all grouped up as 5 to give first blood to Nisha in the mid lane. And then the tip on Malrine.
It's a great start for a Bounty Hunter, making a strong case for picking this hero. I mean, nice move by them. They bought a Dust immediately. That doesn't always happen. The teams start out with Dust, but smoking out, running into Bounty Hunter, and he just feeds First Blood. First Blood to Anisha on the mid, who I already said should have a great time now, even more so. I am quite concerned for Falcons here.
In that case, is this a Monkey King who wants to leave the lane and play side lanes more often? Or do you just have to stick it out in the mid lane and suck it up, get what you get?
You have to play mid, but I just feel like he's going to possibly fall behind a lot in last hits. But yeah, you can't really leave too much too early. He's going to need some levels first.
Bounty runes. 3 for Falcons there, so they do come out on top in that regard. Is that Obs in sentry range? I saw some pings, but I wasn't sure. It must be, right?
Yeah. Crit will kill it.
Look like it could be on the edge.
He's waiting for Monkey King to be in experience range, to share the experience with him. What a good guy. That's a nice support right there. He could have taken the soul experience. this spray on the ground. It's great.
WCYD. It is what it is. A good little bit of catch-up then with that Observer Ward to help out Malrine. And getting some last hits and trying to deal with the boars early with the Boundless, but there's the Michael skills from Nisha himself. Just drag the ball back. Difficult and challenging lane for Malrine to play into.
Okay, I do think the Michael skills are a little bit... He's not looking like Beastmaster is his main hero right now because... yeah, he gave away Jingu while he has boars that can slow the monkey, which should not really happen that easily.
Amar being forced out of lane. Crit also taking a huge chunk of damage here. While Insania sits pretty at full resources still. Still level 1 though, of course, so Insania. Not really able to chuck anything their way just yet with the learning curve. When he hits level 2 though, big stuff happens. It's kind of insane, right? Like, Ogre doesn't have spells, but they're already winning lane just with his body.
Yeah, he's... I mean, it's a big hero. He's big and strong, high armor, pretty good damage as well. 73 damage, level 1, just smacking people. So, it's a hero that can just run at the enemy and start hitting them. And that's what Murta wants. Someone to go first so that she can sit behind and just spam her auto attacks and spells.
Saberlight warming up his hands. He's down to, what, 150 health? Trying to get some last hits out of this lane because it looks pretty difficult so far against the Troll and Pugner. Double range heroes harassing him tremendously well, but the turnaround play from Boxy gets them the kill. Unfortunately, though, that's a trade out as Saberlight drops immediately after. Bottom, crit, dead to Insania. Cracked level 2, threw some spells his way. Level 2 ignite. Plenty.
Again, Bounty Hunter not making a strong case for himself to be a hero. I'm happy we get to see him played, but it's a difficult lane, especially being double melee against Murta Ogre. You can never really focus the Murta on this lane.
So do we expect Crit to... Oh, there's a sentry right there that sees him. So do we expect Crit to courier snipe, drag waves, What the Bounty Hunter doesn't seem to have a place. What does he do? What does he do?
Yeah, I think unfortunately he's gonna fall back on courier sniping is probably the best thing he can do. And you know, if someone, I don't know, maybe me had crit as courier kills on his banner, that would be very good. And perhaps I do. So yeah, go crit. What are you doing lately? Look at the couriers. There's 2 of them. Get him. Oh, that's fantasy points for me right there. I'm getting richer. You know, I need this. I need these points.
Amara's dying in the meantime, though. Oh, he survived. Barely getting away there with his 1 charges.
He survives, but what life is he living right now? He's waiting for his
Courier?
salve to come out again. Oh, that's more points. Oh, it feels good.
Does.
He's gonna farm so many points this game. I can feel it.
Incredible. Well, recovering nicely down in the bottom lane, but yeah, Mars, very low HP. I don't know what he's going to be able to do down here. Waiting for regen to come in. But it's been a long time since I've seen a move like this. This goes back to the old like demon playing Tidehunter days. Cutting into the trees, hiding and leeching experience.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty grim down here. So pretty complete free farm for the Murta with 12 denies. On the other hand, mid lane is going really well for Falcons. I have been paying pretty close attention, and Nisha does not look very comfortable playing Beastmaster. His micro... I mean, listen, there are better Nisha heroes is all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna end there. Top lane,
It's
however...
not a stellar performance in this mid lane.
Yeah. Top lane, however, Skeeter is doing quite well CS-wise, but Saberlight now coming back with high resources after dying once. Has taken over the lane again. He needs it because his fastest are only 8.
That's a challenge. Skitter and Snaking pretty low on their own resources. Gonna try and get that small camp across. And yeah, Beastmaster dragging behind the Monkey King now. A couple of last hits. Deficit. Well, crit has been dusted. Can't invis your way out of this one. 100 health remaining. Insania and Mickey, they've got what it takes. Another kill in that bottom lane, really asserting their dominance in the side lanes. Team Liquid.
Yeah, Insania wants to pull the next creep wave. Want to connect it first, not going to be able to. Have to wait. I think Bounty Hunter's best play right now is to leave the lane. Go somewhere else, look to set up kills. Maybe Beastmaster can die to the monkey mid, or go top. Yeah, he's going to go top instead. There is a sentry. He's going to be spotted if he shows here Boxy. I haven't seen him yet. Now it's on.
Yeah. He's trying to... so hard to be sneaky. He will be able to walk in onto Saberlight and get a stun on him, but cookie away. Off he pops. Meanwhile, Malrine did rotate bottom to kill off Insania.
That was a very necessary move, I think. Finding something down here on bottom lane. Not having Amar just struggle. And that leaves Mickey pretty sad. Without his Ogre in front of him, he does not want to go up and trade hits with the Mars. He doesn't know if Monkey's going to stick around or if Bounty will come back again.
Funny little monkey courier. A little baboon. Marine going to pogo stick back to his tower.
Nisha has the roar available now. Oh, they want Malrine.
He just boundless struck the boar. Nisha with a roar incoming on the tower. Boxy is here, but they've got supports arriving. There's no way you're saving Marine here, so Pugner, Bounty Hunter, both retreating as quickly as they possibly can.
Now with a double damage rune, catapult alive, double creep wave under tower. This tower is starting to fall. And 10 seconds still. He's not even going to respawn in time to defend this.
Oh, tower's gone. Oh, there's Nisha with a DD rune.
And Bloodlust.
First objective of the game. Gonna clear it out. Denying creeps right in front of their faces too.
He's making sure Pugna doesn't get any extra experience on this lane.
Oh, nicely done. There's a nice feather in his cap. And he should even stack up some caps at the same time. It does mean Wisdom Shrine's not going to get contested or anything like that. Saberlight and Boxy guard theirs. Amar gets his. Crit is going to come and scout out some juicy stacks over here, though. The Falcons don't have the best at coming and stealing, but maybe they could contest under this high ground ward.
Yeah, you always want to set up and try and find some jungle vision, see if you can set up for Monkey King to come and gank. He's gonna leech some good experience as Bounty Hunter on the Beastmaster farming jungle. Guess it's level 4. Thank you very much, Nisha. Our experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was this the prisoner's dilemma, but in the jungle? it's better if you... it's better for both of you if you share. I don't think Nisha wants to. Nisha wants to defect. Defect, defect.
Yeah, definitely. He would hit that button immediately.
Courier snipe. More points.
Oh, dude, he got 3 already.
Yep. That's a lot.
Did you know every single courier snipe is 850 fantasy points? That's a
No
lot.
way. That's Aurora in the mid lane. Pugna getting caught out. Nisha gets cookied over. And D-Crap only delaying the demise of snaking in that mid spot.
Good setup, good catch. We have yet to see when the activation towards top lane is going to come from Liquid, but I suspect, you know, it might happen pretty early after the mid tower falls. Meanwhile, Monkey King wants to go and have a repeat of what happened bottom. Sliding down in the shape of a tree.
Maybe a bit challenging to kill Mickey. 14-1 plus pierce the veil. Well, they will have the Mars Arena, right? He's holding points. Is he holding multiple points? 3, 4?
Yeah, he's holding multiple. Yeah, he's got
Is that
2
in case
points.
he needs Bulwark, or what's the...
in case he needs Bulwark rapidly at level 2.
Yeah. Obviously, if he needs Arena and... it's. I mean,
He's holding
1
3
point for
points now.
Arena. Holding 3? What's he doing?
He doesn't need it, man. He doesn't need any ability. He's pretending to be level 4.
Then put stats.
Yes.
Give me stats.
I miss when you could level stats level 1.
Yeah, it was a great time to grief your allies.
Oh,
when
you
they
disconnected. Unlucky, Gareth.
That clip of that, was it Pugna, right? The old school clip? Oh, burned into memory.
I don't know. Anyone playing with Sing Sing, I feel.
Yeah.
Scouting again.
Time. Low HP creeps in that jungle camp, being blasted by Pugna. Insanity's going to come in to try and guard it. And Falcons thinking about turning and fighting this. Arena on the creep, zoning the rest of Liquid out so they can turn onto the Ogre. Saberlight has popped the ulti, so the Primal Split going to work on Pugna. Trading out support for support. While the Wukongs in the arena have been spent, Amar tries to walk back into the Wukongs so Malrine can maybe turn and fight, but there is no fight to be had. A Cyclone on Malrine now finds the Monkey King, thanks to Saberlight, closing the gap onto him with Boxy in tow. They've chased down the Monkey King and they've got tons of damage to put over the top. Beautiful from Liquid.
Yeah, they bring Mickey as well, activating and joining for this fight. Coming in with the dead shot towards the very end. And this will be a quick and easy natural transition to a top tower, which now pushing in with Catapult. Not sure if you defend this without Arena as well. Sure, Brewmaster ulti is on cooldown, but looks like they're actually gonna chill. Mickey is heading back down bottom, says he doesn't want to miss out on the farm that's coming in. We can see the boar getting stuck in this arena. Look at this. Boar. He's the only Radiant player inside the arena.
This is zoning arena. But we see the massive strength of having this Primal Split just outlast everything. Well, Snaking's dead up top, but Boxy's going to get traded out for it.
Oh, Skeeter taking a bit of damage from the burn. The burn from the urn.
Yeah. That's quite a lot. But yeah, like having Primal Split that outlasts Arena and Wukongs, if Liquid are able to bypass these spells, which they did in that last fight, and just keep the fight going that little bit longer, Saberlight can show off.
Yeah, Saberlight was the entire reason that fight was so dominant for them. He's poking again at Skeeter, but this time he has Bounty Hunter behind him. Misses the stun though. Doesn't have the Shadow Walk anymore.
Bonk. Oh, no, it's not bong, it's bing bong. That's what Saberlight would say. Where's the bing bong?
Bing bong. He's got the evasion from the Talisman as well as his Drunken Brawler now, so pretty hard to go on him as a troll and a monkey. Not much you can do. They're going through the gates. They already know.
Here comes the Liquid gank squad. The trio, the 2 supports plus the mid looking to be active. And Falcons trying to do a similar move down into bottom lane with the Monkey King. Well, let's see if Liquid can repurpose that smoke, because they were heading top, and now they're swinging down to bottom to try and protect Mickey. We could have a clash.
Marine
Bottom right-hand corner.
spotted by the creeps. It's pulling them away. Pugna, though, not going to be so lucky to dodge anything here.
No, they sweep all the way across the forest. He does decrypt himself, but he's eventually going to die nonetheless, while Malrine's Monkey King has been found. The kiss is just off the mark for now. He's got his Primal Spring in a second to jump across the canopy, and he's out there. But it's not a comfortable spot for Falcons to be in.
No, Roar was also not expended, so Nisha still has his ulti ready. And by the way, it is Aghanim Scepter on the Beast already. Completed and flying out. So I really like this with Bloodlust, because you more naturally build up the drum stacks really fast when you have high attack speed. So I'm happy he didn't go for the Dominator in this game.
What's it called in music when you increase the tempo? Like volume is crescendo, diminuendo, allegro.
Where's Moxie when you need her music questions? I have no clue, man.
Well, an arena spear onto this Brewmaster. Sableye, what's it, 30 health? 30 health gets off the primal split. Survives the initiation. Now, Liquid, can they bring resources up top to fight back? So it looks like they're turning with Insania and Boxy onto Skitter's Troll. Battle Trance and one charges can only get you so far, and he'll die for this over-eager aggression. Now the Bound Strike in the back, the Monkey King jumps in. Sableye down, they turn onto Malrine with this big, bad Nisha Beastmaster just clapping him down.
Yeah, the issues in the draft that I was talking about are starting to make themselves apparent to Falcons. They don't really have any fights. Their team fight is just super weak. We don't have Diffusal yet on Monkey King. We don't have Battle Fury yet on Trolls, so both of them are very, very weak at this stage of the game. Meanwhile, Brewmaster, he clicks ulti and he's already a powerhouse. Beastmaster, you know, he would have been strong without the Aghanims, but he has Aghanims as well. It's just a power difference right now.
30 health, though. 30 health.
Yeah.
That Talisman of Evasion coming in clutch big time.
Yeah. Well, he's limit testing.
Accelerando, thank you, chat. That's the one I was looking for. That's what they're doing to the Beastmaster. Pick up the pace. Pick up the tempo. Snaking. Ooh. Scatterblast and Deadshot. Off the money. No. Kisses.
Keep duking. Keep duking.
Well, he tries to turn around a life train him. All he could do there. But Liquid, kitchen sink, chucked at the Pugna.
Yeah, they have so many resources, though. They can use a lot to kill a hero, and it's completely fine. Crit stalking. Looking at the Murta. Not using track, because then obviously she would know that he's here. Instead just waiting, biding his time. The little rats, they will strike soon.
They've got to set up for this perfectly, though. Liquid are nearby, but they're not close enough to save the Muerta. Mickey dies so very quickly.
You know, if he was on Strength Threads, he probably would live there. Strength Threads, Magic Stick, ulti. But in Threads...
And then teammates come in.
Yeah, in Threads while pushing a tier 2 tower alone as Murta, even if your team is nearby, that's a little bit greedy.
Confident.
Yes. Yes, he wanted the magic resistance. That's what he wanted. The 1%.
Yeah. That makes sense. It's all space for Saberlight. Pushing up top.
Yep. Saberlight is working towards
ready?
The Radiance. Doesn't quite have it yet, but 1,000 gold and we're...
Arena from Amar. Beastmaster, the primal target here, as they turn around and roar. The Mars, Nisha still alive, burning to Blood Grenade. He's tracked up but survives. Now turning onto Malrine. They've killed off Nisha with crit. The Bounty Hunter does bounce the Shuriken to him, and Amar goes back in with a Gold Rebuke, slaying Mickey, spearing through Saberlight. Amar, the Finder, gets bonus kills that we didn't expect, while Insane is slain off to the right-hand side. We've got a 4-for-1 out of thin air. Falcons just materializing magic.
That was insanely big. The arena was perfect right there. Catching two heroes, setting up. He has the blinding talent, or facet as well, the Bloodsport. We have seen a lot of people play the other facets, but Bloodsport making it hard for him to reinforce and help the two isolated targets. And then just rolling the team fight from there. 3,500 gold gain. Bounty Hunter just smiling as well. Being part of one good fight like that can change your entire game as Bounty.
Oh, what a swing. The Arcane Rune Bounty Hunter as well to start it all off.
Wukongs. Look at that.
The
Arena
circles.
Wukongs. Yeah.
Venn diagram of doom and destruction. It looked like they could maybe kill Malrine and crit there, but yeah, jumping over escaping to statues, and Amar showing that he can just jump in and slay the beasts.
Crit got some really big damage done there. Could track on multiple targets and bouncing it around. Meanwhile, in live, we have Aurora onto the Pug now. Not a massive kill, but using the blink, Nisha picking up the 3 kill.
Now to a dead even game. They were starting to go the way of Liquid, building and building, creating this lead, and looking like they were starting to dominate the map the way they were sweeping across it. But now I guess there's a little bit of a lull where we're waiting for Radiant's Brewmaster, waiting for BKBs to come up for the Beastmaster. I thought maybe Mickey, but Mickey going straight Mjolnir. We'll have to wait a bit for any further
I do think
items.
that, you know, that was a really monumental fight, and now they're kind of, you know, at a fighting shape. They have some items. They have drums on the Bounty Hunter. They have the Blink and closing in on BKB on Mars. But they need to do it again, and that's what they're going to try and do with this smoke. Crit is scouting, setting up on the support.
Yeah, I'll go for round 2. Insania. Tanky Ogre. Not going to withstand Malreen's punishment. And they're thinking about going that high ground, but it's a little bit too spooky heading into darkness.
Yeah, I mean, Amar's pretty happy to go first, feeling confident.
A very stern look on his face, like, hey, okay, my bounty's not going up there to scout, I'll do it. I'll go in, I'll start things off on this Muerta, I'll put the world on my shoulders and get these kills. Amar, with Crit getting run out by Saberlight, but the Wukong's command and now the life drain is there. Crit kept alive a little longer. The Mars turning and fighting into Nisha, spearing and rebuking this Beastmaster down. Malreen is dominating. They've traded out and got some kills off the back end of it, Liquid, but losing 2 cores for a Mars and a bounty doesn't feel good.
Yeah, it doesn't. But they did kind of lose their Murta before that happened, so you could view it as they got 2 kills for losing their Beastmaster, so the last part of the fight was good for them. And now that puts them really close to finishing the Radiance. Just one more creep, and Saberlight is going to have the Radiance complete. Flying out.
Believe me.
Boxy chasing him, shooting his trees.
That is an important point, though, that you bring up, and I guess we talk about it quite rarely. But this, you know, it's like a discrete event, right? The Muerta dying is one event that happens, and then they see another event that could happen and go for that. So the Muerta trade isn't part of the entire parcel of that team fight, right? Is the way we're looking at it?
Because it was a clean pick-off on Murta, and then it's either you fight or not. And they did fight, and they got a 2-for-1 in that separate instance of the fight.
Yeah. So phase 2 was good for, like, phase 1 was bad for Liquid, good for Falcons. Yeah.
Exactly. By the way, there is going to be triple BKB complete on Falcons in just a little bit here. We have BKB on the Monkey, BKB on the Troll, and in just 100 gold, the Mars will have his. So the Murta carry, who's all magical damage, is going to have a really hard time. Even the Radiance Brewmaster will not do that much. They're going Roche. Good timing to take the Roche when Tormentor was being taken by Radiant.
Not the easiest. Really relying on the life drain from snaking. And they might just be giving up on this, honestly.
Oh, yeah. I think Mars can tank it and they can keep going. They don't really know where Liquid are is the problem. We know that they can easily take this Roche. But do Falcons feel confident enough? Liquid have been off the map for a while. If they walk into Vision somewhere, then maybe Falcons will feel more confident. Yeah, Skeeter's backing out. He's like, okay, this doesn't work.
We've got a game full of brigands and bandits. All these highwaymen sitting in the game. What was that? 7 brigands blades being picked up as new, or 6? No, 5. For some reason, I thought the Searing Signets were also brigands blades. I mean, got a glimpse of that. It's all pink and purple and red.
I guess they do say that Pro Dota is very cutthroat, so here we go. All the villains are coming out.
Playing and casting.
I like that all of them have a unique... Oh, no, they have 2 Brawny Brigands. I was going to say all of them have a different type of Brigand's Blade.
Oh.
I like Amar having a mystical Brigand's Blade. So mysterious.
So mysterious. And Searing Signet for Nisha. Gonna come and farm out top. We have a bit of calm here as Liquid reset, get themselves into a position where they're kind of expecting Falcons to make another move. That's the default position when you're against these heroes like Monkey King, Nature's Prophet. You're expecting these termites to come out of the woodwork, appear in front of you as this massed force.
Yeah.
You can never be quite sure where Falcons are striking from.
Yeah, and right now they are rightfully respecting Falcon's power spike. The gold difference isn't very big, but the effective fighting itemization right now is stronger on Falcons. Those BKBs are looking for any excuse to be used. Back into Roche. They saw enough heroes, feel safe to go for this.
This time they should have it. Boxy can maybe scout them and see what's happening, but Roshan has already fallen. And Boxy now on the run back. Oh, Amar is there, right on the edge, catches the 4 snapfire in the arena, and Liquid hands up, say, caught, we're out of here.
Yep, easy pickup. And every single track kill makes a big difference at least, so the pipe is ready as well. They're really itemizing to solve Murta, which is important because they don't have great heroes to deal with Murta outside of the arena.
Are we going on Saberlight, or is Saberlight going on Pugna? It looks like Liquid are making the choice here to play aggressively into these 2 dire supports, but Amar and Malrina here to turn onto Nisha. Well, let's see if they can finish him off. With the troll arriving, they should be able to zone him out at the very least, but Falcons have lost those supports in the backlines. Well done by Liquid to get in there with Saberlight's primal split. And he wants to bite off a little bit more. Skitter with Aegis not the best target, but maybe they could kill him twice? They'll Cyclone and see what they can do with it, but going down to low ground there, far too scary.
Yeah, I think too deep to keep chasing here. There's still Aegis, and they still have Troll ulti. Don't want to overstep, as they don't have Brewmaster or Beastmaster. None of the masteries are available anymore. Greaves has been completed on Boxy, so he has a way to dispel. Very useful for him against the Pugna and the Bounty.
It's Lincoln's o'clock. We're getting all the Lincolns for Falcons. Now spear back Insania. Deja vu here as they initiate on this Ogre, but look at Mickey. Woo, absolutely pummel the Mars with that magic damage. And Skitter running from the Morty Kisses. Falcons a little bit too far forward that time. The Ogre, not an easy hero just to smite.
Yeah, and the multicast stun into Fear just allowed Murta to do so much damage to the Mars before he used BKB. He used it towards the very end as well, so he got the worst of both worlds. BKB on cooldown, lost his 9 seconds charge, and still died to this magic damage Murta. Currently, Murta has an Aghanim's queued up. He bought a Hurricane Pike and sent it out, which I think is super good against the Troll and the Monkey King, but Aghanim Scepter surprises me a little bit. It's not normally a key item for the right-click Murta. A bit more spellcasty, like a mid-Murta.
Yeah. That's cool.
I mean, you do get a lot of dead shots out if you proc a lot of Gunslinger, right? So maybe it's really, really good. I haven't tried this too much, but you get CDR every time you proc your Gunslinger, and Deadshot procs your guns, or increases your Gunslinger chance. Sorry.
Interesting. I'll see how it pays off. And for now, Liquid setting up top, winning. I struggle to call it a fight, but winning the last couple of fights and the way they've done, delaying this Aegis timer on Falcons means Skitter kind of feeling like he's got to get something done with it. Straight down to the bottom tier 2. Will claim the objective, but it's this next move that could be scary for Falcons. Liquid with all the green lights.
DD Rune on the Beastmaster as well. He's gonna hit really hard.
But maybe Malrine can scout them.
From behind?
They're gonna go in. Quick. Amar BKBs. 2-man arena. They roar him up. He got off that BKB off first though, so he can spear them back and run away, while the rest of the team, they're aiming for Insania. Kiss is coming in towards snaking while the Troll goes wild. Cannot hold Saberlight in place though. Anisha on the run away from Skitter, trying to drag him away from the rest of the team. Boxy being hunted, but it's Skitter's Troll. That's the target, the Aegis carrier. And the Primal Split trying to contend with him and keep Nisha alive. As Liquid, they evacuate the area now, realizing it's not a fight to be had.
That fight could have gone so bad if they immediately burst at the Mars. But quick reflexes coming out from Amar. Blinks back, BKBs, arenas to split out the Murta as well. She was outside of the arena, so she couldn't help kill him. And they're not done. Skeeter chasing, still has the Aegis for a little while.
Have they got this? But did Mickey's dead shot the monkey? It does have ulti. Pierce the Veil comes out. Skitter still with that Aegis for 10 seconds. Wants to dive this and use it. They'll get the Mickey kill. And very nicely, aggressively played by Falcons. This game is so delicate. The Muerta, kind of a squishy hero. Troll does have this Aegis, but we can see how quickly he can die within a roar.
Falcons have hit their stride now. They have this fighting lineup with a track and just running at people and trying to stun them and burst them. And it's working out for now.
Have they changed their minds? Falcons had like 3 Lincoln Spheres queued up at one point, but I think now it's just Skitter going for one. Oh no, sorry, just Malrine going for one.
They're all like, yeah, we'll all buy one, dude. Yeah, do it. It's so cool.
And then only Malrine.
It's like, what the hell, guys? What gives? He got baited.
It looks like Mars has shifted to the Refresher, which is much more classic.
Yeah, and then Eye of Skadi on the Troll. That's what he wants. The Beastmaster Shivas could still be a big power spike for Liquid to play around. 2,200 gold. He still needs... He needs, what, 900 gold for Shivas complete?
Liquid are coming. Misha leading out. He's pinging there. As though he's seen someone. Oh, but sneaking just past that barrier of trees. Through the clearing, into the copse of woods, and he's away from there. And Liquid have to show Saberlight mid, which potentially gives up their positioning. And could allow Falcons to reset.
Yeah, but Falcons just dodging for a little bit, pushing out bottom, using the Monkey King. They have good wards on the side lanes, so fighting mid is a bit scary for them. Mid is not an area they have warded up. You can see the vision difference as Radiant have prioritized putting wards on the mid lane. And in the jungle. "29 minutes in. Tormentor's gonna spawn soon, so winning a fight right now almost guarantees that you're gonna get the Tormentor as well. Lincoln's is complete on the Monkey King, leading the way.
Oh, we've got a pretty classic pairing moving out in smoke right now. We've got the sniper and the spotter. Unfortunately, the sniper leaps out of his cover and tries to get them. Of course, we've got 2 spotters actually, Crit and Malrine, both operating as the reconnaissance men.
Yeah.
Going forward and scouting things out.
For now...
With the 23rd Battalion Dota Rangers coming in.
Okay, so Liquid are trying just to get to their key items right now. 200 gold, Shivas is complete, and then the Brewmaster not necessarily going for a key item, he's just farming towards his Octarine core. But I think now is perhaps the time to group up and go.
Yeah, go find a fight. Think about that next Roshan.
Monkey's on him.
Straight onto Nisha. BKB TP. All the damage comes through quickly. He's dead.
Yeah, the end snare is also there. Not gonna be able to get out of that one.
How quickly he drops as well. I'm not even sure that TP would have completed.
No, I don't think so.
It would have been pretty close.
In that short span of time, Troll hit him 9 times. So, the attack speed is there.
That was pretty crazy. But that's a good pick off. 40 seconds, no Beastmaster. So now Falcons can swarm the map, control all 3 lanes, and make this map a pretty limited, scarce place for a Liquid to get any kind of resources. Insanely dying up top, just a symptom of these. Oh, they found Mickey? No way. Amar just leaps across the map. That pins him up against the arena. Teammates are incoming. The body blocks from Amar to refresh back up and got another arena. They're trying to get Mickey back into the base. He's got through the barrier and survived. But Amar is in again. Another arena spear. Can he finish off the job? I don't know about this one. They're diving deep. Mickey near death. Surviving in ethereal form, but dropping shortly after. Saberlight pops his ulti now to try and drag Amar back in, deeper into the base, roaring up the Mars and catching him out of place. But Skitter's arriving. coming. The Mars will not die. Refuses to fall flat, and the dive in from the Monkey the Troll clears out the Nisha Beastmaster. Boxy sent into Fountain. Team Liquid scattered in disarray within their own base. They can't even play Dota. They're just being run at.
I love that Crit is meanwhile pushing the tier 2 tower. The Bounty Hunter with 0 points in Janata. He's gonna be the one dealing the damage. Going for a stats build on the Bounty Hunter. This dive. The problem is, Myrta went for the Aghanim Scepter, so she can't get off. She just gets caught by one arena, and that's it. Cannot BKB TP out. Otherwise, maybe she could have at least stayed alive, but I'm still not really sold on no BKB Myrta.
Yeah.
It feels like BKB plus ulti is this insanely strong combination where you just get to auto-attack people or do whatever you want. And I don't see him doing whatever he wants at any stage of the game if he doesn't have it.
But there was that point of the game, right? I'm looking across thinking, okay, Liquid's BKB timings with the Beastmaster, the Brew with the Radiance, that would be pretty strong. Yeah, Mika going for Ag felt a little odd in the moment. And you're right, we see it come to effect here. Now Falcons, they get a free Roche.
Gonna be one more Roche going their way. Even if it roars, it does not matter. Liquid are not in a position to take over this. And every time they leave base, they have to be worried. There's this Monkey King plus Bounty Hunter combo hunting, looking for them. Even making the Monkey in this Mikke. Again, a fragile target.
No, not again. Do they have protection for him? Insane is Ogre trying his best with Solar Crest and stuns and Ignite, but it's nowhere near enough to survive. Pierce the Veil comes out to play, but Mikke is already dead. 60 seconds, no carry. Aegis in the hands of Falcons on that Troll Warlord. And high ground about to be breached on multiple fronts.
You could have had a BKB.
Could have, yes.
You know, I'm just sitting here feeling the despair. I know there was an intention with the Aghanim Scepter, and he viewed it playing out in a certain way, but they've lost all control in this game right now. Everyone is a free kill. Their base is being attacked on multiple fronts.
Kisses to try and kill the wave. Oh, but the banner is there. Glyphs up the creeps so they can approach, finish off the buildings. The barracks are done.
They'll take
and the
mid lane
structures,
too.
the foundations of Liquid's base crumbling in front of us.
They're cutting mid and bottom creep waves, but there's still a creep alive. This melee creep has to die. The one creep in their base, but they can't get to it. If that creep doesn't die, they're gonna go straight megas here.
Oh, Kevin the creep.
Yeah, he's so important. That one creep hitting the building is so important right now. Backdoor protection would have been enabled if it wasn't for him. But he's just standing there, hitting a Moonwell.
Amara's guarding him. Bulwark. Yeah, step in front of Kevin. Protect him. Well, Liquid going for some kind of last-ditch effort here. I mean, buyback-wise, not much to speak of. Ogre has buyback, nobody else does. So this is a one-and-done situation. If Liquid lose this fight, it is over in this game 2 in its series. And they'll walk up high ground, walk right into Amar. BKB, two-man spear, pins them up against the side of the arena, and the support. Hang on, they heal, they go Scepter, they try and survive, but the TP out is cancelled in time. Snaking picks up a double kill. Saberlights come in there with a primal split, trying to fight back as they buy back Insania, moving Mikke into position, playing up onto this high ground with Nisha roaring up the troll, but they just cannot stick on a target. They're being kited and pushed around. Amar finds the Morata, and this poor Mikke Ghost Lady's about to be shredded, goes into ghost form, but dies nonetheless. Falcons have killed off 3. Saberlight trying to cut waves and do what he can. But Falcons are gunning it, running straight down mid into tier 4s.
Yeah, he's wasting no time. Skeeter is just going for the mega creeps right now. He was going for Throne. Meanwhile, Saberlight not going to be able to get away as there's Monkey King now joining as well.
They've come back to kill him. Any more stuns?
They gotta stop.
Anything to cancel? They've got it. Bound the Strike is there. They do have buyback on this Brewmaster. 70 seconds without him. Probably going to have to pop it. But a tough call when there's 40 without your Muerta, your Ogre. And mega creeps are coming.
Mega creeps. Yeah, you can't prevent this from happening. And the Aegis on Troll is gonna lock onto your tier 4 towers now. And even Beastmaster's gonna get prevented from going home. They're on him. Well, he's going home, but in a body bag.
Buried at sea. And Skitter is on your tier 4s. Well, that's all happening. Monkey and Mars jumping from mid to top.
All 5 of them can be here right now. And they know there's only 3 heroes.
That's
Is this
true.
a last-ditch effort? Go try.
Skitter has Aegis for a minute and a half. They step forward to 3. They've got buyback on 2, like you're saying. And Falcons need a little bit of time to get the Mars and the Monkey King here in position. The calling is dropped. The Skitter BKB is up, though. And he goes straight for the throne, looking to finish this game off with a refresher going. He's got multiple BKB battle trances to just hit the building over and over again. Will die now, though. Aegis gone, but in comes Malrine with Wukong's command. And the throne exposed is going to get pummeled and finished off by Falcons as they turn to close out the series. A 2-0 victory over Liquid, continuing their sparkling form and run against the Liquid side.
Falcons are just playing so good, man. Like, that started out kind of shaky for them. The offlane was completely dead. Crits didn't have any game at all. They, you know, weren't doing fantastic on mid as well, as they lost their mid tower minute 6. Everything was looking like it was going to be Liquid running the show, but then they start bleeding kills here and there. And Falcons, they just make more and more happen. Crit did a great job this game coming back from a like really, really rough start. A lot of the good fights they had were on the back of his shurikens. Like in this fight in particular, the damage. Look at him just sitting here.
Just
gets a nice
bouncy.
position. Yeah, Shuriken gets a kill on the Beastmaster. Then he wraps up, goes up here. Look at Murta. She gets double Shuriken as well, which makes her die.
That's
the Mars jump.
And the nuke damage comes out of nowhere. Bouncing shurikens, flying spears, jumping monkeys. Bounder strikes coming out of trees. This was a very important move, though, right? Amar surviving there.
Yes. Yeah, that could have gone so bad for them. If he died immediately, then Skeeter could have been next. But instead, he survives. He disjointed everyone. Roar got expended on him, so they had no solution to a Troll anymore. And Troll with the Aegis, not even worried. Just frontlining for his team, and we see Pugna undisturbed.
Well, reasonably quick and easy one for Falcons. They've had a lot of hour-long games, 3-game series, and yesterday especially was an arduous effort for them. But continuing this run against Liquid, now I think 8 single games in a row, 4 series in a row, really showing they've got a real hatred for Liquid and they know how to deal with them.
Yeah, or they really like Liquid. They're like, oh, it's Liquid, you know, we get to play them. That always works out in our favor. But they have to feel really good about themselves now on Falcons as they advance up into the next stage, being 3-1. Very good spot to be in.
Yeah, great position for them. Try and dodge away from that elimination zone as we get towards the tail end here on the road to TI. And already, this is day 3. We're about halfway through it. We're getting close. We're getting close to the actual TI main event itself.
Yeah, it's creeping up on us, as we've already said goodbye to a team, and we're gonna say goodbye to more teams as well by the end of today.
Is it 2 more teams?
I think so, right? Yeah, it was 1 eliminated at first and 2 in the next phase, and that's where we said, yeah, we had to look at a bracket earlier. We'll see it later as well, but here we see the scoreboard for this game, of course. Yeah, I don't know, the Murta against Mars is always a tough thing where Arena blocks so much of your damage. And maybe he felt like, you know, they have 3 physical damage heroes, the Skeeter, Troll, the Monkey King, the Mars. I don't want to go BKB. There's not that much spell casting. But if you don't go BKB, you just get controlled. And you can't leave Arena even, which is basically the Hell in a Cell. He's just dead in there.
The Hell in a Cell, the Venn diagram of destruction with the Wukongs and the Arena on top of each other. I guess, yeah, looking at this as it felt quite all in on this Murta with the steroids, the buffs you've got there, the front line trying to push forward and keep the Murta safe. You know, I guess maybe through a formation, Liquid thought that they could keep Murta alive without BKB.
Yeah.
But Amar just absolutely shut down any ideas of that. Standout player there.
I think the triple BKB itemization as well, all of them going for BKB as their second item and getting it at around the same time, and then making power play, taking the Roche, making moves, being aggressive, while Liquid's draft just hadn't really crystallized into effective fighting for him yet. I think their heroes are really strong, but you do need the backup of itemization that's ready to fight, and I just didn't really see that.
A rough one for Liquid. They have to go to the drawing board. Get there, 3-4 coaches to figure out what went wrong. And how do we defeat
You can have
Falcons?
one coach each flaming your players on the team. It's like all getting scolded. You messed up here.
Well, they've got it's a little chip on their shoulder, monkey on their back, whatever it is. They've got to figure out how to deal with it. You know, Falcons, they're going to have to fight against them, play against them through tournaments throughout the year. I mean, at TI, I'm sure they'll meet each other again at some point if things go their way. But there we go, wrapping up our first series of the day. A 2-0 victory for Falcons, getting themselves a nice result. Liquid a little dejected after that loss, though, of course. But plenty more Dota to come, and like Wildcard was saying, some teams to be eliminated later on today. But we've got the short day. We've got the short day today. That's our series done. 2 more here on the C stream coming up with B-Cop and Zach taking the mic. So make sure you stick around for the rest of the Dota. We'll see you tomorrow.
Dire victory.
Hello and welcome back here. It is the Road to the International, and we are continuing on with this day. We've got a really good series coming up your way. It's Heroic against Tundra in what should be a fun series. And I say that because, honestly, I think so far every series has had its fair share of excitement. We have looked at plenty of series at this point by day 3, and I think every series has been fun. I don't know if you agree with that, though.
I mean, it's TI. These are the best teams in the world with the biggest desire to win. Like every Dota player wants to win TI, get your name on the Aegis, even non-pro players, right? It's like the daydream, like, what if I was also at TI competing, right? Like all these teams want to be here, and so you hang on as long as possible with your best effort. Which always leads to these fun games, which earlier you guys saw Falcons versus Liquid here. That was also a great series, though it was a 2-0. Tundra, which has been playing all best of threes, like full game series versus Heroic is what we're going to watch next, which has only been in 2-0. So I'm kind of curious whose power is going to shine here. We're going to get the full series or just the quick 2-0s, and then we're going to finish up with Team Spirit versus Aurora at the end.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how these series go. You know, they kind of mean a little bit, but at the end of the day, both these teams do have their shot at the elimination series, whether they win or lose. So I'm curious to see what kind of drafts maybe we see. Is this like, now that you're 2-2 and you're looking at elimination round anyway, why not go for something maybe a little bit out of the box or something maybe a little bit more out there than what we've been seeing, because we have seen a fair share of heroes. Like, this has not been the boxed in hero pool that I think a lot of people thought it was going to be, especially coming into this, and, you know, some events having some pretty, like, small amount of picks. I think we've really kind of found a good balance in all these heroes that have been picked so far. So I'm hoping that we see something a bit more out there. Yeah, I was looking at all the series from Tundra, and all of them have been these 2-1 long ones, as even their series against Yakutou, it was 3 games, but none of those games went over 40 minutes, so that was pretty quick for a 3-game series. But we take a look at the introductions here of a team that, honestly, I'm maybe a little bit surprised that they're at 2-2 so far.
Well, to be fair, Toby, that we just saw on screen, he is standing in for them. An unfortunate last-second switch out with Whitemon, who is unable to make it here. So Toby, he's a great player, but of course having that last-minute stand-in is always going to maybe throw you off a little bit. So frankly, the fact that they got a stand-in and are still 2-2 is a pretty big testament to the team, to the strength of them, that even, you know, you have to make that change. You're still an amazing team. But like you said, you know, I think originally would have even hoped to go even higher, and I think a lot of people would have expected that. But I think they are finding their form, and that's why I think they'll still, like, both of these teams will still try really hard here, ignoring the fact that the 3-2 teams will play the 2-3 teams. So on paper, there's an advantage, even though you're not going to feel super comfortable anyhow going into that. Like, if you've made it that far, you're still going to be a very scary team. But I think the more games you play fully serious, not too exploratory, like, you can explore as part of improving if that's what you think you need, but you don't go anywhere too crazy, because you just need to be in your best form going into the elimination match. But then you don't only want to make it past that, you want to win TI. So you need to keep finding all your best strats. For Tundra with a stand-in, like what works best between all of us. And for Heroic, they started off kind of rough, right? 0-2, but then have picked up the 2-0, but arguably versus the weaker teams a little bit. Wildcard and Boom is who they beat to win. Those two teams now playing for elimination on another stream. So Tundra is now, I would say, a step up from those teams. So were they finding their form? Are they now looking better? You know, maybe just day 1 was rough. This is the true test. Whether, even if you're not going to be eliminated just because you lose to Tundra, like, you still want to beat them just to, yeah, we're getting into form, guys. You know, we can do this.
Yeah, it's not the easiest road in this series, as, you know, you're kind of alluding to. They lost to PVISION and they lost to Na'Vi. I mean, 2 teams that are certainly doing pretty well so far. And it's interesting to just kind of see what they want to do or what they can find in this series. The one thing that maybe I'd like to see from Tundra is finding that draft that allows Toby to be the best stand-in he can be. And taking maybe this moment to kind of do that. That's why I'm a little bit thinking that it could be exploratory. Is just like, hey, you know, we can use this. Obviously, there's been a ton of scrims during the entirety of the event and prior to the event when everybody came in. But I would like to see, because we've seen Toby as a stand-in before, and he did really well. So, you know, if you can unlock that Toby power, I think Tundra is in for a run. And that's really what I'm kind of hoping to see from them. But for Heroic, you know, this isn't an elimination series, but to me here, a win here is a prove-it win. You know, you're looking at Heroic, who, like you said, had wins against Boom and Wildcard, who are in elimination series right now. You need to show that, you know what, we can beat these top teams at TI, and if you can do it here, it's definitely one of those momentum builders going into the elimination round to maybe drive them into getting into that main stage part. So we'll see what they do with this draft. The ban's pretty standard so far. No Nature's Prophet ban just yet, which is always scary to me. But we'll see what Tundra want to finish his first phase with, as we see the most banned heroes as 1, 2, 3, and 4 of them. The only one who's not been banned so far is that Nature's Prophet.
Ooh. Maybe you ban here, and then I'm curious what Tundra goes for. They have been emphasizing the Invoker more than any other team. Sometimes first picking it, but you don't have to. You can save it later. And so, for example, they are going to grab the Nature's Prophet you just called out here for themselves, which doesn't usually make it through. I would say the Silencer is usually not here in these first phase bans. You take, you ban Nature's in that spot and maybe take the Silencer yourself, which is exactly what Heroic has done in a lot of their games, grabbing the Silencer as the first pick. So that's why Tundra is bumping that up in priority. And they'll get the Natures themselves, banning out the Dawnbreaker, and that's the global response to try to match the Dawnbreaker. So we'll see what Heroic wants to go for now. I don't think they're going to pick it here, but down the line, keeping Timbersaw in mind. Whisper is such a good Timbersaw player, and that is pretty good hero at finding the Natures, who is often hiding in these trees, making him annoying. Just like you have to be really careful when you go split push, lest a Timber show up and nuke all your health down immediately.
Yeah, that's not fun.
Yeah, and I do think for Heroic, if you guys haven't, caught them playing, Whisper is from the offlane, but he plays like a carry, not in the way that ATF does. Like, he still does the traditional offlane stuff, but he just does it so well if given a good game. That he's kind of the star player that they try to enable with a later pick in the draft. Though Batrider is something he will pull out if he thinks it is a good matchup. The rare core Batrider. But it is just a good support if you want to grab it now. You can find that Nature's in the trees, which is always a useful skill to have, whether it's a core or support Nature's Prophet.
It's also one of those things that means that BKBs aren't exactly going to be the most safe ways to get out of fights or be in fights. Especially we've seen in the past, Nature's Prophets try to BKB sprout TP out, and they're unable to do that with Batrider in the game. And we've also seen how aggressive Batriders are at the beginning of the game, having that level 1 Flame Break, where if you're the position 4 and you're there with an aggressive 3, which Whisper can be, why not make that jump and play aggressive with a Batrider also in that lane? And that can be very problematic for a Nature's Prophet if it's the 1 position. Kind of ready to see what's next here as they go to the Tusk and the Clockwork. So 2 entry heroes. Tusk gets that Blink Dagger. He wants to blink in or snowball in or have a way to initiate. Clockwork obviously has hook shots, so some long-ish ranged initiators that are getting banned in this moment.
Yeah, the heroes that KJ and Schofield are both very good at as well. And you also kind of know you want a melee hero on the other support when you've got this Batrider. Whether it's the support Batrider, which is most likely, then you get another pairing in like a melee support, so you can both do different things. in these fights, but in case there is that core Bat Rider, you would want to pair that with a melee hero. So I think that's some smart preemptive protection for your potentially carry Nature's Prophet, which has looked really good. Even if you are countered in the lane and you struggle a little bit, you tend to get by, do those rotations, and then the late game Nature's Prophet is still really scary because you get to that 25 and you're just all over the map. We saw that yesterday in our series. Suddenly you hit 25 and you're gaining an item every 3 minutes.
Yeah, we saw that, and that was pretty disgusting. And all of a sudden, you're just like, oh, I've got a Satanic Daedalus and a Moonshard that I've devoured as well, which is kind of insane. Bane's been a pretty popular pick. We've seen this support. It gives you some good single target lockdown. A lot of it, honestly, with usually skipping Enfeeble, having Brain Sap, and Nightmare at level 4, 6.5 second lockdown, plus Fiend's Grip means that you're kind of in this harsh position where there is time to react and there is time to set up when you've got that 12 seconds of lockdown for Bane. But they try to get some initiation, some lockdown of their own, and they're going to pick this Sand King for Tundra, and that's going to be a hero that even if you do have a bad lane, can back up and just kind of farm away.
Yeah, you can flex this between the mid and the off lane too, so you're not revealing too much. And the stun will give you plenty of time for the Nature's Prophet to rotate in to help out. So could Glimpse and Kinetic Field, which is also why I think the Bane pick is actually pretty heads up to steal that away from Tundra. It's one of the better heroes to set up for the Nature's Prophet, but also the Invoker that they really like to pick for BZM. It's easy sun strikes throughout the map. So you also protect your Bat Rider, right? You try to go Blink Lasso, and then suddenly there's a Nightmare save. Your whole game plan's out the window at that point.
What do Heroic want in response? It's the Warlock. Okay, and into a Spectre right on after.
That means we're seeing some core Bat Rider guaranteed now. I don't know what lane. I think the off lane. With the Bane most likely. That's really not a lane duo we see very much right now. Warlock Spectre. Is that the first Spectre pick? Did we?
Yeah, that was the first Spectre pick.
Okay. So usually this hero has a really weak laning stage, which is exactly why they pair it with the Warlock. Just kind of gets you through any lane matchup possible because you use Fatal Bonds to harass the enemies while shadow wording your own carry. So you get through the lane. And then speaking of those global heroes that, Dawnbreaker's the other one that we usually think of right now because she's so strong in the meta. Spectre is one of those heroes, just in a much worse spot by most people's standards. But I think it was even, I don't remember if it was last TI or the TI before that. We did have one where Spectre was pretty good, and we were seeing a lot of Spectre versus Nature Prophet carries. The advantage to Spectre is that in a fight, she shows up pretty much instantly with a Shadow Step, whereas Nature's has to spend the time channeling in the right spot, and if he's wrong, he's in a terrible spot, he can't move again, he's a very immobile hero. If he changes his mind, he's got to start the channel again. So it takes you a moment to enter the fight. This is where Spectre might have already killed a hero in that time, and suddenly you TP into a fight that's 4 versus 5. So if you can get through the laning stage and you're slow early game, I would favor a Spectre typically, but she is... That's a big question mark. There's a reason this is the first Spectre pick of the tournament. It is not very strong right now, especially as you get run at by a Bristleback.
Yeah, the Bristle's the tough part, but they do have the lockdown for this hero, right? Like, they've got Lasso, they have Fiend's Grip. If you hold this Bristle steady for a long enough time, like, he's not going to feel that strong. And it looks like, well, I guess it could be 1 Nature's Prophet, 2 Sand King, 3 Bristle. But they can switch up. This is a pretty flexible lineup still. Curious to see what Spectre wants to build, too. Like, is this an Orchid game for Spectre? Jump in, Orchid somebody, have that extra, kill potential. with the Orchid burn and making sure that somebody like a Nature's Prophet can't get out of a fight?
I would prefer that. I'm not a huge fan of the Radiance build. If you have an amazing laning stage, sure, but that's pretty rare for a Spectre at Pro Dota right now. I think the Orchid Manta is what allows you to pick people off randomly on the map, and you have to be so scared of showing anywhere if you are Tundra, especially these supports. You know, Disruptor's just going to die. If this is a nature support, right, he's scared too. The Sprout does not save him because she can just phase through the trees with her Spectral Dagger.
You could still swap this all around. Like, I'm curious to see what the ban is here for Heroic. And it ends up being a Shadow Demon. They ban Faceless Void, thinking maybe, you know, you swap the Sand King to the offlane and and Bristle ends up, or Sand King mid, Bristle offlane, Nature's Prophet support. You could do that and have the Faceless Void join you in the one position. You could Nature's Prophet support Bristle safe lane. We've seen Sand King off lane, pick a new mid. There are options here for Tundra.
Both those bans protect the Batrider off lane too, so yeah, make sure he has a good game.
And there's
Go
the
for the
Pugno
Pugno
that we've seen a lot of teams struggle against. Having that battery is just tough.
It is a good way to save, say someone gets lassoed or Fiend's gripped, right? You can, as long as your positioning's good, you can heal them up, try to keep them healthy. Spectre won't have an easy way to deal with that until you get the Orchid and then eventually a Nullifier later on. So yeah. I would favor that even more now to go that route.
Not to be a body language analyst, by the way, but that Pugna got picked, and Yuma had his hands on his head for a split second and gave this, like, oh boy, kind of look.
Well, I do think he's the one playing the Spectre, and he wants this game to drag on. You know, he wants to get to that late game, and it's like, oh, there's going to be a Pugna blasting. My team's going to ask me to help, and I don't want to, oh my god, we got a Pudge.
All right. I am ready for this Pudge.
They played an offlane Pudge in their opening series versus PVISION that had a good start, and then we started casting, I think, so I didn't catch the rest of it. But they didn't end up winning that series. I'm curious if they put it there again, because actually mid Pudge is a little bit more common right now. I know that's crazy to hear, especially in pub players. They're like, please don't bring this into my life. But mid Pudge was doing good versus several matchups, but it is going to be the offlane Pudge again.
That is an interesting.
You got a nightmare setup.
This is the exploratory draft that I was kind of hoping for. I thought it might come from Tundra more so than anything, but it's coming from Heroic. First time in the tournament picking Spectre. You've got offlane Pudge. I mean, I'm kind of ready for this. I'm happy.
I mean, I'm happy. It's people don't like seeing Pudge in their pub games, but I feel like everyone loves seeing Pudge in the pro games. It's always fun, whether they wins or they loses.
Yeah.
This is this feels like such a pub draft, I gotta say, which is I feel like that's how Heroic rolls. They have a lot of hero specialists, so the last pick tends to be pretty good for them because they'll surprise you with something. But also, maybe they just go full brawl with 4 heroes, I would say. Well, 3 heroes mostly, like the Pudge, Bane, and Batrider. Like, once they get past the lanes, like, we're going to find anybody, and then Yuma, you just show up with Shadow Step, right? Just pop in. We'll always have a numbers advantage for quick pickoffs, especially if we find this Nature's. Like, being Nature's Prophet carry, trying to farm the jungle is so scary now. It's like, if Batrider's missing, I could die. If Bane's missing, I could die. If Pudge is missing, I could die. You have to be so careful now. And the rest of Tundra's got to make space for him so that he doesn't feel that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, this is just once Spectre gets to 6, expect maybe some join-ins. I'm still hoping to see that Orchid first item here for Spectre. If I feel like, you know, if the lane's good enough, you get that Orchid, you have yourself a quicker 6, you're able to jump into something like this. That's what I'm kind of seeing, at least from Heroic. On the other side, I think you just kind of you know, bide your time, farm a little bit. I don't think life is that hard. If you're getting picked off, you can still kind of go to these outer rings, farm, and eventually I feel like you hit your timings. Like Tundra, just it's kind of this, are you really going to get overwhelmed enough where your base is being taken in a time where you're unable to respond, right?
Yeah, they have time. They don't have to rush it in the lanes, but you don't want to go too late versus Spectre, right?
Yes.
It's always a pain. So I feel like the lanes should go their way. That's the dicey thing about Pudge, right? Very literally hit or miss. If the Pudge connects the hooks, it's a good lane. If he doesn't connect the hooks, it's a very bad lane. So off of that, you can kind of see how things go. And if Tundra's winning the lanes, they can start running down towers with a Nether Blast. Otherwise, you know, you get your items. You get the blinks, you get the, you know, whatever bristleback items he decides he wants this game. Get going before the Spectre is online. But maybe we're going to start with a 5-on-5.
I will say I'm a little concerned about what Yuma kind of has queued up here. Helm, Radiance. I don't know. I was kind of hoping for that. Let's get started early. Orchid kind of fighting Spectre build, but you know, this is the long road. At least this, what he's got queued up is the long road.
I thought we might see the Blade Mail. Okay, that's a good D ward. And very unusual spot to place. They actually commit 2 observers for this, hoping to find a hook and a kill. They'll just settle for the D ward, and it looks like they'll get out from here. I thought we might see the Blade Mail on the Spectre, because it's a pretty decent Blade Mail game. But Helm Dom's interesting.
Seems like everybody's getting Helm the Dominator, and even Spectre's on that train. Toby might be in some trouble.
It'll speed her up, and the armor is good, but you can't bring the creeps when you shadow step, which is the funny
There's
part.
nowhere to go. Oh God, Toby, you are locked in here. And that will be first blood for Schofield, and then a very late hook from Whisper.
Maybe he's hoping Nature's is hanging around, you know? If you hook Nature's there, he has to TP out. There's no escape. I don't know.
And then his lane feels pretty terrible if he has to maybe, you know, get TP or TP out. But he's got this Sprout to start. Mid lane, it is Batrider against this Sand King. How does this matchup go?
You always have to be careful of the Batrider. If he builds up a couple napalm stacks and then runs you down, you're always scared of that. And because a lot of your damage just comes from the burning from the spells, you don't care as much about this Sandblast blind chance in the middle of Sandstorm. So Sand King will have to be careful to start, but eventually you'll just shove out the lanes and then go jungle to avoid the Batrider. For example, look how much damage he's going to take. Which, by the way, guys, if you only watch TI, you're tuning back in. 12 stacks of Napalm. Napalm got changed to stack twice per cast, and they doubled the max. So it's like 6 stacks, which is still a lot, but I feel like I am still getting used to that change where I will see like 10 stacks and be like, that's crazy. Oh, wait, no, it's just half the stacks, right?
Yeah, I'm still doing the same thing. I'm right there with you. Ooh, TPing out. Ooh, boy. Okay. Salas, you need to be pretty careful about that.
I mean, the Nightmare hook setup is legit good, especially with Sleepwalk. Right before, you just keep in the creep wave. Even if he nightmares me, the creep will protect me. He's going to make you move out of the creep wave into the hook. And sure, your support can take it off of you, but then your support's going to get hooked. Ah, here's another one.
Here it is. Nightmare, and all right, no
commit
hook,
to it.
but Schofield is now the one who's actually in trouble to go right for Crystallis and then get the kill. He held that hook, and I questioned it for a second, but now, you know, it turns into 2 kills, and that is a double kill for Whisper on this Pudge. This lane is already starting to feel quite nice.
Dude, this is hype. No bias here, but I cannot help but feel excited and happy when I see a Pudge doing well in a pro match.
Pudge in my pubs, I'm angry.
Despair.
Pudge in my pro games that I'm casting, I'm giddy. I'm ready. I'm happy. I'm sitting in my chair, legs swinging in the air. You know, like I like it.
Yeah, Heroic fans definitely gonna be excited about it too. This is Pudge 2-0-1 already. 3 flesh heap stacks. Top of net worth. I know it's kind of early for that, but Pudge at top net worth is not usually the fastest farming hero, so that's a good place to be.
And it's not like this goes away, right? Like, there's always going to be Nightmare, and it's just going to get worse because now you only need a level 1 in Nightmare. Brain Sap's all of a sudden level 2. There's more damage coming your way. This is not what you want to see. This is why I want to duo queue with people, too, so I can be the Bane and be like, I'm setting up. Hook, please.
I'll miss a hook on a Nightmare target. Watch me.
Oh, no. Please don't.
Dude, I'm saying the same thing as I throw the hook out. Please don't miss. Please don't miss.
Yuma was putting some damage down onto 33, who is Fatal Bonds up, as we've got a split here with Schofield. And 33, he's actually pretty low with the Shadow Word on him, but Shadow Word's going to run out, and he's going to start to heal up. He's also got that Ring of Health, so that extra 4.5 health regen. Still looking at Helm and Radiance, and I'm curious to see if that's what they commit to. Ooh, Nightmare pulled off. Now Toby chased by Whisper, and he's got Hook, which he could throw at the Nature's Prophet
Whisper.
afterwards. The Brain Sap, Whisper's just killing it right now. Another double kill.
Whisper is 4-0-1. I mean, not to take it, also Schofield's doing amazing, right? It's the two of them together, but 5-0 right now, and it's all the Pudge and the Bane. This is exactly what you want from your last pick, Pudge, because now he's going to be rich. He's going to be able to make space for this Spectre, going for that Helm of the Dominator into the Radiance, like you said.
Oh, Whisper.
Oh, my God. Whisper.
Whisper. The Nightmare, the Glimpse, Toby. Oh, boy. Yeah, they're going to glyph the creeps. That's a kill for Schofield this time. I mean, Whisper's 4-0-2. He's got 2 double kills. Hit him with the Angel Reese because he's got that double-double. And, I mean, this is a lane that I don't even know if you can show back up to.
No, Nature's is jungling, man. He is level 3. He's at a camp. He's like, yeah, no, thank you. I don't have boots. I don't have escapes. I don't want to be hooked anymore. I'm out of here. But you're not going to be a very fast jungler at level 3. So a very successful top lane for Heroic. Looks like Analog's trying to steal some stacks over here.
He might be in a bit of a bad position. Burrow Strike with the Sprout, and 3 heroes are here. Tundra just pick up Analog.
It was a greedy play with a lot of payoff. You know that Soxa's been stacking for, well, whether it's the Bristleback or the Sand King doesn't really matter, right? You just know he's going to stack for those heroes. So if you can actually steal it away, it's another huge win for you. This time he does get punished, and some very much needed recovery for Crystallis showing up to that gank.
Whisper's got a free lane, and he's just picked up an Ogre Axe. He's looking to just go Ag's first item.
It's actually really good versus Pugna because of the reduction in the heal, also versus the Soothing Saplings. It's actually just free up here. They've just abandoned that lane.
Yeah, I mean, the tower. You'll get the tower. You'll get the gold. You can't really react at the moment.
No, and because you have so much space, Schofield heads into the jungle, gets a deep ward down. The Spectre isn't level 6 yet, but their lane has also been going fairly well. So already 5.5. That means the natures that you know he's jungling in there trying to avoid that Pudge. You're going to know exactly where he is for ganks or just shadow stepping in. 71% accuracy? I've never hit that high in my life.
Round that up. That's 100% with what we've been seeing.
That's NA math, right? He's never made a perfect 5.
Oh, come on!
Bump that number up, baby.
Whisper from downtown, baby. Hits that hook. Yeah, give me the number again. Oh, man. All right, Whisper. Oh, man.
That ward paid off.
From the Jimmer range. I mean, Jesus.
And now he's looking to bump that number up again. He's gonna smoke in with that deep ward, head to mid. Though you should know this is happening something like this on Tundra, because that's a free lane top, and suddenly he's leaving it without taking the tower. So they should be careful. BZM is hanging in the trees, knowing to be careful, but still wants the rune. This is gonna be the death of him.
Oh, all right, BZM,
Unless they don't see
epicenter
him.
attempt. See what they can get out of this. Whispers feel so strong. Fatal Bonds come out. BZM is gone. Toby, he is gonna drop. That's 2 kills here, and 33 shows up, but he's surrounded. Oh gosh, Chaotic Offering, 8 minutes in. Not sure they thought that KJ had that kind of farm. Spectral Dagger from Yuma gets the kill. And that is 3 for the side of Heroic.
Whisper TP top. He's gonna find this Nature's. Bump that number up.
Oh God. Hooks on hooks. It is gonna be, oh,
that was close.
Just getting away.
Dude, every stat item he bought saved his life right there on Nature. 77.
The numbers keep going up. Those 2 branches made sure Crystallis survived. Every attribute mattered.
But he did have to TP home, and because it's so early, teleportation's still a pretty long cooldown. So it is continuing to slow down your farm on this Nature's, who's usually a pretty stable laner thanks to the healing from Soothing Sapling. He's behind a Spectre, notoriously weak laner Spectre. She's got her Helm of the Dominator. She's farming. She's second on net worth behind the Pudge.
Yeah, the high percentage Pudge. This
also,
guy.
there's a Bat Rider in the game. He hasn't had to do anything.
No, he's so happy. He's not even going Blink Dagger. He's like, he'll just hit hooks. I'm fine. I'm going Boots of Travel.
It's gonna be even more global pressure from the side of Heroic with that. 7 stacks from Pugna. Yeah, I mean, we were saying, right, Tundra knows they're not planning to go late game, but you can kind of go for the mid game, right? So you're not in a huge rush here. Stack up, hit your item timings, which I think is still the plan. It doesn't really change now that your safe lane got destroyed. It is still the Bristle and the Sand King who need to hit their items and make space, and that will be your recovery plan.
Gosh, we are talking heavy recovery plan. To be fair, 2,000 net worth lead, not that big, but it is what is kind of lurking in the timeline, right? That is a little bit scary. The Ags pick up power burst. That's going to come through from the Pudge. How quick this Radiance is going to come in for the Spectre. Bat Rider now, level 8. He's like, oh, lockdown doesn't matter. I don't need a blink. I don't even need to skill up lasso right now. I've got a level to use, but I'm not even going to put it into it. He had a level and he put it into the Firefly.
It is technically, 3K. It's not the end of the world, but it's also verse Spectre, right? It's like when an Alchemist is 2,000 ahead as a team, you're like, oh, they're ahead. Yeah, but it's an Alchemist. You're supposed to be a lot more ahead.
Yeah.
So that's the real scary thing for Tundra. And I think that number is going to keep growing because they're slowing down a little bit as they try to finish up this Ags on the Pudge. There are some stacks in the triangle for him, though. He would think it might go to the carry or the mid. He just wants to finish his Ags. Give him the stacks. Get him some help from the Warlock so he can sustain through it. Kill the Sand King while you're at it.
Ooh, Burrow Strike and the Life Drain bailing. So Yuma goes back to bottom.
Here comes Pudge.
Can he hit a hook? Oh,
Spotted.
He's seen, yeah. Watcher ends up spotting Whisper. Not going to be taking any chances from downtown, but he'll throw... See, okay. He throws a hook, he hits a catapult creep, he gets the gold, but that counts as a miss in the percentages. I don't know if that's fair.
We'll need to manually adjust the stats a little bit, perhaps.
We're gonna have to go back to the statistics post game and fix this. Smoke attempt here from Tundra. They've smoked up BZM as well as Saksa. Let's see.
He wants to steal
these center to steal these stacks. Maybe fight. A chaotic offering comes in. That stops the life drain. Sox is in trouble. All these creeps hitting away as well as the fatal bonds. They'll end up trading supports. And now BZM, he's going to be dismembered. But KJ dies. Still worth it here. A 2 for 2. That favors the side of Heroic with Whisper getting a kill.
That almost went even better because as Whisper hooked the Bane, trying to save him, Spectre shadow stepped in, blocking the hook. I don't know if we'll count that as a Pudge miss or not, but it cost the Bane his life. They still kill the Sand King and the Pugnan though, and I think they get most of the stack from that. I think he managed to get some on the Sand King, but not very much. And the Ags is now done on the Pudge.
Yeah.
That fight gets him, you know, a third of the way to the Blink Dagger real fast too.
That is feeling pretty good for Heroic. This is one of the fastest farming Pudges I've seen. I mean, he's having a lot of success.
Looking for a little more.
Now, looking for somebody to come over to the 14-minute shrine. That's what they're really looking for. And it might just be 33. Smoke gets broken, and this Watcher should have eyes. And let's see. Oh, okay. Come on. They've also got a lasso happening at the same time, and a Soxa. Well, they get the Fiend's Grip on a 33 with the Ags. There's no chance for 33.
Immediately TP's over to secure his own Wisdom Shrine that Toby is trying to steal. Oh, good glimpse, Toby. They have Shadow Step still, though.
Yeah. He almost got it. If he was a little bit closer in getting it, the Electromagnetic Repulsion almost pushed the Spectre out where he had a split second that if the timer was a little bit shorter, he could have gotten it. But this is just all going the way of Heroic.
The level 9 Warlock.
Yeah, the early Black Rim War that gave him level 6 at 8 minutes was kind of... I mean, it's been really impactful. Let's just say that. Epicenter attempt, and this is going to be onto the Bane. Schofield Nightmare, and will eventually die. All 5 heroes here for Tundra to get a kill on a Bane.
You also get the mid tower, which you certainly need. But getting the support with a 5-man rotation does not feel the greatest. They immediately all scatter back to farming, though. And this is one of the nice things about the Nature's Prophet. Usually the 5-man rotations punish you because you lose a lot of map efficiency, but Nature's, right, he has a teleportation. He goes straight back. So it's not as inefficient as pretty much any other hero. And I think you kind of have to make those kind of plays when it's 15-4, right? You can't bring 3 heroes and then get out-rotated and fall even further behind.
Wrath of Nature, grab some gold. Owner first. Relic has been picked up for Spectre.
EZM's been spotted up here. Shadow Step's available. Bane's on the way. Pugna's ready to save him with the heals, though.
Just can't be positioned too close, or the Chaotic Offering makes your life very difficult. And this Ob sees them, so they're going to bail. They need to get out of there. They've done just that, though. They get out of there. They don't end up losing anything. Maybe a little bit of the timing slowed down for a second for the Pudge, who hasn't bought out on the Blink Dagger yet, but is holding on to 2,900 gold. So he's thinking maybe something else. Do I save up the gold and change it up here?
If you get a BKB, I don't think you can possibly die. If you get Shivas, you amp your own damage, which is already ridiculous right now, and the Radiance is about to be done on the Spectre. We were talking about the, you know, oh, what if it's a slow game? Having a free time, has the Helm of the Dominator. Radiance going to finish up around, 17.5 minutes. That's a really good timing. My pub Spectres rushing the Radiance don't even have it right now, so it is a very good timing for the Spectre that you could then amp with the Shivas, your Bat Rider's magic damage as well. So we'll see what he's deciding, because he's at 3,000 right now.
Yeah, I guess it's a question of whether or not you want to go to the Shivas, or do you want to have yourself that double BKB timing? Because Bat Rider's about to finish his BKB, and Pudge just about has the gold for it. So would you rather a double BKB timing to just kind of make sure you feel safe in these fights and go? Or do you amp the damage, right?
He's probably also thinking, you get the blink to help you initiate. He's like, I barely miss hooks. Like, what's the point? I'll just throw the hook to initiate.
33 and BZM over here, and now They will use that Shadow Step. It gave them a little bit of vision there, and that's followed up by the Fiend's Grip that comes through from Schofield to get the kill on a BZM. Soxa dies to Yuma. Also picks up 60 more gold, taking the Nether Ward. And immediately TP's mid to get more farm. Has this Radiance online, heading towards that Yasha, and I believe has already bought, yeah, that Blade of Alacrity. So really just the gold influx is coming in here for the side of Heroic. And with that, surpasses the Pudge, who's having an amazing game up to this point.
Still undecided on his item, though. I mean, when you've got double the money necessary for a blink, I have to imagine he's skipping it for now and just keeping it in the quick buy in case he wants to get it later.
That's what I would assume. Maybe they game plan differently, or if they're like, hey, we're gonna smoke, we want you to have blink. All right, I'll pick up blink.
Yeah, there it is, straight BKB.
The full BKB, so they'll have this double BKB timing.
I think it's really hard to die now. A lot of the damage comes from the epicenter on the Sand King, you know, maybe get trapped in the static storm, stuff like that. Now you're just not going to care.
And again, Analog, he's got BKB, so he's going to get the pull in here. And BZM is going to be Shadow Stepped. He has no way to escape. You think you're out, but you've already used that Burrow Strike. There's nowhere for you to walk to really get yourself any distance away from these heroes.
Schofield has been hunting up here. He is constantly in this area.
He's constantly hiding in those trees. And now they're the ones who have that vision in that little river area by that ancient camp. Pudge, meanwhile, taking a tier 1 mid.
Usually a support on their own just isn't that scary. But
so much time of control. And then, right now, it's only 4.5 seconds on Nightmare. But you've also got the Fiend's Grip. If you're able to hold that, it can, you know, you're doing a lot of damage. Spectre doesn't have to show up immediately with the Shadow Step. But it does give so many of your heroes time to respond to anything that you catch. We're going to send 4 heroes over to get this Tormentor. Ooh, instead, they'll Shadow Step, they'll TP bottom, they'll look as they're trying to get more than just this Toby kill. They'll get both supports on the side of Tundra. And that's Analog splitting it with his other allies, and then Yuma getting the kill. As Yuma steps up to 5-0-7, and I mean, he is close to finishing off the Manta style.
Can we get a recap on where Pudge hook percentage is at?
What's your over-under right now? I'm going to say 66.
I think so.
Ooh, what? See, again,
maybe it's including the creep farms.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
In my heart, that's 100%.
That's what I said. We round up on this broadcast. We're big advocates of just rounding up. Schofield now, he also gets the shard. We've talked about this, giving you that brain sap upgrade where you're able to just farm.
Yeah, he's earned it, man. He's had so many setups with the Nightmares and the Fiend's Grip. 3, 2, and 13 on the Bane. He deserves the shard. Deserves a bit more farm. He's going to get a Glimmer Cape. Not only the night vision to find plays, but he's going to sneak in invis, Nightmare you, Fiend's Grip you. Now what are you going to do about that?
Yeah, it's going to be tough, and right now it's 20-4 in favor of Heroic, and they have just been blazing a path right through Tundra the entire time. I mean, this has just been aggression. They're the ones averaging a kill a minute just about, and, you know, it really just, you're trying to find a weakness here on her, you know, on Tundra to find finally a moment where they can take out Heroic, but it's not easy. It's really been a bit disjointed, and it won't be too disjointed. They'll get the kill on the KJ, but again, it's using all these heroes to go over to get a support. Now the jump is in. They get the kill on a BZM. They look over. They find Toby Crystal. It's going to try and TP out, but the Fiend's Grip is there. They got nothing to stop it. He goes, and he's got this Glimmer Cape, so he's going to survive. This might just be a full team wipe. 33, he's trying to run down Schofield, get something out of this, and finally will, but they've lost 4. They still have the lasso, they still have the control, and that is a full team wipe here for Heroic.
First and most importantly, I don't think it counts as a Whisper hook miss when Spectre shadow steps in front of him on the hook that's already been thrown. That's not on Whisper. But secondly, that's the state of the game. Tundra was smoked up as a team. They see the Pudge alone in the river. Okay, look. He just jumps in on his own. He cannot be killed with the BKB. He is so farmed. Plus, they already used Epi. I say that. The Quills did build up. He got kind of low towards the end, but 33 just can't do it on his own in this game as the rest of his team gets picked off. Which, earlier before this replay, they saw Pudge alone in the river, and they go, yeah, not that guy. We have to find, there's a Warlock. You know, get that guy. They try to just get the support with the epicenter. They succeed, but then they just can't get out and still lose. They get wiped versus 4 heroes of Heroic. That's how far behind they are right now.
And, oh, Crystallis. Oh, no. Yuma's got another kill, getting tipped by his allies. Oh, okay,
that counts.
That's a miss. That's a miss.
But at the end of this,
99% now.
I don't even care. I want the graphic to pop up, and I want like a red X drawn through the actual percentage number, and like just a 100 drawn in. All right, ignore that 5, guys. That's a 100% hit rate right there.
Surely production has a way to switch that
draw
to just
markers on the screen.
No, just say 100. You can say whatever the number out of whatever, but just it's always 100%.
And a map written underneath that.
This has been a brutal slapdown by Heroic. But they still got to finish it off. They still got to push. They still got to take these towers and get this game under their belt. Long road to that, because there are still all the tier 2s still standing, but they've got this Aegis, so now they can finally start to really get some objectives after that. Roshan, the objective right now is to go for 33. Fiend's Grip ready. All that control. 33 never had a chance. And Whisper just right in their face. They're looking to really get some more. Is this going to be a hook that hits? It's on cooldown for 4 seconds. So Saksa trying to run. The nether ward is out. Doesn't matter. He'll turn ethereal, but eventually he'll be dismembered. Glimmer Cape, just not even a save. This is
usually, I would say, a silver lining for Tundra is that the building damage is not that good from the side of Heroic. But Analog, who we're watching run BZM on his own right here, with the Arsonist facet, Bat Rider's building damage is actually not too bad if you want to get the shard as well. That could actually help you push faster with this huge lead you have. Otherwise, maybe it's a place that you get stalled out versus Tundra, and they can drag this on and try to find a timing later. But it is into a Spectre, right? Like, even though you have the Nature's Prophet, who usually gets really scary as it gets later on in the game, Spectre is an equal, if not greater threat, thanks to Shadow Step, and now Haunt has the Ag, so now you don't even need to see them. You can just pop up whenever you want.
That's scary. And now it's
Supports
all
are looking at
cooldown
that,
for Haunt,
and they're
but
like, oh no, guys. I'm gonna be in the fountain. I'm gonna wait there.
So I will say this. I think the last time I saw a Spectre game, it was Ame on the Spectre. And it might have been they were playing against Tidebound, because I believe Innocence was the silencer. And he was just sitting in Fountain with the Fountain protection on, waiting to use Global Silence. But he would use Global Silence, and the Spectre was so farmed that he would go into the Fountain, kill the silencer, and leave before dying.
Which is illegal. You're not allowed to do that.
And it was illegal because the Spectre ended up losing that game. Which is crazy.
What you get. You're not allowed to do that.
Moral of the story, it ain't over until it's over. They're coming over on Tundra to try and make a move somewhere, but Pudge is ready. They've got a Bane on the high ground. There goes the Haunt. They still have this Shadow Step that can kill immediately onto Toby. They hit that lasso. It's on a BZM. The focus is on the 33 as they hit the Fatal Bonds. Chrysalis is gone. Fiend's Grip onto the Bristleback. That is going to be 4 heroes dead. Looking like a team wipe as the chase is on to Saksa. They've got everybody ready, and this will be another team wipe for Heroic. 34-6. GG is called. Heroic just blast Tundra in game number 1.
That's a 100%
just for good measure, the
hook rate.
47.8% on the hook.
That's actually really good. You know, like, even if you don't count, I don't know if it actually takes into account the ones on creeps or not. We'll check maybe later. But that is actually still really high hit rate. And especially in the laning stage, right? That's where the hooks matter the most. We were saying it's a hit or miss hero. Your lane is directly correlated to how many hooks you land. And credit to Schofield as well, right? The Bane position 4 plus the Pudge. You think it's you only see it in your pub games, but they bring it to the pro scene and they absolutely destroy Tundra's safe lane with it.
This is what every pub Pudge believes they're able to accomplish in their mind.
Strive to be Whisper, guys.
They're all like, why don't I have a Bane to Nightmare set up my hooks? I guess I have to buy Rod of Atos, and then your game is terrible.
Yeah, this was a good play from Tundra, trying to salvage something, try to steal some stacks, but Heroic played so well. I feel like they not only won the lane, but then they kept making rotations around the map, right? You'd see Whisper make a play, instantly TP to another half, Twin Gate to another half, right? They had good deep wards to hunt down Tundra, recognizing, okay, we're winning. They don't really want to play the lanes. They're going to try to jungle far back, make these plays. We're going to find them in their jungle, in our jungle. Like, we don't care where. We want to go. This is SA Dota. They love to go fast. They love to brawl. And Pudge is the perfect hero for that. It's just scary if he's going to have impact with the hooks or not, but you give it to Whisper, and you're like, did you know this is a point-and-click ability? Like, it never misses. Take a look at this. Easy hero.
You're just in this top area of the jungle as Crystallis. You're just trying to farm, and in the distance, you just hear, "Go!" They're just rolling. What is that? All 5 heroes are there. Immediately, you get hit by a hook. You've been pulled. You've been dragged over to a Fiend's Grip, and it's just like, "Jeez, guys, I'm not safe. This is terrible." There's a Shadow Step on you. I mean, there is just no way these heroes were surviving. And this game was so fast. That was a 27-minute game. A 27-minute game where a Spectre is 10-0-15 and a Pudge is 11-0-12. I mean, that is insanity. Like, that is so many kills for such a short amount of time. Heroic played in at such a speed and such a choreographed way that they just made Tundra suffer. And Whisper, yeah, the standout here for sure, as he had an amazing lane that turned into an amazing game.
Yeah, I think that's one of the strengths of Heroic as well. That started as a Batrider first pick, which most pro teams are going to write off like 99% of the time. This is support Batrider, probably position 4, maybe position 5. But Heroic has a lot of these kind of cheesy picks where they're willing to really counter you in the lane with a last pick or play these things like Batrider Core, which I think Tundra was thinking, oh, this is a, Batrider off lane, because that's where they usually run it. But Analog, he's also going to play the Batrider. He's willing to do it. That allows you to grab Whisper, which we feel is the star player for Heroic. You want to give him a good game. At the end, he says, yeah, guys, give me Pudge. And I'm like, are you sure? You sure, Pudge? He's like, yeah, right? Give me Pudge. And this is why you let him have the last pick in a lot of your drafts.
Yeah, that looked really good for Heroic. They end up taking game number 1. They're 1 game away from taking down Tundra in this series. We're going to take a short break between this and game number 2, so we'll see you guys in a moment. Stay tuned.
Hello, I'm here with Analog from Team Heroic. How are you doing?
Pretty well. We've been boot camping close by, so I just had like a few hours of traveling, so I'm feeling very good.
Nice. Talk to me about the boot camp. How did it go this year, and was it different from other boot camps you've done? Was there something extra that you focused on? Tell me about it.
I think last months we've been focusing mental, so like preparing for the tournaments and all this stuff. And the part of mechanical or learning stuff about the game, it's like natural. We practice and we see our VODs and type of stuff, and we end up getting shape on it. So I think the plus that we did is more around like mental, how we deal with our opponents, and this stuff.
And what kind of things do you do as a team to prepare for that? Is it just conversations, or is it like team building exercises or something? Like, what are you doing to improve the mentality of the team?
everything starts with conversations, right? Like talk about like feelings or how do we prepare for games and type of stuff. We also have a psychologist in the team. His name is Vini. Yeah, he helps us a lot as well. And I think the majority is that, like having conversations and putting the things in order, you know.
Ahead of TI, do you have expectations, or are you just hoping you can go as far as you can? What are you expecting?
I think the right way to think about that is like do your best, you know, and like focus in your game, focus in doing your things right. So if doing my thing right is like playing well, I don't know, playing well my lane, then playing well the game, like communicate well with your teammates and do the stuff that we've been practicing. Do well your things, and then the result will come. I don't like to think about the result like I have to win the match. I like to think about what are the things that lead me to win the match, and I try to do these things right, and I will do these things right. Then the winning the match will be the result. Then going further in the tournament will be just the result of it. So that's a good way of thinking, in my opinion.
That's interesting. Very good. Let's talk about TI and what it means to you personally and to the team collectively. What is it about this tournament that keeps bringing players back and desperate to win and pushing themselves more than usual?
I mean, TI is so much history around the tournament, right? I think each player here, or even each person here, you, me, everyone was, when I was younger, when we still had hair, you know, because I'm losing as well.
I still didn't have hair back when I started, sorry.
We all dreaming about like TI, we all dreaming about playing TI, we all dreaming about winning and lifting the ages, you know. So it's like a historical thing. It's like it's the most important tournament of the year for any player. So yeah, I'm here as well, and I do want to lift the ages as when I was just a young kiddo. Watching the TV and seeing people lifting ages, I was like, Mom, look at me, I want to do that as well, you know? And then here we are.
And do you feel like you've improved as a player in the last season? Are you proud of that? How do you think you've changed?
Yeah, I do think like every year, every season, I improve as a player. There's in a lot of ways. I think the thing that I most improved lately is like the way I like macro things, the way I control my team, the way I help my team, you know, with calls and this stuff. And yeah, I'm proud of that. Like I play Dota for 12 hours every day. So, and it's very hard when you are like very good at something already. It's very hard to find like the edges, you know, to improve, like where I can improve. So it's always about like refining like your fundamentals. And sometimes it's even hard to find like a thing to get better at. But with the help of my coaches and the help of my team, I do find these edges to keep refining and trying to be the best player in the world.
Analog, thank you so much and best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Here it is game number 2 between Heroic and Tundra Esports. We just saw a Pudge Spectre lineup win a game in 27-ish minutes, which is kind of crazy. I'm kind of still shocked by that performance, and I'm kind of wondering, well, what's next, guys? Like, what do you got in the canister here as some sort of different picks? Are they going to pick something else for the first time? I'm looking at heroes that could still be picked for the first time. Are we going to see like a CK, a Lina, Legion Commander? Like what else do you got that might come through for the first time from Heroic?
Actually, a lot of the things. So I do think they like to pick out. They'll pull out some strange counters that others maybe won't. But I'm looking at the list of unpicked heroes, and I think most have been done. Maybe like an OD mid, they'd be willing to do, but I don't think that's really something Analog goes for right off the bat in many cases, at least in this current meta. So I'm not sure we'll see very many brand new picks, but I know that whatever gets picked, it's going to be a similar style. Heroic is going to want to play things they like, get that kind of surprise factor, things that they like, things that they can see how we're going to win in the lane. They want to play fast. And as a Heroic, Heroic fans will know, it's either going to go really well if you're going to get a game like that, or they're going to misread something and then, it doesn't quite connect. And if it doesn't start well, like if we look at that draft from game 1 and you're like, oh, well, what if Pudge doesn't start with 5 kills? And go, well, then Spectre would have been farming for a really long time and Pudge would have been farming for a really long time, and it just wouldn't quite connect. But it's their style. It's what they do. When they do it well, it's amazing. It's the consistency that they've often struggled with versus these top teams. So we're going to see if that's the case going into draft number 2 here versus Tundra, who are certainly a very good team, even with the stand-in. I know the haters based on game 1 are saying like, no, it's not. But, sometimes you get pudged. Sometimes you get pudged.
Happens.
You gotta just, move on, go to game 2.
Yeah, it does happen, and we'll have to see. I'm curious to see the bans. Like, did anything in that game warrant you to now have to, like, ban Pudge or ban something that might be a little bit out there? I don't think that that's the case. I don't think all of a sudden we're going to see, Spectre get banned here or Pudge get banned. But maybe. Heroic already, they're trying to protect. They're like, all right, you know what? Invoker, out of here. But we're missing Prophet ban. We're missing Beastmaster ban. Well, okay, now we're not missing Beastmaster ban. But
the Pudge.
Oh my God, they really banned the Pudge first phase. That I mean, okay, sure.
That's respect.
That's the kind of respect you get when you go 6-0-3 in the first 9 minutes of the game.
I think the crazier pick to me was still the Spectre. Actually, I really didn't expect to see that. Pudge, I have seen picked up because every support player tends to enjoy playing Pudge. So they're like, yeah, give me Pudge, I can do it. But as long as it has a decent matchup in the mid lane, that's where we've seen Pudges more recently. And then the off-lane Pudge, something Whisper showed earlier in the tournament, just did it in game 1. Unfortunately, not going to see it here in game 2. Instead, they're going to go for the Abaddon off the bat, countering the Bat Rider pick that might come out because that one's still in the pool. It's also a hero that could run in the core roles, but could be just sent to be a support, dispel for whoever. Not something we see as often, but a hero that Heroic does like.
No nature's like there's so many things still available here. And I'm just kind of like looking at.
Of the power picks, Abaddon is not one I would have typically expected you grab first. But it is something I know they like, so I'm not that surprised to see it. But yeah, Dawnbreaker, Natures,
Prophet, Earthshaker still available. They go first pick Warlock, which obviously showed success here for Heroic in the last game, but truthfully isn't one of the most prioritized supports. It's not, that was its 5th game. And this is its 6th game? Like that, I don't know. I'm a little surprised using your first pick to go for a Warlock.
It gives you a very safe start as a position 5. Like if you're revealing something, how do you really shut down a Warlock lane? It's pretty difficult because of Fatal Bonds and Shadow Word. So it does open up your carry pool to some degree. One way to address it is to just not deal with the spells, and you just creep drag and roam. So maybe that's something Heroic can consider going for. They do have the Abaddon if they want to stick it in the off lane. The shield is a good way to remove Fatal Bonds, at least from one hero, and not take too much damage from the position 5 Warlock. But it is still hard to then punish the Warlock as an Abaddon.
I do understand, like, this is a Toby hero that you want Toby to be comfortable on Warlock. I don't think it's one of those heroes that's really getting banned out, though. We'll see what else gets banned, because now you've banned Darkseer. Bristle is a more understandable, you know, there's still the Nature's Prophet's still in the game. Earthshaker is a very popular pick that's still in the game. And, you know, so is that Puck. If we're talking about heroes that are in that, like, top echelon of contested heroes, on top of which, you know, it's not just that the heroes are banned. Like, Beastmaster's at the top, he's only been picked 9 times, and Naga Siren's at the top, only been picked 4 times. But heroes like Earthshaker and Puck have both been picked 20 times. These are heroes that are making it through that have a lot of bans as well. But curious as to what both these teams see with them kind of going off the road most traveled with their bans.
There's actually so many off-lane bans, which I think is kind of the road that both these teams like to travel, is a very off-lane centric style. One around Whisper, which we really hyped up in the last game with the Pudge. Hard to do and hard not to do when there's a Pudge in the game. But usually 33 is also that very stable, yet also pops off player for his team. That last game just didn't really get a chance to do so on his Bristleback because of how well Pudge was doing. Just brought so much momentum versus the lineup of Tundra, which I would say they usually start off a little slower and then hit a really strong timing as a team. And I'm sure you're not suddenly scared of that style, right? You're just going to go back to it and say, like, yeah, we just really messed up the laning stage from game number 1, and we didn't get to play our game. I think that's part of why you're grabbing Warlock, right? Disruptor is a weaker laner. Warlock is not an aggressive laner, but he is that safer start that we talked about.
Get this Tiny pick, and Tiny, again, isn't the most prioritized hero. It's been played 8 times, though, to a pretty solid win rate of 62.5, as you can see there.
5 seconds remaining.
But this is a really different draft, man.
Yeah.
These are not the heroes I would have expected to see grabbed so early. Maybe you were right. Maybe the fact that these teams aren't eliminated, they are, you know, trying some of the different stuff.
Tiny mostly played in the 4 position up to this point. As you can see, the roll pick rates. Production, stop reading my mind. Cool, you know, you guys are like 1 second after I say it, but there's the Nature's Prophet, right? Like, that's what you're kind of expecting. This hero making it into the second phase has some protection with the Aphotic Shield. There's also Pugna available, but Tiny, if he gets a Blink Dagger, makes Pugna's life a little bit more difficult in terms of positioning, but maybe you're still willing to have a Pugna in the game to kind of be that life battery for Nature's Prophet, as well as having the Abaddon with the Aphotic Shield.
I do like Pugna just as a hero in general, and even into the Tiny, I'd say it's still worth doing. But I do like although not what I expected, the Abaddon natures in this first phase are very flexible between core and support. I think if you pick the Pugna, you start revealing a bit of that. So I'm not sure who it would be right now, but I would almost love a third flexible hero that you just get to keep hiding. Looks like it's going to be Tusk, though, who is not that flexible hero, but he could go between the support roles. Position 4, position 5, which if it is the carry Nature's Prophet, that's a really strong lane together. The Abaddon carry could be, or Abaddon offlane with the 4 support Tusk, actually also possible. Creep drag versus the Warlock to avoid that lane. The kill potential is good in the right matchups. Since you're double melee, it either works or it doesn't. An anti-mage is one it's not going to work.
This is an early anti-mage pick.
fighting anti-mage. I have a feeling we're going to see him brawl out here. He has the Warlock, so his laning stage should be fine unless you counter him here. And I think that is the value of the flex picks. Can you now grab a strong offlaner versus the anti-mage to slow him down? Because otherwise it's quite difficult to kill him. He has the blink to get out of here, and he will be able to gap close onto the Nature's Prophet, core or support, kill him off. Your natural Battle Fury builder to deal with Sprout, burn all of Abaddon's mana, even though he may be full health, can't use any spells, dispel himself or allies with the shield since he has no mana.
This kind of also stops them from going to like Storm Spirit mid, right? Where all of a sudden you're going Storm Spirit, you ball lightning, you're looking for a TP in for the Nature's Prophet, kind of having that global presence. If that was like a mid you were thinking about, stops Medusa from being in this game. But they go Solardar.
I mean, here's a guy. Okay, anti-mage wants to deal with those spellcasters, like you said, preemptively countering a lot of those mid heroes. Slardar, he's all about that physical damage. He will go through your mana shield. He does not care. Burn my mana. I just bash you. I don't need brain cells to do that. I don't need mana. I just whack you. I just A-click. So that is a cool counter pick. You could still run it mid lane though as well, potentially versus this Tiny or Sand King or another pick coming out, and get another flex pick at the end. Which the only thing I know is that we're gonna see a Tusk support.
Yeah, because Abba could be 5. I think the Slardar last time Heroic played it was played by Analog, and when it was played by YB, they played it mid as well.
Tundra Esports, turn to ban.
Ban the Enigma. Makes it hard to ban here for Tundra, but I guess you just kind of protect yourself. And they need a mid. Potentially. I guess they have Sand King too. They've got the final pick.
Yeah, the offlane, mid, or 4 support are all possible picks for Tundra. So they get to see the full draft and then decide what works the best. So Heroic just has to ban out, like, what would be the worst case scenarios, right? Say we run this Abaddon carry, you have to deal with this Enigma, disaster. So you ban that out, even if it ends up, they pick a 4 support, something like that.
Is there a hero that fits Heroic's lineup that still would hide everything? I feel like Earthshaker would have been that hero. But
Gyrocopter would be something that this team likes a lot, that South America likes a lot as a region. I don't think I would believe in it, but it would be something they could pick and hide where a lot of these heroes are going to go until the last second possible, since they are very willing to play Gyro 5, even as other teams aren't. But I don't want to actually see that. I think it's fine to, at this point, start to reveal a little bit more and make sure you are cohesive as a team, which right now I think their physical damage is really good. And you either need to 100% lean into that and get another hero for it, or actually cover your bases and okay, here's a, classic spell casting mid laner. Here's someone like that, which into the anti-mage, do you want to do that? I get it. So, maybe we are just all in on the physical damage tempo before this anti-mage can come online.
what is the final ban? 10 seconds remain here. For
Huskar them.
Heroic. Whoa, Brood. All right, what's that ban alluding to? I guess. All right, Shadow Fiend. Doesn't give it all away either, right? You could still go Sword Art mid, safe lane, Shadow Fiend.
This one's cool too because it does lean into the physical damage with more negative armor. But if it is mid Shadow Fiend, you do the Spellcaster build. So you still contribute a bit of magic damage, so you can't just only build armor, guys. You know, it counters all of them.
Really curious now what the final pick is here for Tundra, where they want to set things up. Do they throw Sand King off lane? Do they throw him mid? You don't really know what you're up against because it could be Shadow Fiend safe lane. I mean, hell, it could be off lane Sardar, safe lane Abaddon, mid Shadow Fiend. There's so many options. Like or it could be safe lane Nature's Prophet, 5 Abaddon. Like there's so many things you can do with this lineup, and they just go Tinker. Is this safe lane Tinker?
Okay,
no,
that would
it's,
be wild.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
There's no way.
I was like, do you just... yeah, all right. I had a little bit of a brain fart.
That guy's a Tinker safe lane player.
Yeah. I was like, all right, you know what? There's an anti-mage in this game. Maybe I just said something stupid, but yeah, it is a
I would
mid
love to see it,
Tinker.
but... Okay, so I think the idea here is that when you really lean in one direction, like all physical damage is the typical way to go. There's a lot of synergy there that works really well until it stops working at all. And that usually is as the game goes on and you make it further and further into the game and it's easier to build up more armor items and more auras, you counter every single hero at the same time. Plus, Tinker has the blind, which is going to be good versus all the right clicks. And he's one of the better heroes at delaying things out because he TPs around the map, you know, show up to a tower, march spam. Okay, next tower you try to push this one, march spam. So I think this is a really cool pick to not get wrecked by Shadow Fiend in the lane, delay this game, while also then dealing with the physical damage through your blind to buy time for your anti-mage, who will then be pretty hard for Heroic to deal with since you really have the Slardar Crush. That's kind of your most consistent lockdown, at least until Shadow Fiend gets to like blink Hex. You know, then that's something. But you need to reach that point, and then I think you can have freedom in fights.
I'm a little bit nervous at the lack of lockdown here for Heroic. Southern Crush, technically Snowball, but these are heroes that can go around shards pretty significantly. Like, this does make me worried that there is a pretty hardline timer on Heroic. If it gets past, I would say maybe 27 minutes, 30 minutes, they're looking at how do we win this game? We have to find something that's really going to be beneficial for us. And, you know, how will the lanes go? We'll have to see as we get into game number 2. But, you know, the lane here is Tusk Slardar against what theoretically should be Anti-Mage Warlock. Should Anti-Mage get out of this easy, or is this actually a tough lane for him, disguised as maybe something that maybe doesn't look like it?
It shouldn't be easy to kill him once he gets Blink, but as soon as you use Blink, you can't walk up again, or Slardar will then kill you. So you should be able to pick up a CS lead in that off lane, and then once Slardar is far enough ahead on his own, Schofield is free to roam around on this Tusk, make plays, stack for Shadow Fiend, or try to slow down this Tinker. I said Tinker was good at dealing with lanes, but you still are a little bit of a slower hero where you want to get something like Kaya, Blink before you start doing things, and then you go for that Ags. That is a slower pace, same as the Anti-Mage. Even if this ends up being a fighting Anti-Mage, which I kind of think it will be, you know, we'll find out.
And Schofield doesn't even get this this bounty rune, and now he's just choosing to fight, lose all
Fighting
his mana,
Anti-Mage.
and Schofield, this is a
He's
problem.
fine.
He's
This is-
fine now, but that was
This
you
is
just gave up
Schofield
all your life
classic.
and mana, and he has no regen.
Schofield classic right there. No, you're right. That was probably a worse trade than he was expecting. At least he got the bounty rune, though.
No, he didn't get the bounty rune.
Oh, no. Okay, well.
Christel's got the bounty rune.
See that
Schofield
right.
now has no health and mana. He's buying a mango, but that... Oh, sure. I don't know how well that works for you.
I don't think he cares too much because he's got boots. He planned to creep drag from the start and just get the lane in a good spot for the Slardar. So in that sense, he can still do what he needs to do. Which Toby knows that's his plan. We've got some
so he's bringing the creeps to him.
alternate laning going on here.
Schofield's like, oh no, dude, my idea was to bring the creeps over there. Where are we going? Where is this?
It's like, fine, I'll catch this creep wave. What you gonna do about that?
This doesn't help Slardar at all.
Oh, this is so weird. 2 creeps went to the lane, 2 moved around. I think this is okay still. It's gonna shove into Slardar, and you can't really stop this because it's so many creeps. It is, it's a bit funny.
It's interesting. It left 2 range creeps, that's for sure. Okay, cool.
As long as those are alive, it will push. So that's I think it's okay for it's not a pudge getting 3 kills off the bat, but I think this will be okay to start.
Mid lane not looking too fun for Analog at the moment with his health so low, but he is 11-3 on BZM to the 8-2 of Analog. I guess the question becomes, does bottom end up being any better? Schofield being a Toby's courier, and can Yuma really, I guess, find, honestly, something that allows him to maybe move over in these lanes? Top lane's in trouble, and it's first blood for this anti-mage. Toby's locked up. Yuma, he did come over. That was what I was maybe expecting, but Schofield under the tower, one shot from dead. Still looking to turn back. He's getting his attention. He blinks under the tower.
Snowball.
Oh, now he's got the snowball. You just got baited, son. Oh my God.
Dude, you look at this Tusk, you're like, he's got no man, he's got no health, he's got brown boots. Surely I can get him. What a calculation there.
Wow.
All right,
Is that fishing line coming out of this Tusk? Because he just baited him so hard.
It all starts at the bounty rune. He's like, guys, check this out. I'm gonna lose all my mana and health to this anti-mage. It's gonna bait him in later. Get ready to rotate on him. He knew it. It was all part of the plan. All right, maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe this will exceed the Pudge Bane lane.
I don't know how. I don't know what. That's so crazy. Schofield just played with his emotions, like, oh, you've got this kill, definitely.
It could have worked out. So Anti-Mage's build is double Wraithband into Helm of the Dominator, but he had been saving money to see if he could go straight Helm of the Iron Will, so that at that point he just doesn't care about Slardar's Harass. So I think this is a creative change to the build. It is more Helm Dom, but you know, that's fine. That's the meta now. But because he greeted out to try to decide, that play ends up not working out. And that's why you don't skip early items, guys. I know all the pub players like to go straight Radiant, straight Battle Fury. This is why you get the small stuff.
That is true. You gotta build up, not just jump to the biggest items. Schofield now level 2. He's got that snowball to work with to try and have some connections here with maybe Crystallis. Oh gosh. Bottom lane, especially with Yuma coming in and getting 2 kills, feels great. Why not, right? And they're actually thinking about going in. Yuma's up here again. He's here to go and get Toby. They've got that at least, and Salas, he's got Blink, but he needs to be able to blink out of here. The damage coming in, he blinked back towards Yuma. There's so many places to go. That wasn't the right one.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that. To be fair, you can blink probably to the left, but you get run down. I am. What?
Analog?
That wasn't even Requiem. That's not supposed to happen. That's why you picked the Tinker, so you don't have to deal with this.
Oh my.
Heroic. Showing up strong for game number 2.
Yeah, it wasn't just a Pudge game, guys.
We were getting distracted by the top lane, so I was gonna say mid's actually going quite like to plan. Like Tinker was getting his farm. Round 3.
Blood grenade. Yuma's got another kill. I mean, this isn't Pudge 6-0-3 at 8 minutes, but it's 4-0-1.
South American Dota. Let us brawl, dude. Laning is for suckers. Let's get into some fights. These movements have been really good from Heroic
to go through Twin Gate.
The downside, though, is that, of course, when you brawl this much, you're not farming as well. So the gold lead actually isn't that high, even though it's 6-2.
But for them, like, to get this advantage as they go for Saksa, Schofield's here with KJ. They're going to look to get another kill. Ooh, the shards are on the money, and that Wrath of Nature comes in. Analog gets that kill into Saksa. Crystallis is dead to Whisper! What? The Whisper's alone!
Oh, that's why you picked the Slardar. Yeah, there was a big
Wrath of Nature did a lot of damage.
Plus, you see the bashes and the stuns from the Slardar. That's why that pick is really good versus anti-mage. Like, go ahead and burn my mana. Like, whatever. I'm just gonna walk at you and attack.
Dude, this is...
You got another gank going on here.
And they're 33. He's got Burrow Strike, so he does find some distance, but the shards are on the money. But Schofield's under a tier 2 tower. That's a little bit dangerous, but the raises. Oh, man. Getting the kill on a Toby. Let me swipe this shrine, get myself some experience. All you guys came over, and you get nothing for your efforts.
It's going to lead to a really big level difference once they secure their own Wisdom Shrine.
What I was going to get at, it's like, yeah, the experience isn't that big, but the net worth isn't that big of a lead, but the experience is massive. Like, Whisper now being level 6, having this availability of going into the Corrosive Haze where Crystal's, he wants to blink away, he wants to be able to survive, but he's going to get hit pretty damn hard as he's going to try and fight. He's got the help of BZM, who comes over to maybe look for Whisper, but they don't really have the damage, and he does have a Lotus ready to go.
Thank goodness Crystallis did this build, though. He has 2 Wraith Bands, a Helm of the Iron Will, and a Spark of Courage. If he didn't have those, I think he would die there. But it looks close into a Slardar, which is actually quite impressive for an anti-mage at level 5. It does mean your farming is slower, though.
Not close to 6 at all. Oh, the double bounties just swiped.
Oh, that's disappointment right there. You blink in and you're like, wait, where'd
Were
they
there
go?
2 bounty runes here 2 seconds ago? Guys?
Well, so, as Tusk takes out the observer in your jungle, you now know where those bounties went.
Hey, you picked this up? No. I did not. They've been stolen.
Still a pretty even win probability from
Yeah.
Dota Plus, which I will say, due to the rapid movements from Heroic, it is the farm affecting the game.
They're trying to get Yuma. And they're in this, like, no man's land where it's by the tower, but it's not very close to the tower. And Yuma, Photic Shield, not going to matter. So they get the kill on the Nature's Prophet. That's pretty good. Analog is over here, though. Here come the raises. Here come the snowballs all the way across. It hit 3 heroes. They'll look for the Requiem. They've got it. They should be able to get a kill here on the 33. They'll look over at Soxa. Nowhere for him to go with the shards placed perfectly. It's a 3-man avalanche and a toss as KJ does end up dead. But Analog gets a double kill as he kills Soxa. A lot of heroes low. Maybe if they had a +1 of BZM and or the anti-mage, they could have cleaned up on the side of Tundra.
Nah, that's true, but unfortunately Tinker's still level 8, so no real way to join a fight that ends up behind the towers like that. I think you're okay with that in the end, though, as Tundra, because you are dragging this game out, and because they don't rotate, Anti-Mage and Tinker are farming very efficiently in that time, helping to maintain the even gold game compared to game 1, which I think they're approaching 3,000 at this point.
Ooh, Schofield, actually Analog.
That's a huge
He is
kill.
Dead. And Schofield's gonna die too. Good movements there from Tundra after losing that fight over bottom. Definitely the difference here because they've got more kills than they did last game already on the side of Tundra.
Oh my goodness. You're right. Game 1 really was pretty despair for them, wasn't it?
It was, and now Crystallis is kind of getting this open lane. And you want this Blink Dagger ready on Slardar, but he's still a little ways off of it. He would love to have this ready to go. And then they could probably smoke and use that movement, have that follow-up of the Tusk to get most kills, truthfully. 33 blinking behind the tower. He's got his blink. That Sand King game last game was pretty despair for BZM.
This time going a lot better. He got his Kaya first, halfway to the blink. We'll start seeing the Tinker move around a little bit more then, because it should line up with the level 2 ultimate as well.
The biggest thing right now is like, yeah, you had that experience lead you were moving around as a lot of these heroes as KJ loses his arcane boots that were coming his way. But now you've lost the experience lead, you don't have the gold lead anymore, and you're missing out on a lot of things. And bottom lane, KJ forced to use that borrowed time as Anti-Mage does come down here, and they are going to grab themselves a tier 1 tower looking to be uncontested. Slardar grabs the one up top. He's got this Blink Dagger flying out. And I would expect Heroic to make a move now that they've got this Blink Dagger on Slardar.
Yeah, you have to regain control of this game. And not that you have to win right away, but you do need to be building an actual gold lead. You need to get more objectives. The Roshan, the Tormentor should be pretty straightforward with a Slardar down the line a few minutes. And you need to start getting these kills, because otherwise Tundra is still fairly happy with the way things are going. Just drag the game out. Should be easier the longer it goes.
Slardar not really looking to make a move with this Blink Dagger. He's not by the team, and maybe a little bit surprising that they want to sit back and just farm up. At least Blink Dagger, the idea is usually to play kind of aggressive like that. They do have a stack on this Ancient Camp. Toby just kind of sitting here mid, waiting to find some of the team fight here is pretty big for Tundra, right? Epicenter, Chaotic Offering. You've also got, you know, March of the Machines that's going to be coming down. Tiny with the Avalanche, that's pretty decent AoE to get some lockdown. There's a lot going on for Tundra that checks a lot of boxes in a fight.
Is that what's scaring Heroic right now? Because I'm not sure what... I would have thought they would group up around this Blink Dagger, but they seem content to keep waiting. And I'm checking items. Yashikaya is the closest thing for Shadow Fiend, but that is still, you know, a bit further away. So I guess they were worried that Tundra was moving as a group, which they were for a while. Looks like they're grouping up now, so maybe just not wanting to take a direct fight into Tundra, looking more for the smaller pickoffs.
They're never going to find the Tinker, so I guess your best option is 33, which they do have vision on, but they're seeing that he's going top. And now you've kind of used this smoke. You're going to try and go through the Twin Gate. You might just show up right into the hands of Sand King. He hasn't moved just yet. Now he finally goes off that step. But again, they're still looking for something with this smoke.
They caught sight of
He
Sand
might have been
King.
spotted for a second. Blink, Bash, Slither, and Crush. But a Burrow Strike away, 33. He is spotted, but they will get this kill to start. Running in his Soxa, and that'll give them a potential +1. Schofield with the shards well placed. Trying to get away. A couple of miscoils, and then one more shot from Whisper. That'll secure them both kills.
Even the Tusk did 900 damage to the Sand King there. The amplified damage from, or sorry, the Corrosive Haze, old habits, Corrosive Haze from Slardar, amplifying the physical damage from the Tusk. That's the synergy we were looking to see, and what I think they need to keep doing to keep the tempo fast. And it shows that they don't need every single hero involved. You can just bring smaller numbers. Nature's didn't even show up to that.
Which is a little bit surprised, but Yuma was, I think, farming some stacks. He was more willing to kind of sit back and, I think, finish off this Mjolnir first. They need to parlay this into something more, right?
Yeah, I do worry. I feel that Tinker has his Staff of Wizardry. He's making his way to the Aghanim smoothly. I think once you have that Axe, you're really strong. At least until they get BKBs, right? There's a dip at that point. But you are pretty all in on this right-click lineup that the Aghanims is quite good versus.
Is Whisper holding gold thinking to just go straight BKB?
Could be.
He's got this Orchid queued up, and
it's very similar to last
issue
game where if you have the BKB, it's very difficult to die. But I think the Orchid is also quite good at giving you the extra lockdown to get a kill on the Anti-Mage or the Tinker.
We'll say the reason I thought it worked so well in the previous game was the fact that Analog was also getting a BKB at the same time. Oris Punch, Shards, Whisper looking to come back in. They use the Requiem, a lot used here. It will get them both supports at the end of the day. as Yuma steals that with a Wrath of Nature. 33 was maybe thinking about joining in. His closest Ags probably didn't want to lose the gold if he ended up dying. He'll just grab that Ags and TP away. But there's the Battle Fury now for the Anti-Mage, and you're only up 1,000 gold for Heroic, and things are going to start to speed up as this Anti-Mage out of the laning phase has just been free farming.
With that said, he still has it at the bottom of the net worths of the core heroes, so there is still some time before he gets really scary. And there's also the element that the heroic heroes don't actually have that much mana, nor care too much about mana. So it's not like Anti-Mage suddenly has a super free high damage game. It's more that he can enter fights and split this map fairly well, and they're not going to have the best time at dealing with it due to the lack of control from multiple heroes, which is why I'm still pretty open to this Blink Dagger. This Orchid to combo with the Blink if he wants to go that route. Still hasn't committed one way or the other on the Slardar.
I think if you're holding this much gold at this point, you're probably going into the BKB as we watch KJ die there to BZM. Ooh, yeah, he's unqueued the Orchid and it's just BKB now. The purchase still has to be made. Tusk also looking for a Blink Dagger. A lot of mobility items on Heroic being built. No, okay. I was going to say Analog was looking at a BKB 2, or a Blink Dagger 2, and now he's just going straight BKB, and I think that's what decided the timing, right? If you're going to go Blink Dagger here on Analog, I might as well go Orchid, but if we're going to have this BKB timing that kind of lines up with each other, as Nature's Prophet is also building that BKB, then Whisper's like, all right, I'll buy BKB.
I think it also lets you... Blink Dagger plus Orchid is more for pickoffs. Same with the Blink Dagger, potentially on, like, say, the Shadow Fiend. But if you feel you're on a bit more of a timer, or that you want to force some upcoming fights, which, for example, as 20 minutes is getting close, Tormentor and Roshan, which we've seen many teams snowball off of if you're able to secure both, right? That's what the BKBs are good for. Like, you can't avoid us anymore. We don't need to hunt you down with the catch and the lockdown. These are the static objectives. You come to us, and we're going to beat you to death with our BKBs, or you're going to give us free objectives. And then we're going to go beat you to death in your base, because that's step 2 if you can't stop us.
They've got a decent Roche lineup here with the Corrosive Haze, the minus armor, right? For some reason, the Warlock's Courier is just sitting in Roche, by the way.
I like it. You can't see in the pit, but you're calling that. The Dota players can't resist killing a free courier, so if they go in for Roche, they're gonna kill it, and then you'll know.
He's fortunate enough they're taking the long way, and that Obs is placed down. Saksa's looking for the blink into the Avalanche tossback, but Yuma just skirts disaster. At least for now, he's actually going up, and they're following him. They kind of have it. Oh boy, yeah, Yuma. Mjolnir armor, but tossed back all the way to the epicenter coming through. He's doing some decent damage. Chaotic Offering also has to get forced. Yuma's dead here, but what can Heroic get out of this? They've got at least 33. The Requiem flies in. That's going to be a dead Toby. They've got BZM TPing away, and they will at least escape on Saksa with the blink. Not the worst thing, all things considered, is a lot had to get committed to get the kill on Yuma.
I think that's actually pretty good, even though they lose 2 heroes, because Tinker and Anti-Mage straight back to farming. Well, I mean, Anti-Mage is never there, but that means 2 heroes are immediately efficiently farming. Okay, you actually do end up losing the Tiny at the end, which should now open up Roche. So Heroic's not too sad about that either, but I feel that this is still in line with Tundra. Drag out the game. We're gonna be okay. The longer this goes, we will buy our armor items, we will scale up, we will have the mobility that they can't deal with.
The shard is quite nice, but all this, and now it's actually the side of Tundra are the ones going for Roche.
Thanks to the Aghanims on the Tinker, you can do this.
Quickest, but yeah, like you said, this is the Aghanim Scepter. They can try and make a play. KJ's the only one here. He's got a sentry down. he kind of is aware of this. Yuma's going to try and TP over, but Sox is in the vicinity. Slytherin Crush comes in with the BKB. They're going to try and get their hands on it. Crystallis is forced to blink away. BZM, he leaves for now. They're in on a Roshan. This is just going to be, hey, thanks for doing 95% of the work. We're going to try to get Aegis. 33 tries to go and snatch that one, but he's not going to be so fortunate. Analog gets the Aegis. 33 is dead. Soxa falls. Double kill for Yuma, as that is 3 heroes that fall by the wayside, with Warlock also joining them. Crystallis is going to pick up this shrine. Uh-oh, he's staying. Now, Snowball. But do you have the gap close? No, you do not. The blink was on cooldown. No Walrus Punch. And honestly, nobody behind him anyway.
I love the idea from Tundra. You know they're doing Tormentor. You want to try to steal away the Roche. Sneaky play. If the game had been going a little bit better for you, you finish that Roche, you get out. But it takes just long enough for the heroes to show up. And this is where choosing to get the BKBs really paid off for Heroic.
Yes.
You just don't have the damage to deal with any of them. So they win the fight, they get the objectives, and what Tundra had been maintaining at a very even game, it was 1K difference for a very long time, suddenly shoots up to 9,000 gold lead for Heroic. This is the lead they finally wanted to have.
It's up there, and at this point, still, you know, Anti-Mage isn't much of a threat at this time. Oh, that is going to be rough, and he's not going to be a threat for another 50 seconds. That is a great play. That is a blink in there with the Walrus Punch, having the Slardar. Yuma was already in position and slowing down Anti-Mage for even longer. Amplify damage for Yuma. And they've got their BKBs back up. If they could find BZM, that would be pretty devastating for Tundra. It's not the easiest. They don't have Analog in the area. He's going back to that Blink Dagger. Sardar picked up that BKB, and he's looking for the Orchid. Oh, no. Nullifier now. Never mind. I was going to say, is it a little late to be getting Orchid?
Yeah, it's a little late at this point. But the Nullifier will still be really useful to have. In particular versus the Tinker. Remove the shield. Can they get this Sand King?
This is forward, but he's really not in danger, right? He's got BKB if he needs it.
Yeah, fast response from Soxa, keeping his teammates alive. But Heroic is just biding their time till the Blink Dagger finished on the Shadow Fiend, which he now has. And I believe they're going to regroup here and pick their favorite objective, which I don't know if it matters too much which tier 2 they go for, but they do have some vision top, so that's probably the easiest place to start.
You've got this ward that just spotted 33. This ward in the river that spots him for a second. KJ going to pick up an Invis rune, and they throw an Avalanche out. Finally get a Sentry down, but he does have the borrowed time. TP attempts. Are they going to kill? Yeah, they're going to kill.
Oh, no!
No!
All right, no one saw that. Look away.
Oh, no. Oh. Anyway, 25 minutes into the game, they're smoked up on Heroic.
That's the green light. There's no
find
Warlock.
BZM.
Find
First
BZM.
hit bash, Slytherin Crush. Now he's on the low ground. They're looking for a Requiem. They've got the fear, but where is he? Where's BZM?
Oh my god, no way.
Oh my god. They are going to find 33, but he's not even dead yet. Now the lasers start flying around with BKB being popped here by Yuma. And they leave on this Heroic lineup. Or at least most of them left. Analog kind of stayed nearby. He doesn't have a BKB, and he's going to die for this. He's got an Aegis, but the rest of the team isn't exactly here. Abaddon's on his way over. They're going to need Schofield to try and get a save here with a snowball, but Analog chased by Crystallis. Walrus Punch comes in. Wrath of Nature flies through. They start to back away for a second because Whisper's on the back lines looking over at this BZM Tinker. He goes ethereal. He TP's out. They get the kill on Toby. They're going to toss over this Shadow Fiend. They still want to get Soxa, but he finds a blink into the trees as the rest of the team is off to the side. Crystallis as well as BZM is behind the side of Heroic, but they're not going to go continue to chase this Radiant lineup as Soxa eventually falls.
They missed like 6 spells in a row there. That is the greatest translocator I have ever seen in my life. It put him in the trees out of sight, and they couldn't get to him into the AoE combo of everything else from Tundra. That saved their fight so much. It still kind of went the way of Heroic, but that's with a 13k gold lead. So the fact that you get your Tinker out of there is massive. And we don't even see, like, they win the fight, but they were hoping to kill that Tinker, take a tier 2, maybe even a second tier 2, or hit the tier 3 a little bit, and they don't even push for a tier 2 off of that fight.
They haven't really closed the map more.
Yeah, I mean, that's fantastic. I really expected them to lose all their tier 2s with that first Aegis, at least 2 of them. So it's burned. You've bought yourself more time. Roche won't spawn for at least 2 minutes, and then probably a little bit more.
It's another spike for Heroic, though, right? You're getting this Satanic. You've got this Nullifier. Ag soon for Analog, and Crystallis dead again. He is dead for the 5th time. He is 1 and 5. Yuma gets that kill, and it just seems like so much is on BZM to make this game work.
That's why the fact that he didn't die there is amazing, because this, like you said, it really is a lot on him to keep multiple lanes pushed out.
That's not far enough away. That is a Slithering Crush and another kill here. Analog getting this Sand King, and now they're by the tier 2, right? Maybe they get themselves BCM, maybe they get themselves a Tiny, but they'll settle for just a Toby.
BZM.
Again, not taking the buildings, but definitely racking up the gold.
You will now that you got those kills. This is why you head mid, but look, BZM already over there. Used March of the Machines, killed off most of the creep wave.
Oh, BZM! E-Blade, I thought maybe he was going to get hit with a Blink Slithering Crush. He had TP'd right in front of Whisper, but didn't really pay for that. He was the one putting the damage onto the Slardar.
Like, this is the BZM show for Tundra. They need him to dig deep, bend from the knees. He's gotta make so much space for his team. He's got to live in these fights. He's got to do the damage, and it's possible. Tinker is a hero that can do it, especially with the amount of catch Heroic has, but boy, is it tricky, and we are seeing some very close moments. He has to push the limits of what this hero can do if they want to win this game. And if you get caught once, you're going to get punished hard, because you just cannot take this fight without Tinker at all.
Crystallis here with the rest of his team, and they start to move away on BZM. He's almost got this BKB. BKB, though, for the side of Tundra isn't exactly the saving grace, right? You get bashed, it don't matter.
When you're 16k behind, but it's still very useful to have, so that the Wrath of Nature, the Requiems, they don't do nearly as much.
Saksa, Blink Slithering Crush, dead. Gone. Whisper, another kill. Whisper is 7-1 and 17. I don't believe he died last game. He's having a series.
Yeah, I think he and Spectre did not die in the last game.
Now Analog is on this high ground. And they see him.
Yeah, they're hunting. I actually wouldn't mind if they got a shard on the Nature's Prophet. You don't usually do it if you're carry, but it could help you find the Tinker. Because the Tinker game plan, or the counter Tinker game plan, is that you have to kill him and then you can do things. So you need to keep looking for him like this in the side lanes, which is why BZM is taking the risk, shoving it out. He has to do it, and you have to find him. So far, BZM on the winning exchange of that every single time. They have not managed to kill him yet. Once early in the game, but since then,
it was that
not
solo
yet.
kill.
Yeah,
it was that Analog solo kill.
Yeah, that one time, but otherwise he has not been found in any of these plays. And if you just watch the minimap, yeah, if you watch the minimap, you'll see why, right? Like, bottom is being pushed out right now. He's going to soon go to another lane, very likely. Right? He gets out. They're looking for him bottom. Here comes the Tusk and the Slardar. Hey, where's this Tinker guy at? Oh, he's in the mid lane. He's shoving that in. Ping him out. Let's head there. Tundra being
Going
smart
to
about
KJ
this.
first. I don't know if this is really what's worth it. It sets up for a Requiem. They're immediately out. That Requiem comes back in. Soxa ends up dead. They were looking for a Chaotic Offering, which they do get off, but they end up losing Toby. Now the Burrow Strike comes through from 33. They've got the damage coming out of an Analog, but he's going to be saved for a moment with the Aphotic Shield coming through. The BKB is going to be popped by Whisper. They get the kill to KJ, but there's the Slithering Crush. Down goes 33, but so does Analog. You lose the Shadow Fiend, you lose the Abaddon. You're trying to get Crystal. Hey, BZM just with a laser right in the face of Schofield. It ends up being a 3 for 2 that favors Tundra in a fight that maybe it looked like they were going to have the counter well enough from Heroic, but it just does not go that way.
Heroic was not expecting that. They smoke into that safe lane jungle, I think expecting Heroic to be looking for the Tinker. So they're trying to meet it head on, find a kill. If you don't, you at least set up for Roche, which now that you won the fight, this one will be yours. So the fight breaks out and Heroic still tries to take it, right? Going on that Abaddon, they just start. But that means Tinker, a little bit north of where we're looking right now, he's pretty free in these fights, so he just starts blasting lasers. Get a really good epicenter here after the BKB is faded on the Shadow Fiend. So this is just a drawn-out fight from Heroic. Oh no!
Coming over again. It's 95% of the work. Crystallis is
sure
committing.
They would be done with this by now.
33's nearby. KJ running in. Yule's out of the Tinker Snowball. Oh no! Aegis picked up by KJ. How does this happen? Again. Oh my! How does this happen again?
Did they not see him? I think the sentry they placed is a little too north of the pit because KJ glimmered himself and walked through the bottom, and I thought that would be in range, but maybe it wasn't because he was just in there and he gets the kill and the 8 is not even a snatch. He kills Roche and takes it.
God. Heroic have done 3% of the work as they try to get BZM, but no, he's got that BKB and he is gonna look for the high 5 TP out. But Heroic have done 5% of the work, have gotten both Aegises. And yeah, like you said, that sentry is a little bit too far. That deeper in that pit, he's not seen.
That's such a disaster. That's so unlucky.
All you can do is laugh, man. It's just unfortunate. But it has to be the BZM show. Like you said, it has to be the BZM show.
He's made it to BKB. It's actually now very hard to kill him because you have to punch him or bash him through the BKB, and he's going to E-blade himself. So it is really tough to get him, but the difference between him and the rest of his team has been growing.
It's a lot. And you're getting to that point where you've gotten to the point where I was going to say, certainly he's not, but no, he's level 26. This is the point that we talked about in the draft where Nature's Prophet just kind of like gets 3 items because he can farm so fast around the map. And it starts with Daedalus that he's picked up. He's got the Nullifier. He's going into a Hex that he almost has. Like, the items are already racking up.
Oh, if I Tinker this time?
BZM? Ooh. BZM, he used himself. And then BZM got out.
That was a rare mistake there. A very costly one. I mean, we've seen how hard it is to kill Tinker, so I actually don't even know if they would have finished the job, but you might force out his BKB at least, which is pretty good.
Gem given over to the Slardar. 4,000 gold on Yuma at the moment. Crystallis, he is 2 and 5, trying to get into a Butterfly and then a Basher. The thing that is just a little bit rough, and I say this as, you know, it's just the tiny things. It's KJ who's got the Aegis.
That is true. But thinking that, you know, Anti-Mage was going to have it and start split pushing like crazy. Yes. Yeah, you're pretty happy with that. But it does mean, like you said, it's hard to actually push with that Aegis. So what they're trying to do is just farm up Hexes, which, see if Tundra can interrupt before this happens. You want those Hexes to help you kill the Anti-Mage and this Tinker here. BZM making use of all of these tree spots. Aggressive TP from Nature's trying to break smokes.
He is not going to find anybody. Hex almost, you know, he's got the gold. He's got 5,800. They're going to look for Saksa. Requiem's going to be used, and Tinker's going to be in the middle of the pack. He is in trouble. Does he get out this time? No.
Oh, okay.
Analog gets the kill, and that instantly makes this a win for the side of Heroic in the fight.
That's what you've been looking for like 10 minutes. You've been trying to find this Tinker now, and you finally get him.
Since the solo kill.
Oh, that's true.
That was the only other time he died.
You look for Tinker at all points of the game, but this is what they need to finally push up the towers. Great snowball save from the Tusk at the start of that fight. Dodged the Warlock ult, and that allows them to then head over to the Tinker to kill him off, which it was real close. He was at the end of his teleport. He almost made it out of there. Now looking for the anti-mage here.
Snowball. Okay, now you're coming back with me, but I'm going to have Yuma ready to go when you get here. Oh, the snowball actually hit Yuma. Now the blink away. Unfortunate TPing in, but he's got no cooldown on this. And you said you wanted to see that shard on him. He's got it. Shard's thrown by Schofield, and now he's got the Nullifier Walrus Punch, and this is a danger anti-mage of dying, and he is killed again. That is the 6th time he's died.
That's why that shard's really useful. Helps you find these heroes that are hiding in the trees. So you kill the Tinker, you stagger that now into the anti-mage kill, which he was trying to split push. You have to, right? You know, oh, Tinker's dead. They're going to try to take our buildings. I got to push out other lanes. But Heroic reads that, gets a kill. So now there's another minute where Tundra is missing a hero. You continue to maintain map pressure. Can he get
He's
Yuma?
got BKB, and he's going to use that
Satanic
to stay alive. Got the Satanic, they get the kill on a Saksa, and they rip up 33. God damn. Just the damage coming in.
Just trying to live his life over here.
He's not going to be able to do so. There is no TP cooldown. He is just in your face immediately. By the way, he had saved up 9,000 gold, goes straight into the Bloodthorn, and it packs a punch.
I thought it was going to be the Hex, but I suppose a Silence. Like, the Hex wouldn't pierce the BKB anyways, and you have one on your Slardar, so Bloodthorn will give you more damage to finish the job while he's Hexed, or to just silence him when he doesn't have BKB, for example.
Oh boy, that's a Tinker that's dead. He's got buyback, but they've kind of mixed up these respawn timers.
You can maybe buy back as the Tiny comes up.
Yeah.
You may have lost your barracks at that point. Okay, one more Fortify. If you don't buy back, you will be megged right here, though.
Well, that's going to be a 3-shot Warlock trying to live his life. Not able to do so. He's forced to buy back. And now eventually Tinker will have to buy back. That's what he does with the Burrow Strike landing on the 2. They go to the Snowball. It hits on a 33. The damage is so quick. You never stood a chance! Oh, the Requiem hits Crystallis. He's dead. That's an anti-mage gone. With no buyback 80 seconds, he is going to have to observe the rest of this.
I don't know if there's going to be much observing to do. You have 2 heroes, no buyback, as the last barracks is about to fall here. And then you're going to back because why would you back? Of course you're just going to keep pushing. I don't think you're going to get the respawn.
And they will get the kill there on the Saksa. That is from half health. He just cleans him up. And now it's all on BZM to show it up. But GG is called Heroic. Take down Tundra in a 2-0 fashion. That looked oh so good for them.
This is not the result a lot of people would expect, I think, looking at this. Tundra is certainly the favored team, even with the stand-in, just based on their performances throughout the year. But Heroic came to play. This is a team that, as shown, clearly has the capabilities to take games off of the top teams. It's the consistency that they often struggle with, but clearly in this series, they were ready to go. 2 really painful Roche steals, actually. If either one of these had worked out, there's a much better shot Tundra wins. The fact that both of them got stolen is so bad.
when the KJ one shows up, I am going to be looking at him just kind of walking in here. I want to see what goes on there. And you can see it's 25 minutes into the game. They have a huge lead. Again, Heroic aren't bleeding kills in any way, knowing that these power spikes are big for Tundra. But they use their advantage and it just kind of overwhelmed the Tundra side in these fights. Like, even though they're so split, you kill these heroes so quickly with corrosive hazes and the minus armor and having the damage coming out really fast that, you know, your supports are gone pretty quickly. And Tundra don't have an answer.
Yeah, I think the draft was really good for Heroic. Both games. Whisper enabled to have a really good game, which, power of hindsight, I'm not sure why Tundra went for the anti-mage that early. It wasn't... Usually you see Medusa, you know, and then you take the anti-mage. That's one of the few times you actually see the anti-mage pick. As a creative, you know, we preemptively prevent certain picks. I was open to that. And the Tinker did do a lot, right? You get the Tinker pick at the end because of the early anti-mage pick, but...
here it is. He's just out of range here. He's just out of range there, where that Roche was. Oh my gosh. It's still... I mean, that is... insanity. Just watching that, just watching him being able to walk in, the confidence you have to just be like, I'm walking in, let me just do this.
You think you're walking in to distract them and that they'll kill you, you'll get vision for your team, you're like, I'm doing this for the team, and then you walk in and you're like, I didn't think I'd get this far. I guess I'm here, guys. I'm gonna clear a spot for my inventory. I'm just gonna grab it now. Step 2. And it works.
And then this top fight, you're already up 45,000 net worth. And you can just see Yuma ripping it up. And getting 19, 2, and 15. Man, 40,000 net worth. And like you said too during the draft, it's like, all right, we see this Nature's Prophet. He gets to that point where he has no TP cooldown. And he just farms fast. Like, that net worth spikes up the second he's able to just move around. And after that point too, after they got that removed TP cooldown, they were fighting a lot. And just getting a whole bunch of kills. When your cores combine for 5 total deaths, you know it's a good time.
Yeah, I think they executed very well off of very good drafts. Heroic, props to them. This is exactly what you want to see from them. Not fully qualified yet, and neither is Tundra knocked out. All right, they're now going to be 3-2 for Heroic, 2-3 for Tundra. So you're going to go into the elimination phase next with those, but at least you're feeling good because previously Heroic's 2 wins were versus some of the weaker teams. So here's saying, okay, we can beat Tundra. I know they're gonna stand in, you know, a little asterisk by that, but we beat Tundra pretty handedly. So some confidence going the way of Heroic. Tundra gonna have to maybe head to the chalkboard before the elimination games to figure out what went wrong here and have a better showing for the elimination games, which is why, you know, we're saying technically 3-2, you should, in theory, play weaker teams. But there are some team that is 3-2 that is now going to be matched up versus Tundra. They're going to be like, what the heck? How did we end up with Tundra as the weaker team we have to play against, you know? Yeah. So that's why you just need to make sure you're playing well and you don't worry too much about, you know, what you can't control, which is who your opponents are going to be. As long as you're playing well, you'll have the confidence going into that.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, we've got one more matchup on the way that's going to decide who's 3-2 and who's 2-3. And, you know, we'll have to see what ends up being the result of that, as we're going to be coming back with another series after we take a short break. So, guys, stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I'm here with Lal from Team Spirit, one of the favorites at this international. Lal, how are you doing? You excited to be at another international?
Yeah, I mean, feel good to here in Germany. Like, good weather and also like, good looking, I guess. So, I mean, not that much excited, but just feel good to be here on tournament.
So, when you came to your first international with Spirit, I remember a lot of your teammates saying, we need to win an Aegis for Lal, you know, we need to get him an Aegis. Are you saying the same thing about Rue now?
I don't say it's to him, but I mean, of course we try to win for our like new player. Like he don't win TI even I win. So I mean, he can also do it, I guess. So.
Well, regarding Rue, you guys, like in game, I mean, you guys play a lot together. After the lanes, you go around, you kill people, you make plays. Who's sort of leading that? Is it his calls or your calls more?
More, I guess, my calls. But it's maybe on like. He also try to say something if he sees some moment he say, but mostly I think it's like me, like you can farm mid, I go jungle, or we can smoke here. So I mean, it's more like for me, I guess.
In Riyadh, everybody was talking about how close it was going to be, how many teams are looking really, really good, and yet it seemed pretty convincing how from you guys at that event. Why were you so much better than everybody else?
I mean, maybe just we find our like good shape, like our heroes. So we just play a lot and good vibe in team, like game voice. Try to find moments in game when we can come back. Falcons also play good. They pick their heroes, but we just farm, dodge smokes, and it's hard to win. Yeah, I mean that's all.
It's really interesting that you got the 3-0 then, and then in an online event afterwards, of course there was the other 3-0, but you weren't a part of that, right? So
yeah, Falcons was like upgrade from Riyadh, and they like pick their heroes like this Bristol Bex and King. They Dragon Knight carry. They find their like shape like Pagna, Chen. They always play with it, but in Riyadh they don't try to play it. So I think they just find good like. Good heroes in the team, like meta heroes in the team. So they don't play with some, Quop, Pac. They try, but they pick Sun King, Bristol Bex, like only heroes for like this team.
Is there any hero in particular you think you've gotten better at this year, or you think that you've been really like kind of improving on, and you've enjoyed playing?
I think this year it's like Monkey King. When I start to play, and I think I win a lot of games on him. So I think Monkey King, the first one, and what I can say. I mean, maybe I enjoy to play some Snapfire mid, and yeah. So I think it's Monkey King and Snapfire, like fun heroes.
Is there any hero you think is going to be really popular at this international, which we haven't seen so much of yet?
This hero, some Chen gonna be more popular on this tournament because we play scrims and pubs. You see this Chen, and also on previous tournaments people play Chen. Maybe some patch, I guess. Also, people try to play it. One play on it, like some also Malrin play on Fisher. So I think some patch also.
All right. Well, last question. Lal, are you excited to get into that arena and potentially go and play some Dota in front of a TI crowd?
Yeah, it's I'm very excited. I hope we're gonna get it. So on like arena, but yeah, it's also good to play like a lot of people like sharing, screaming. You just feel this like it's a good vibe, and that's why a lot of people play Dota professional because it's like this vibe. Tournament, it's international, I guess. It's always good.
Always good vibes with you, Lal. Thank you very much for coming to talk to me, and good luck at this international.
Yeah, thank you.
back, everybody. It is the final series of the day here, and it's a series that, again, is going to be close, and it's going to be exciting as they've all been up to this point. It's Spirit against Aurora, and I know, guys, I know you all had Spirit as your 4-0s in your predictions, and you're all a little upset right now, and, you know, maybe you're just kind of feeling a little blue. But there's been so much good Dota, so stop that, because my predictions are broken too. I had Spirit as my 4-0 as well. The one year I don't put China all at the top, I pay for it. But we get to watch them fight here against Aurora. And honestly, when they've played against each other, these not just these teams, but these players, it always seems to be exciting. And I'm ready for it. I'm ready for a banger.
So many of them played together, right? You kind of know the mind of the other. First Toronto, Tokyo winning with Spirit before. Then they split up a little bit. They won with Mira, who's now playing on Aurora. We'll see in a little bit. So this is the new, most recent lineup for Team Spirit. And they were looking pretty good leading up to this event. They are now struggling a little bit. But when you look at the teams they've lost to, it's like, yeah, I kind of get it, you know? Xtreme Gaming, which is apparently just on a tear, right? So they're doing amazing, pretty understandable. And then PVISION, which has also always been a very strong team, another favorite for this TI. So it's not too surprising to have some struggles there, especially Laurel came in kind of last minute. He was having some health issues, but I'm glad to see he did make it to TI. But it does mean they didn't get as much time to practice together. So maybe that's what some of this group stage has been for them. This road to the TI playoffs is, okay, we're just playing together again, you know, like get that going. This next series, of course you want to win it, but fortunately they will not be eliminated if they do lose this. So it is just more time to play together again, get back into the flow of things, and you still got a chance to make it to the main event and win yet another TI for Team Spirit.
Yeah, they could just, you know, throw another banner up there. And, you know, we are looking at them now this time at TI with Rue, who, if I'm remembering correctly, I saw for the first time on LAN at Fissure Dacha 1, or Fissure Dacha, it was the Belgrade one. And he was the one who really stuck out to me the most. You know, I think it was him. I think maybe even Panto was there, who I really had my eye on. But Rue has, like, kind of gotten into this lineup and really found his spot. It's big shoes to fill when you're coming into a TI winning roster. It's tough. It's difficult. Sometimes it's overwhelming. But Rue, he might have had a little bit of ups and downs, but he is certainly now, he looks like a great player. Like, he looks like one of the guys who has always been here, who has made Spirit have the reputation of being one of the most difficult teams to beat. And he's happy with, you know, the way things have gone. Speaking of Panto, he's on the side of Aurora. Like, these are two guys that I watch and have been really impressed with. And I'm excited to see as we, you know, get the introduction here on Aurora. One thing to note is this is going to be the only time you guys see them showing emotion within this series. Because if you look at their webcams, there's never a movement. They do not move. They do not change facial expression during the games. They could get 10 kills in a fight, get the GG call, and it is going to just stay pretty stoic. Like, this is one of the most stoic teams at TI.
Locked in and focused. You know, maybe it's what they need, since I do think this team has a lot of potential. You mentioned Panto. I think he's been looking like an amazing position 5 player, having broken into this tier 1 scene, I would say, is kind of where Aurora, they're like 1.5, you know, trying to like really push in there. And that's what they also need to work on through this group stage is, you know, you want to make it further and you want to win the whole thing. So you got to keep improving as you go. But they do have some, I have a harder time identifying their issues specifically. But yeah, sometimes it just doesn't quite come together. You know, maybe we'll see what happens being here. It's going to be a very tough battle versus Spirit, but this is where you got a lot of familiarity with each other. You kind of know, like, I'm in your head, you're in my head. We're going to go 4 steps out of the usual plan. Maybe we're going to see some weird stuff. Maybe another
I'm hoping.
Pudge off lane.
Oh, don't get my hopes up. Don't do that. You're gonna
Would
do
they
it.
do
You're
it?
gonna get my hopes up.
I don't think they
I
would
don't know
do
if
it
they
though.
would.
It doesn't
Yeah.
seem like a Spirit nor Aurora type thing. Maybe a
would be
Kiyotaka
cool,
mid
though.
thing.
Ooh, all right. Well, you know, you're getting my hopes up, like I said, and they first pick Shadow Fiend right out of the gate, and I'm all right. I'm okay with that. With Team Spirit being the ones who are in fact going to be playing at Aurora. Their bans Nature's Prophet, Naga Siren, Monkey King, Marcy, and the only one that hasn't been banned in that like top 4 Rushmore combo is the Beastmaster. At least currently, this is how it stands.
Certainly something you could grab. I think that's kind of why they go for the Shadow Fiend. If you do run a carry, it would be okay into the Beastmaster. Although you don't like getting roared later, the lane itself is fine, which is kind of what you need to get through first before you even worry about roar later. But you could also just run it mid. We just saw it have a lot of success in the series before this. Contribute to the physical damage lineup with your aura while still getting some magic damage. Great crowd control with the Requiem initiations. I'm looking at the player cams, like you said, all very focused, thinking hard.
Very
How do we
stoic,
want? How do we want to deal with Shadow Fiend? We've been stumped. I am always I will say I'm always a little worried when a team uses too much reserve time at the very start, because you have to plan out the whole draft, and as you get further, I get it. It gets really tough, but when you're at the first pick, like first early bans, and you use this chunk of reserve time, it's like, were we caught off guard by a Shadow Fiend first pick? Like we don't have plans for this.
Primal does give you that BKB piercing pulverize, right? Like that does allow you to do what you want, at least in terms of control.
I like it as a way, if you do run this versus Shadow Fiend, whether it's mid or offlane versus carry, you've got that gap close on a hero that has no way to escape, no way to stop you, and you can't land triple raises very easily if he's immediately standing on top of you. Now, of course, later you might have Requiem, but then he will have Pulverize to interrupt you at least one more time. So that's the nice thing about it. But once the Shadow Fiend gets BKB, you won't be able to kill him on your own. You will need some extra help from around. So that'll have to be the future picks coming in here.
Looking at the bans of Pugna, Magnus, Puck, Dawn. Primal technically is flex, right? Like we see nothing to say go mid primal.
Yeah, you can do mid or off lane.
I guess my question is, would you ever do anything other than that? And clearly the pick rates say no. With 4 mid, 4 off lane. But this is a hero that also requires BKB to really be effective, right?
Yeah, that's kind of the big issue for him right now. In the past, you used to see some position for Primal Beast, but it's just not really good enough right now. I suppose if you absolutely had to flex it, right, you could, but I think you'd rather just have it run as a core, because part of the reason it's good as a core is its stability. Even as you try to counterpick it, you just go creep cut and trample them, and you can do that in the mid lane as well, right? Drag it to a camp, trample over the camp and the creep wave, farm up that way, stacks get made, pulverize that, right? No matter how hard you get countered, you can do that. And once you have that level of stability, there's no real reason to move it away from being a core if the support role is significantly weaker. With that said, you can make it annoying for him later on in the game by picking heroes like Dark Willow or Tusk, Shadow Demon, these heroes that he wants to use his BKB and do things. And if you come and interrupt him, like punch him through the BKB, prevent his tramples and his onslaughts, all of that, right? He is just so sad. So I would like to see some kind of hero like that from Team Spirit. The Tusk, whenever you have a Shadow Fiend, Tusk always comes to mind. It is such a strong pairing. And Clockwork, I see banned out. That would have been good. So I would love to see that. Yeah, and they take the Shadow Demon first for themselves so that you can, one, not have to deal with the disruption and the ultimate, but for your own Primal Beast, you can put the Disseminate on him, and when he charges in and he's the focus of all the damage, you can reflect a lot of it back.
Yeah, Disseminate's one of those spells that I feel like a lot of people, they just don't even know what it does still. They just kind of are like, all right, I'll skill that last. Not pro players. I just mean when I talk to people about Shadow Demon, they're just like, yeah, no, he's great. He's got Disruption. He's got the Shadow Poison. He's got his ult.
I think there's another one.
I think there's something else. What's that Spectre thing he does? Disseminate? That thing that you get warned about when you watch sports on TV, that you cannot disseminate without the express written consent of, you know, the NFL or the MLB of recording and redistributing the game.
Yeah, that's what he does. He distributes copyrighted stuff.
Yeah.
That's his second ability.
That's his go-to.
And then here comes Silencer. He's like, stop that.
Shush.
All right. Okay, the Silencer is good to... One, Shadow Fiend doesn't like mobile heroes, so Silencer helps to cover that. And then the debuff Piercing Silence will be good versus Pulverize, and also prevent the disruption saves, at least until, for example, the Shard on Shadow Demon is actually pretty good versus Silencer, but you don't start with that. So Silences are quite annoying for that hero to deal with. And grabbing the Tiny as well. We'll see if it ends up in position 4 again for Rue. Good playmaker to have when you've got this Shadow Fiend core that doesn't have as much lockdown.
What do you go for now? I don't know if it's just recency bias because we just saw it lose, but I'm not like the biggest fan of Tiny.
Me neither.
I don't know if I like this duo that much, the Tiny Silencer duo.
The nice thing about it is that it's pretty fast initiation and it's repositioning, which is really good versus a save like Shadow Demon, who is sitting in the back, waiting for things to happen. Okay, I'm in range to save my core, and then my core is 5 miles that way. Like, hang on, I gotta sprint on over there, right? If you're having a great game, you got like Blink's Force Staff, a little easier to deal with, but that's what you gotta get to, right? You need these items to make sure you can save whoever gets tossed back. So I think that's some of the idea behind the Tiny pick, along with, you know, of course, there's the threat of flexing it if you have to. But I do think position 4 has been its best role right now.
Disruptor picked up. This is like your Kirkland Silencer. As they go into the Queen of Pain, so mobility is there for both their cores at the moment, with both the Blink from the Queen of Pain and the Onslaught from the Primal Beast. I don't hate their movement. And their lockdown for the side of Spirit is kind of lacking. Avalanche Toss. But, of course, you know, you are picking Queen of Pain into a Silencer. But also, it's one of the things that I used to say about Doom, right? If you give Doom too many Doom priorities, then you're going to feel more safe. If you give Silencer too many global silence priorities where you want to, you know, stop the Shadow Demon from disrupting, or do you want to stop the Queen of Pain, it may be a little bit too much.
Nice thing about global, though, is that it hits everyone. So when you do use it, like, you're getting some degree. Maybe it's not the perfect time to use it. Like you said, if you were only thinking about Queen of Pain, only thinking about Shadow Demon, only thinking about Primal Beast, but it will still be blanket effective versus all of them, and you pick whatever is most important based on how the game is going. Which, as I see Nigma come out here, I think you're using it to make sure the black hole lasts the entire time. If you get a couple heroes in there, which means probably the Shadow Demon save is now one of the big things you want to make sure you stop. Because otherwise you black hole, and you maybe can't stop the black hole, but you just disruption save whoever is in it, or like your favorite person in it. Maybe there's multiple people in there.
You better be nice at breakfast. 5 seconds. Oh, hey, I'm going to be playing Shadow Demon later. Can I get another croissant? You just like, go to the table and go pick it up for me? Sorry, I can't do that. All right, well, I'm not disrupting you when you're in the black hole. Sorry, dude. Final ban of
be nice to your supports,
or final phase.
Yeah,
you always have to. I agree with that.
Yeah, you need a carry, and you need someone who is good versus Enigma now that he's out. So Gyro, one of the best for that. A lot of the melee heroes will not have a good time versus Enigma, especially because the supports are pretty weak. Like Disruptor, Shadow Demon are not good laners. Shadow Demon depending on the matchups, potentially. But having to deal with these Eidolons running at you, and especially with a Tiny, so this is actually giving more reason for the Tiny as well. When the Eidolons split, you want to play really aggressive. Pub players, super surprised by Eidolon splitting. But pros, they're counting the auto attacks. They know when the Eidolons are going to split and they're going to back off, and then you're going to get tossed into the Eidolons if you're not careful, and then you're going to die because Eidolons do an insane amount of damage when they split. So that pairing is very strong. And then later, when Black Hole comes out and Shadow Demon's walking up to save, maybe you don't have Global because you used it for something else, toss them into it. Now you've got another hero in the Black Hole. So I for sure hope that it's just position 4 Tiny now, and you can think about whether you want a new mid versus the Queen of Pain. I'd say this is a very neutral matchup, skill-based, Shadow Fiend versus Queen of Pain, if you just want to commit to that, and both teams look for a carry here, yeah, which is exactly the case. They get the Sven.
I'm a little worried about Sven being kited a bit much, but again, it does make you like have to pick and choose who you're disrupting.
That
it is
true.
A lot of overwhelming choice.
I will say one of the nice things about Sven is that if you catch a Black Hole, not only do you cleave them all, but your innate means you get a bunch of extra damage during Black Hole too to secure those kills. It will be into an Alchemist, which you can hit a tempo that is very fast before your opponents are ready. But I do think as time goes on, Sven outscales the Alchemist, and you've got Warcry. I don't know if I love that pick. It has a very small window of success to me, especially when you're dealing with these, like on paper, oh, we're going to farm the islands, we're going to get more money. You got a Disruptor. Is he going to help you deal with that? Are you going to have a strong start on this Alchemist? I'm not that convinced.
Yeah, I'm not heavily convinced here. As, you know, you've got this Alch that, yeah, it's going to boost you up, but if it's not quick enough, like, it's got to be really fast. You're always in danger past that level 6 mark of just being globaled and black holed, like slowed down on, like, your map movements for Nightfall here have to be very, very smart, because I mean, Nightfall is not really the guy who's moving around outside the lanes. He is very upfront, in your face. I mean, we know it. He BKB TPs out because he's put himself in these positions that may not really fit what Nightfall needs to accomplish in this game. And maybe that's just overthinking it, but I'm a little worried for the Alchemist, like you said.
Yeah, I would favor Team Spirit here. Like, one, just as the game goes on, you've got Enigma, right? Like, Black Hole is one of the strongest spells in the game. You can always win a late game situation, no matter how far behind you are, off of an amazing ultimate. So that's already good for them. And then I do think they've got the scaling necessary to deal with an Alchemist, to deal with the other heroes. That's not to say it's not possible for Aurora. I do think they've got some of the better stacking heroes in the game, especially that Shadow Demon, so a bunch of farm for your Alchemist. And if you can get to the Eidolons, you know, especially like Thunderstrike the Eidolons, drop the Acid Spray, and you farm them, you will get a lot of extra money. I think Collapse is good enough to micro those Eidolons back, though, right? Keep them away, make sure they're safe, work with Rue to get the tossbacks, to get the aggressive potential. And as you have a good start, I think you maintain. You don't even have to push that quickly, because I think your late game's a bit better.
We'll have to see how it goes, though. Can the Alchemist outpace the side of Team Spirit? And on top of which, you know, I kind of get these vibes that, like, Yaturo's like, all right, well, I've seen Ame make this work. I can make it look better. You know, is there that little bit of, give me Sven, I need to prove it, please?
I don't even know if it's like I'm going to prove it kind of thing. It's just like, oh, man, Ame played it. That's awesome. That's what, my favorite guy's doing this. Like, I want to be like him. I want to do it, too. There's always been that, he's always been a big fan of Ame, but also he's just an awesome Sven player, and it looked pretty good here, so I can also get behind it. We were talking about the saves of the supports, and yeah, they can kite Sven, but he can also just blink and delete them, and it just prevent any of their abilities from coming out. I think that's a nice thing about the burst from Sven.
Smoke broken by Rue. He's gonna step up for a second and snag a bounty rune. All right, 3 for 1 though. That was almost 4 bounty runes for Aurora.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo snatched it right in front of them. Otherwise, could have been 4.
You know, that conversation about just like Yatoro, really his favorite player is Ame, and just like thinking about that makes me think of like, what if esports had a Like Mike movie? I don't know if you remember that movie. Where
I don't know if I do.
Basically, Lil Bow Wow puts on Michael Jordan's old shoes, and then he starts playing like Michael Jordan, even though he's like 12.
This vaguely sounds familiar.
We should do that for esports. You know, you put on the headset with the cat ears, and all of a sudden you're playing like Ame.
Give someone the mouse and the keyboard. I am him. I am Yatoro.
I am him is honestly got to be in the movie. We're making it. We'll talk later. Anyway, with the game in front of us,
I'm sure the players will agree to be in this.
Yeah. Well, all right, maybe it's wrapped. I'm looking at this mid matchup. Kiyotaka here on the Queen of Pain. We've seen a lot of Queen of Pains just heavy on the Shadow Strike and just dominate these matchups. Is this kind of what we see here with the Shadow Fiend in the matchup, or is Laurel going to be able to kind of stand his ground and hope to have a decent lane in this one?
This is where it's a very skill-based thing. If you can consistently land Shadow Strike on Shadow Fiend, you will keep him low, threaten to blink on top, kill him, and once you blink, ooh, Enigma getting jumped on.
Not going to be killed, though. He stays alive. That is aggression coming out from Panto and Nightfall on maybe a lane that I thought would be more farm-oriented, but you find the opportunity to not get hit by Avalanche or Toss or anything like that. You do have Unstable Concoction to get things going.
Yeah, I wonder if I underestimated the combo here. It's going well so far. Better than expected, actually. Usually you get the lane back and you just use Eidolons to keep the lane still. Something Tiny is quite good at, but Panto and Nightfall making it work right now.
So far, so good. It's that seed money, too. Get that seed money, get those bounties, do your thing, and hope to get as much farm under your belt as you can. Mataro, 11-6. He's got a good amount of dice here. Avalanche on 2 kinetic field collapse. These Eidolons will not end up dead. But they're low enough where you can't really just run them at Nightfall, especially, you know, the positioning of these Eidolons have to be pretty perfect with Nightfall throwing that acid spray down to the ground. Bottom lane Shadow Poise in there looking for the 3-minute Lotus, and it's Toronto Tokyo who steps in there. Uh-oh. Pause very quickly.
A little calculating right here. Can we do this, guys? Can we take this fight? Down here we got four members of the old Team Spirit original.
This is
Collapse missing the team reunion on the top lane.
Is Maposhka dead? That's the real question.
I think he's okay.
Onslaught and Trample. Mira's a little bit far to add more. He's got 1 stack of the Shadow Poison on him, so they could maybe get a couple more and get that kill if they can knock him up. They do have 1 level in the Stormhammer. Maybe they get... All right, he's just going to leave. Never mind. Well, never mind the never mind, because they're going to go for Maposhka. Stormhammer is going to be used. They're trying to get him 3 stacks First Blood for Mira. And that is Maposhka dead.
Well done. I was thinking you have Stormhammer, so if they commit...
Collapse is dead.
Aurora came to play. Getting killed both sides. The pause was good for them. They did some quick planning in that time. Bottom, I thought Stormhammer... Yeah, the Stormhammer would cancel, or not cancel, but like waste the trample and onslaught time, but they disrupted him first and then went for it. So that was a really good play. And then top, this is not the Enigma pick, not paying off so far, even though I did not believe in the Alchemist.
Apparently the Alchemist is doing really well, but the question does end up becoming if he can hold on to that and continue to just kind of blow up net worth-wise. And can Yakutou kind of farm, as now they might have caught themselves out the silencer again. Stormhammer comes through and the Arcane Curse, but the onslaught's there, and Toronto Tokyo is just going to trample over Mipushka's dead body that Mira gets credit for the kill on. This is 3-0 already for Aurora.
The reason you picked a Sven is that you thought you'd be able to deal with this Primal Beast lane. Here's finally the toss back.
We were thinking about, yeah, toss back into the Eidolons. The damage, though, is it even going to be enough? They might just turn this. Panto trying to stay close, and Panto, he ends up alive. Meanwhile, solo kill mid. Kiyotaka went for it level 5 to get a kill on a Laurel. I think this is going bad in every lane.
That's the thing. He was able to... I guess I got cut off when we were talking about it because they kept fighting the side lanes. You need to sneak in to use Shadow Strike without tanking too many raises. So it's really a very skill-based matchup in that sense. But it looks like Kiyotaka managed to find the window, kept Shadow Fiend low. Then you jump in, and at that point, you can't land multiple raises. You only have one.
That is tough for them, but now Nightfall body blocked. Maybe they can get the kill top, but again, it's just dealing with the unstable concoction. They've got these Eidolons, the Blood Grenade even committed here. But it's just not getting it. Blood Grenade thrown to try and, like, maybe get Nightfall. Not going to be enough. Early on, everybody is suffering on the side of Spirit, especially Ataro, who has got really not much net worth. This is a 2,000 net worth lead, and because of the fact that the Shadow Demon got first blood, he got another kill under his belt, he's just about there with the Sven. And we'll end up getting Nightfall top.
Kill.
Collapse in the top lane, getting that kill, and that's right when the Disruptor leaves him solo to get that. And that ends up working out and feeling at least a little bit better as they finally get on the board for the side of Team Spirit. They are coming over towards mid. They do have Sonic Wave. They have Mira, who will have Disruption. The Disruptor's not here to throw like a kinetic field down or anything like that. He's going to cut or try to cut past Rue. Maybe they're thinking 7-minute Shrine. Not going to be that easy. But they are cutting towards Laurel.
Barely passing by each other.
Either. Laurel's coming over, but I wonder if he's the one who ends up taking the Shrine or if you just give it to Collapse to get him to 6. Don't give it to either. Give it to Rue, and then Mira takes the other one. Level 5 for Rue. He's got a decent amount of experience. Silencer working on level 4. He'd love to have the global silence. Of course, that's going to take some time. But the real winner right now feels like Kiyotaka, who got that solo kill.
Hasn't been able to find space to use Sonic Wave yet, though. Not for lack of trying. Spirit has been just reading the map well, playing it safe when he moves. But you do need to find... You need to keep the momentum going, right? You don't just win the lane. It's Queen of Pain. You want to keep that going, help your side lanes out. Get kills there, come back to mid. It's the tough balance of Queen of Pain. He's won the lane, so step 1's done. If you bring the support to kill mid, that also works. Second time Mira's here.
They're trying. But also, Nightfall is doing a good job of keeping the creep wave in another spot to make sure that he's able to farm and not get caught again. Shadow Strike comes through on a Laurel, but they're just not going to get the damage to get the kill. Yatoro's sitting low, but he's got the God Strength. He's farming a couple of stacks that have been made down here. And I say he's not able to get the kill, but now, under the tower, the Shadow Poison stacked up. And he is dead after that Sonic Wave and Scream. I'm a little surprised that they just kind of, Laurel just kind of let that go down like that.
Maybe like me, he thought, like, they're not gonna, it's my tier 2, we're 8 minutes in. They're not gonna get me here. Stuck around a little too long.
Yeah,
so finally that really pays off for Aurora. And straight back to stacking for Mira. Has his boots, you know, mess with the Shadow Fiend a little bit. Go stack. A lot of stacks prepped for this Alchemist, who I wasn't sure about, but he is having a pretty good start here.
If they find a way to kill Nightfall again, I'd like to see Spirit play the other side of the river, because you got to expect they're making stacks for him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you do have a Sven, if he's got God Strength available, who could swipe them.
Shadow Fiend with the raises could as well. Yeah, I agree with you. If you can make a movement in there, that'd be great. But this is where the downside of the draft comes in, right? Tiny, not really the best at starting plays until he has that Blink Dagger, so you just gotta walk in. Nigma, same deal, right? You don't even really want to get the blink until later for Enigmas nowadays. You want to get the auras, Helm of the Dominator, you know, hot item of the patch again. That means you just have to walk in, and that means they'll be ready to fight you.
Taking out a sentry. But this sentry that he placed down doesn't see the obs that was on the other side of the river. And that's unfortunate. Still giving them a good amount of information. Things have kind of quieted down as the laning has broken up a little bit. Avalanche running over. Panto going to be tossed, and he is going to die here to collapse. They charge up that stun. They bring in a +1. They're going to try and get a kill here on Teru. They've got Mira. It's a +2 with Kiyotaka showing up. And the rotations are heavy just to get this kill onto the Tiny.
You still get the tower too, so overall, Spirit pretty happy. Alk, thanks to that winning fight, I guess gets to keep his stacks back here alive, as Sven was just doing the same thing down bottom with God Strength. The fact that Alk is only 1,000 up right now is not too bad, but there's even more stacks in the triangle. So I think once you secure that, Alk is in a really nice spot. But if Spirit can make that aggressive play we were talking about, steal those away, I actually think you've then done a great job at mitigating Alchemist's power spike off of Grievel's Greed, getting that fast Radiance, all of that. I think when he heads over and does that stack, he'll be very close to the Radiance.
If he goes over that way, he might wait on it.
That's true. Sometimes they like to wait for... Yeah, they like to wait for the Radiance sometimes before doing those stacks. Or maybe Toronto Tokyo's claimed them, actually.
Uru doesn't actually go up there, but he places this ward down, sees a stack being taken by Toronto Tokyo. They might be able to just get Ru. He's in a bit far, but he's got that Invis rune. Glimpse back to the sentry they placed down, so he's Envision Yatoro. No God Strength, Stormhammer, that flies out. An onslaught across, and Toronto Tokyo's fine. They just don't have the God Strength. They don't have the damage to follow that up. And a couple of stacks here. The Shadow Poison. Laurel's in trouble. The Global Silence comes out. They go to the Requiem. This is all honestly in defense, at least for the moment. They still do not have God Strength. Mira's kind of in this weird spot. God Strength is used. Stormhammer comes in. He kind of knows he's pinched in this spot to die. That is a dominating spree that they do take. And now they've got some damage. Maybe they want to go and get a tier 1 tower, but they are bringing over the Alchemist, and Yatoro needs to be careful. He's going to be glimpsed back into the Static Storm, into the Pulverize. Do they have any help? No, they don't. So he just dies. They get an extra 100 gold on the Dominated Creep, and this is Spirit just looking lost in what they want to accomplish.
They're just having trouble forcing actual fights because they're lacking initiation. That's where it becomes easy. You try and you go, this is kind of hard. You try to walk away, glimpsed. So that got them 2 kills. They have a lot more mobility on their heroes, and look at these stacks. It's a good amount for Spirit, but Shadow Demon alone has the same amount of stacks.
Collapse is working. I'm currently working on getting Tranks. Do you get that? He tries to step up to Toronto Tokyo and then immediately pays for it. He's dead on his screen already. Just a question of who gets the kill. And the who is Kiyotaka. This is by 14 minutes as well. That means they've got a stolen shrine to accomplish. as Kiyotaka is going to be here. He'll steal the shrine, and everything is just lining up for Aurora.
They even tried to play fast to get a nether kill in the mid lane. Fortunately, Spirit got Laurel out of there, but doesn't look like they can get Rue out of there. They were thinking about trying to steal stacks based on what was happening top, but not fast enough. Aurora's going to get a kill for... Will Nightfall get it? Nightfall gets the kill. He's got his Radiance. He's now going to farm this Ancient stack. He's going to have a blink in about another minute, and then you are on track to play fast like you need to with this Alchemist.
And Sven just doesn't have the farm to fight back. He needs too many items right now. He needs the Blink, he needs the BKB. Certainly needs the BKB to be able to do anything. And you think about that, the same can be said for the Enigma. Needs the Blink BKB to really find an effective black hole to do anything. Nightfall, he's grabbing a lot of gold here, just going in and taking this stack, and now he's just 700 gold away from a Blink Dagger.
I really thought these side lanes would go better for Spirit. Mid, I'm not too surprised by. I think that could easily go either way, just off of little things, and we saw that Kiyotaka ended up with the kill, so he is now pulled ahead a little bit, but... Well, I want to say, I guess, Sven is on par with the Primal Beast, but Alchemist did a lot better versus the Enigma than I thought, with a weak support like Disruptor.
5,000 net worth lead, more stacks, more gold, more money, and there's the Blink Dagger. Crazy farm happening for this Alchemist.
Crimson Guard finished on Primal Beast as well, so now even if you do manage to land a good black hole, that is going to protect your team from a lot of the damage that Team Spirit can bring in these early fights. You're going to need a really big Requiem combo with it for this to work now. Here's the Blink.
Charging up the stun. There's the Blink. It's onto the Sven. And Yatoro nowhere to go as the Onslaught Glimpse comes in and Nightfall's got another kill.
The mid tower down with a free Sven, and you didn't even really have to commit anything fancy for that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, nothing big. It's not Static Storm, it's not Pulverize. Not that Pulverize has the longest cooldown. It's 35 seconds, no Sonic Wave. This game just seems like, unless you can turtle hard enough, I would give Aurora an 80-something% chance to win.
With that said, Spirit is one of the scariest teams to play against, because even when you're... Oh, dude, Dota Plus? Okay, getting there. Getting close to what you just said. Spirit is one of the best teams at holding on when falling behind. So I don't think you feel comfortable even as you pull this lead. You're like, I think things are going well, but boy, am I still scared. Spirit always seems to manage to find a good fight. And you've got the heroes, right? One big black hole, a Requiem deleting a hero, big Sven cleave, dealing with global. There's always a way to find a good fight for the heroes they have.
Problem is they really need this BKB on Enigma. Otherwise, now, especially with the shard being built for this Primal Beast, they can stop this black hole from a distance. So so many different options. Global Silence gets used and Collapse tries to TP out, but he's dead anyway. And they have Rue stuck. Yules from the Queen of Pain. Rue is on the run, but there's nowhere for him to go. And the responses don't cost them that much on Aurora, and they're able to make them so easily. It just has not stopped. As Spirit, they're hoping to buy as much time as possible. They need the Blink BKB because now Toronto Tokyo's got this Rock Toss. Even if there's no Static Storm or Disruption, if Primal's not in there, he can throw a rock and stun you from a distance to try and stop that black hole. He can stun you from a distance to set up a glimpse. Like, there's just so many options to stop this Enigma. And now, Maposhka, dead too. And this tier 1 tower, it's going to be pressured. We'll see if they just take it. But the creep wave is pretty far forward.
We don't actually see these rock throw shards bought that early on Primal Beast usually. But like you said, I like it a lot in this case to get the Enigma. Maybe of the Requiem as well. You see him channeling somewhere in the back. chuck a rock at him? Who would win?
Why not, right?
Demon Lord of Hell or a rock?
Wait, the Rock?
The Rock? Ooh, right. Ooh.
Laurel. I can't Requiem now. There's a disruption ready, or now he can Requiem because Sven's in their face, but still, the Yules from Kiyotaka, he's gonna just get kited. Where do you go? Panto's got Static Storm ready. Even if Sven was trying to get out, he would be brought back in with Glim. Saru is dead, and this just feels so out of hand.
Save your Shadow Fiend, but lose your carry and your 4 support? No, that doesn't feel very worth it.
Not really. Not really at all.
He didn't even really commit that much for it either. So I don't think you even have to stop, especially as BKB gets delivered on the Alchemist. So you're 10k ahead as the game hits 20 minutes. You can get yourself the Tormentor, you can get yourself Roche, push up to a 15k lead pretty easily. We'll see if Spirit can take any inspiration from the heroic games, see if they're nearly as good at snatching and stealing Roshans. I think you're gonna need it this time.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna need something like that. Now Shard for Mira. You were talking about having this demonic cleanse and how much that's gonna be worth. Again, I think the only chance here I see for Spirit is if this BKB timing that they're gonna get to, with Shadow Fiend getting a BKB, eventually Sven getting a BKB, and Collapse when that triple BKB timing is here, they can win a fight, then you know they're in it. But if that fight goes wrong, I don't think you find your way back.
I do think the next 5 minutes, or once the Aegis gets taken, the first Aegis is very decisive to this game. Aurora, usually you use the first Aegis to, take all the outer towers and maybe poke a little bit. That's likely to still happen, but Aurora does have a lineup, mainly the Alchemist, who could threaten even more with that first one, and you need to put yourself in a position to be winning with the second one. But if you steal that Aegis, if you waste it, that's where Spirit, every time the Aegis goes down, they go, yeah, we just bought ourselves another 10 minutes to drag this one out. Trying to set up, but he blinks away.
By the way, stealing that shrine just feels like these supports on the side of Spirit are not getting much experience. The level difference isn't massive, but the shrines being taken feels bad.
Fortunately, you don't need too much experience on these supports. You just need the Blink Avalanche Toss combo, which is 50 gold away from being online. And then the Silencer, yeah, you'd like to scale up further, but technically, as long as you can global through BKB, like that doesn't change. The duration may change a little bit, but you mainly need the initial cancel of Pulverize and the prevention of saves from the supports. So at least you got that. I think it's really down to Sven continuing to farm up.
Yeah.
This is a hero that always feels like it could potentially win a game if you just maybe get a little lucky, but also force a favorable fight, which Spirit is so good at doing and why you can never count them out. You find that one fight where you blink cleave 2 important heroes, suddenly you see a huge swing around, which you're gonna need. 13k down right now. It's an Alchemist game, so some of that is, it's not as bad as other drafts might suggest. But he's working on the AC right now, I believe, which is going to be a really good damage reduction versus Sven, Shadow Fiend, even the Eidolons.
I wonder if that... you say AC, but let's see. No, he's got the plate mail. He's got the Hyperstone already picked out, and I thought for a second, no way he's just going like casual Hyperstone. You just spend that kind of gold on anything casual. As I glanced over at his inventory and his queued up. What I'm really staring at is this Enigma and how far away he is really from having BKB. Requiem, Global Silence, any kill is going to be a big one here. But there's the disruption. The BKB comes out. The turnaround is here. Nightfall is ready to try and get a kill, but the TP attempt from Laurel. The Sonic Wave. Oh, he got him in the base. Oh, God. Laurel thought he was free. Oh boy, Rue dies too, and that is just devastating. That BKB doesn't even save your life.
That was a good avalanche toss combo, and it only did half of Primal Beast's health. Oh, was that the Radiance that finished the job? Well, someone, either way, it's always sad to finish the TP and then die. Yeah, that's a bad state of affairs. When the Requiem toss combo does not get a kill, you're kind of screwed. You gotta be in full retreat mode, and we've seen how hard it is to retreat from these heroes. You're just forced to try to TP out, and then sometimes that doesn't work either. It's gonna be the Aegis now over to the Alchemist, and you can start working down these tier 2 towers and maybe even poke at high ground. Ooh, especially if you get a glimpse onto Enigma.
Look at where this ward is, that they've got this vision. They are going to find potentially both Collapse and Rue. Overeyes on a Collapse. The damage from Nightfall, they get both. Again, that slows down the BKB for this Enigma. And again, 2 more kills and an Aegis for Aurora.
While they work down the tower, I do just want to shout out the supports for Aurora. I feel like, of course, the cores work with them in the laning stage, but these guys made it work with supports that are not the strongest in the lanes. They won the side lanes. Mira has been a stacking machine, and Panto keeps finding these glimpses. He's 0, 1, and 12. Keeps getting all these free kills on Spirit for his cores.
Support's really doing a lot, carrying some heavy lifting. 0-1 and 12 for the Disruptor, 5-1 and 10. Yatoro does not have this BKB, and it's on his way. The Global Silence gets used, but he's dead anyway. And Nightfall gets the kill. Yeah, you got the BKB, but it is another kill for the side of Aurora. They just can't get anything to go their way.
No, ran point blank into that Alchemist.
Boy, Silencer's caught. And this is going to make it 3 kills for Spirit, 22 for Aurora. And they have no answer on Spirit. This is very reminiscent of game number 1 of Heroic against Tundra that we just saw.
Can't believe Rue got out of there, actually.
That was surprising.
In the meantime, they finished the top tier 2 with the Catapult. And it looks like they were thinking about heading to mid, but the wave has been shoved in. This is where you gotta really activate split push delay mode, and you kind of see it, Laurel, in the enemy jungle over here. Yeah, my half of the map is not a good time. I gotta sneak somewhere over here. Timing is really good on it too. Finishes up the camps, they're gonna respawn, you clear it out again, and then you run away.
I like that these players still know what they want, despite the fact that they're down so much. That, like, Laurel's queuing up, Blink Dagger, Aghanim Scepter. I want everything. I want Refresher too. Maposhka really in a bad spot. He's dead for 30 seconds. He'll have Global when he's up, though. They need this BKB desperately for Enigma. He's not going to find a successful Blink Black Hole unless it's all 5 of them without the BKB.
If you push right now, you don't have to deal with that, but there's still a minute 50 seconds on the Aegis, so they'll again back out, look for a pickoff, and if you get something good, you'll push with the tail end of the Aegis. Otherwise, you'll wait for the next one where you'll have the banner to work with. But they're coming over for the Wisdom Shrine.
Nightfall. Static Storm committed, steals the Shrine. Now they'll look at Rue. This should be an easy kill again. And they are at 24 kills to only the 3 of Team Spirit. Straight donking them.
I think you just go. BKB 200 gold away.
Yeah, he's getting some gold here. He's got the greedy bonus on the enchantment. So it's almost 50 gold. Could this be the I mean, the only one staying forward is Nightfall. He's got an Aegis anyway. But now you've got the BKB. Do you just smoke up right here? Or do you wait 20 seconds and try to find somebody? knowing that this Aegis is up.
You kind of need the defensive positioning of your base to help you win the fight, though. But maybe you have to try. You know, the rate the game's going at, Aurora is going to maintain control. By the time the next Roche comes around, they'll have 25, 30k gold lead. So you got to do something. They move out. They don't actually catch the lane ward that is placed by Aurora in the top side.
Yeah, the warding's being really impressive. And Avalanche toss, throwing back, BKB, and there's the onslaught. There's the global silence. They go to the Requiem, but Nightfall's right in his face. They get the kill on Amira. Can they get anything else out of this one? The Abyss Blade's finished on Nightfall, so he's ready to just stun somebody up. Rue's already dead. They've got the glimpse into the Static Storm that's on the 2. Laurel is in such a bad way. So is Yatoro, but there's the Blinket with the BKB. No black hole yet. Finally throws it down. Oh, they've got the toss. It's on the Nightfall. The damage is there. Yatoro. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Spirit are here, and they are ready to claim anything they can. The damage finally shows up, and they get everything they wanted.
This is why Spirit was playing so patiently. You called it out. You need the BKB to get the black hole, buy as much time as possible, get the Crystallis on the Sven, and if we can just find the fight we need around the ward of our cliff, they black hole the Queen of Pain, toss in the Alchemist, wrap up those kills, starting with the kill on Mira. This is the save needed to prevent those black hole kills from happening. Has to use it on himself, still ultimately dies. The Requiem coming out here, and Collapse just hiding at the edge, playing it real safe, waiting for his opportunity. This is why you can never count Spirit out. 20k down, this is exactly where they want you. This is they've lulled you into a false sense of security. Fake black hole too from Collapse.
Waited a second to have Rue, who bought back into the fight, come over and toss Nightfall in. Yes, you lose Laurel there, but you do end up cleaning up a bunch. And on top of which, you know, now all of a sudden you're getting a Tormentor, you're getting some gold back. Maybe you can fight the next Roche. The big thing was, you know, it looked like the fight might have been bad the second that Static Storm went down, but there was no kinetic field to hold them in place. So Yatoro runs out. Laurel finds a little nook that he can kind of hide in. And all of a sudden, there's a big fight for Spirit. And the once 20,000 net worth deficit is 12,000. But that being said, the cooldown timer is long. They're going to try and get Toronto-Tokyo, but Yatoro still in on this. The BKB is going to be popped, and Toronto-Tokyo, he's got himself that Tumbler's Toy, and they're going to blink in here on Kiyotaka looking for Rue. Ooh, they got the rock toss. That hits the stun. They get the kill onto Rue, looking for the Requiem, but that's a complete miss with that Aghanim Scepter and BKB. So Laurel just missed it all, and they ain't gonna miss their target here for Aurora. They get this Shadow Fiend, and they will get a gem too.
Well, easy come, easy go. You stole that gem away from Aurora, which is actually a huge win. And then they get it back right away off of trying to jump a Primal Beast, who is extremely tanky. Not only high strength, but has the Crimson Guard, plus the save from the Shadow Demon, which is why we were a little scared about that Sven pick. All right, the disruptions and the ultimates are just so good at kiting out the Sven. Suddenly you thought you were back in this game, and your tier 3 is about to die. And also, Kiyotaka just found your silencer trying to cut the wave. That was smart of him. He knew that's the only thing Spirit can try to do. Hangs around back there. It's not like he's needed for this push anyways. Nightfall is doing the work.
What once looked like a comeback, 12k after being down 20k is now back to 20,000. If you look at the graph, it even just feels like a quick blip. It was there, and now it wasn't.
Wait till you guys see the rest of this graph, though, in the next 30 minutes of this crazy...
It's certainly possible, but, you know, you are on a pretty long cooldown, right? Like, it has to happen with Black Hole.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, but I think the first fight shows that it is doable, and part of what's needed for it to be doable is the Daedalus on Sven, which he didn't have before, but off of that earlier fight, buying enough time to get to the Crystallis, then that fight gets you to the Daedalus. This is where on paper, you know you're ahead, you have 2 barracks, but at any moment, smokes like this, Spirit could find you. This is one of their strengths. And you know you can be killed and lose so much.
And a fight here would
Waiting with Miposhka.
set them up for Roche too.
Putting Miposhka on the front to try to break those smokes. He can just buy back in global from the fountain.
Rue's in a good spot to break smokes. That's exactly what he's going to do. A blink forward. Now they're going to charge up the stun. Nightfall is going to find Rue.
I don't even know how we saw that actually, but that is an amazing catch.
They don't have buyback on him this time around. Requiem comes in again.
Doesn't quite connect.
Doesn't, really connect on anything. Black hole on the 1! But they've got the disruption. They go to the global silence. The global was just too late. And this is going to be all Aurora. You used it all, and now you got nothing for your troubles. Yatoro collapse. Laurel, they die. GG is called. The global just a little bit too late to stop the disruption, to stop them from killing Nightfall, and that will be game 1 for Aurora.
So many good disruption saves this game from emotion.
Smiles.
There was a smile.
Emotion.
It beat your former team. There's always some, bittersweet maybe, but also like, hey, I did it. I got him. Well done to Aurora. I think a really strong showing in the laning stage from all of them, right? It's rare to win every lane. It wasn't a landslide, but Kiyotaka got a solo kill in the mid lane. There were kills happening in both side lanes, right? That just put Spirit on the back foot for most of this. Like we see an example here, right? You're just being ran at, don't quite have the damage, the Requiem combo. I guess a little off time. He wasn't on the center of the Shadow Fiend, so we only got hit by the right half of the Requiem. Means you don't have enough damage. And get killed before you can TP out because they're just so farmed. But then this fight, really thought there was going to be a comeback here off of this.
This was their best fight, obviously, and they were able to make it happen. They get in here, and, this Black Hole shows you they had a chance. But unfortunately, it never lined up again. Black Hole is a long cooldown to have to fight around, and it just ended up that they just could not find another successful fight. Like, this is a great stretch of a fight where everything's being used here for Aurora, and now you've also still got your Black Hole, your BKBs, but like, again, this kill doesn't happen, Mira's ready with a disruption, and you come away getting nothing. Like, this is just, it's devastating. You know you have no Black Hole though, but to make a play like this is so rough, and then Laurel kind of steps up, and this Requiem, nothing. I mean, that, unfortunately, once he committed for that, he was just...
Yeah, I like the itemization from Mira a lot. Gets the Blink Dagger into Aether Lens because he knows all I have to do is land these disruptions. One more here at the end, I think. Maybe it already happened. No, here, right. Blinks in, saves the Black Hole. BKB, Sven, God Strength. It's all being committed right there. We must take out this target. Also, the target's now gone, and we can't do anything about it. So really well done from Mira and Spirit. Even they, renowned for their ability to hold on and drag games out, they recognize, yeah, this ain't happening. We're gonna call GG.
Yeah, and I'm again wondering what's going on with Spirit. They had some early wins. They came out of the gates hot, and they have since been really shut down. And you look at it, and it has been what looks to be a little bit of just the chemistry not fully being there. We've seen this team before kind of, roll as a unit. They're cohesive. But what we've been seeing in some of these fights is it's not all together at times, and that's what's kind of leaving a lot to be desired from Spirit, and Aurora take advantage. You look at that last fight especially, Miposhka's always on it. But when you miss the global in that sense, maybe I'm missing if he was, somebody was in his face or something right there, but that is like such an important moment that I feel like Miposhka never misses, right? And there were a couple other fights too that just seem like, all right, well, 2 of us are kind of going for it, but the rest of us are backing up. Like, the communication just isn't rolling on 4 cylinders.
Yeah, part of me wants to say, we mentioned, okay, Laurel wasn't able to practice with the team. He makes it, but, maybe they're out of sorts a little bit. But you're right. There are parts that doesn't matter. Like maybe him losing mid is related to that. But the side lanes don't involve Laurel at the beginning of the game. The global coming on time does not involve Laurel. So yeah, some uncharacteristic mistakes from Team Spirit. When they're looking good, they're usually so on point with all of this stuff. And they had been looking very good at a tournament right before this, and then some of the group stage games, you're seeing some of those peaks, but some of the lows as well showing here. Aurora capitalizing on that, which, yeah, not to take anything away from them. I think they all played really well. I wasn't sure about some of the draft picks, but what do I know? I'm just here watching them. They're the ones playing, doing the prep work, so they knew exactly what they needed to do, and they did it exceptionally well.
Yeah, and the question is now, can they do it again? Can they get themselves a 2-0 victory over Spirit, which again goes back to your point of like some of these 2-3 teams are going to be really, it's going to be Spirit as a 2-3 team. Oh, okay, cool. That great matchup for us guys. And we'll see if Aurora can put them there, because game one looked good for them. And if Aurora come out with a similar style or similar execution in game number 2, they've got this series in the bag. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with game number 2 in just a moment. So stay tuned. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We've got ourselves another game coming in between Aurora and Spirit. Aurora, they took game number 1, and honestly, they made it look good. And Spirit, unfortunately for you Spirit fans out there, they look a little bit lost, I'll be honest. And they got to come out of this draft with something a little bit more hard-hitting, and hopefully they find it, because I mean, I want to see 3 games. I'm not trying to say I'm a Spirit fan or an Aurora fan, but I'm always a fan of good. Yeah, I'm always a Dota fan first, guys. You gotta just be happy with the cool. Honestly, and a lot of people have been saying it, the level of Dota we've been getting at this event so far, and I want it to continue as long as possible. So we get into the draft of game number 2, and there's a Tinker ban in the first phase. Like, that is not your normal. But again, you know what was interesting? Beastmaster went, I'm pretty sure, uncontested in the last game, which is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, they ended up going for other heroes instead. We'll see if that happens again here. I mean, it clearly worked out for Aurora, so perhaps it's Spirit that shouldn't be ignoring the hero. Though, I don't think it was the draft. I feel like it... I saw how it could work. I just don't think they laned all that well. I'd have to go back and take a deep dive into what exactly went wrong, but I just feel they didn't get to play their draft, like what they had actually picked. So I think that's what needs to change going into game number 2. If you go with the same heroes, if you go with different heroes, you know, up to you and what you guys talked about in that break they had. But you got to get back to form. I think that's the part that they're not out, right? Even if they lose this, but they need to get to their peak untouchable form. When the Spirit looks so good, everyone's like, how do you even deal with this team, right? Everyone had them as favorites, but perhaps that means they were studied up. Maybe they're feeling some pressure, I don't know, but that was not the peak Team Spirit form that the fans want to see, and that will win them this series. So I don't know, did 10 more minutes between games, is that what's necessary to activate that?
Potentially, you know, you have a talk about what happened last game. Good teams adapt quickly, and they are a good team, so we'll see if they can adapt quickly. First pick for Aurora, though, is Shadow Demon, one of the things that found them success in the previous game. This is something that, you know, makes life a little bit more difficult. We talked about this too. Earthshaker was, in fact, banned in the previous game, I believe. And Earthshaker comes out here, and it's like, all right, well, now you've got something that could go mid, it could go offlane, it can find its way somewhere in maybe the 4 position as well, as it's only been put there once. But it does give you options, which is good, because I felt like maybe the Spirit draft was a bit hard-locked while drafting it. But this time around, we'll see what they can kind of get done.
The early game, they really needed the off lane to do well. They need Nigma to get auras, just walk at towers when they don't have initiation, just walk at them and say, like, you have to come to us or we're taking things. And that early gold and early objectives gets you to your tiny blink, and then you can start making other plays. That step 1 didn't really happen, which then made the awkward step 2 of like, well, how do we start stuff now? Like, we don't have the blink dagger. So like you said, getting an Earthshaker, we saw there's some flex there, though the best win rate was in mid, where we see it the most, and I'd be fine with that. You're much more likely to consistently get the good lane into the fast blink dagger, though I think you and I actually cast a game where that did not happen, and then you struggled even more. So hopefully for the sake of Team Spirit, they get one of the good starts for Earth Spirit, get a good time in the lane, go Echo and Ancient stack, get your blink dagger around that 12-minute mark.
We'll have to see what they want to get in terms of going after this Earthshaker, if it's going to be a mid laner that they think that is going to be the one that, you know, is Earthshaker going to be a mid laner? Do we get a mid laner to go up against it? We fine with seeing maybe Quap here for Aurora again. Kiyotaka likes that hero. They banned the Tinker, now they ban the Ursa. Sometimes we've seen, like, Undyings come out, but Undying, I'm not, like, sold on.
It could be. It's also just one of Nightfall's best heroes. He is an exceptional Ursa player, so maybe just take out some comfort. And one of the heroes you could pick to deal with Ursa is the Shadow Demon, which has been stolen away from you. by Aurora's first pick there. So maybe it's just some protection in that sense. I'm gonna grab the Snapfire, something that has been pretty popular. Even without the Blink Dagger, Fissure from afar can be enough stun to start landing some of the Mortimer's Kisses, which can be enough to get some early kills. But of course, once you get the Blink Dagger, then that's even easier to work with. Now you get the whole range of stuns to set up the ultimate. You still have to be worried about Disruption, so that's still something that I feel they need to address. To some degree, you can hope that your Earthshaker goes to the Shadow Demon and gets him, but I think you need another avenue besides that.
Pick the Disruptor, so they're back to the same support duo for Aurora, and I liked it. I did like that support duo. You've got Chase with Glimpse, you've got Catch with both Glimpse as well as the Disruption, and I like it in lane, honestly.
I mean, they played really well around it in the last game. Usually the weakness of these supports is that they're not the strongest laners.
But I like what they were able to do with them. Yeah,
they really outperformed. But part of that is also they had good cores. I think that was what completed this support duo. So let's see what they grab to do that. It's going to be the Shadow Fiend. Not sure where that's going quite yet. There is flexibility on that one. But if you do run the carry Shadow Fiend and you pair it with actually either support, but let's say it's Disruptor, that's a little bit more common. You can get the Ray setups off of the Glimpse, right? Land the long range one, walk into position, glimpse them back, land the next two. So it's a stronger combo than it looks like it would be.
And you got a double pick for Spirit that you got to kind of work with. Maybe reveal a bit more of your draft.
I would still like heroes that can get to the support duos in the back.
Do I like Templar Assassin here? I don't know if I like...
In a way, it works. The trap silence can deal with the supports, and then you just jump them once you see them, silence them, delete them. We kind of thought Sven might do that in the last game. I think he did it once, but they didn't really have enough space to do it more. It's also a pretty safe pick this early. Like, how do you really counterpick it in a way that, okay, I'll just go jungle? Like, that's your worst case scenario, and you're one of the faster junglers. So if you have to reveal something, TA carry, given what you see, is not bad.
And I just think that you kind of, as the TA carry, like, yeah, you're trying to get those traps down, you have the shard, you're trying to silence these supports, but if they catch you with Glimpse or disrupt you into a static storm, I don't really see you escaping.
Well, that is one of the nice things, like, depending if refraction's up or not. But if it is, you can refraction, and then it blocks enough damage that you blink out after being trapped in the kinetic field, if you have it up. So that's the big conditional part of that. Winter Wyvern, not something we see very often, and I'm actually a little nervous. A first pick too, yeah. This is good versus Zoo heroes, but you're not going to get the greatest value from your ultimate if Disruption comes in to save the targets, which we already saw him have a great game in the first one. I see no reason that he won't be able to have those same quick Disruption saves here in game number 2. So I'm a bit puzzled by that.
There's no some like off-lane Winter Wyvern that's happening here, right?
It's not particularly good, but maybe.
I'm just making sure, you know, maybe they've got something in the mind vault that can show to be very strong with it in something other than just the support. I like the Mars. I like the catch potential. Disruption Spear, always a solid combo. Glimpse Spear, always a solid combo, no matter who you go with in this off lane.
5 seconds remaining.
Most likely the
I would say the Shadow Demon, but the reason Disruptor was in the safe lane last time was also to have ways to deal with the Eidolons, right?
Yeah, usually Disruptor's not considered the greatest AoE damage. Thunderstrike's just not that strong, but somehow Shadow Demon's even weaker at that. So that is part of the reason they swapped it. Looking at this, I guess it's an off lane coming out for the last pick for Spirit, because it's probably position 5 Wyvern. I guess you could swap it if you need to, but 5 Wyvern, 4 Snapfire, carry TA, mid Earth Shaker.
Unless they do some crazy stuff and all of a sudden they're putting like Snap mid.
I am just so I'm so confused by this Winter Wyvern. I'm not sure why. If you use it next to Shadow Fiend, like, yeah, you'll get some easy kills. But that's kind of true for any carry. You know, it doesn't strictly shout like this has to be Winter Wyvern just because they have Shadow Fiend. And I worry it's very easy to... The same things you're looking for a good Winter's Curse is the same thing you're looking for an Echo. So you can very easily kind of grief yourselves if you're all throwing your spells at once. I mean, this is Team Spirit. I don't think they'll do that. But there's a chance. There's a chance.
There is a chance. I mean, it did look a little bit out of sorts last game.
10 seconds remaining.
Who's to say that, you know, just goes away, right? This could definitely have a chance.
And then you do all that, and then there's just a disruption save in the back. So that's what worries me a bit. I suppose that is one nice thing you have, though, right? You could blink ult the back lines. Even if you don't kill them, you could just take out both supports, like hitting each other for a while to finish up the rest of the fight. But I feel like there's easier heroes to do that as well.
So is this safe lane Abaddon? Mid SF?
Should be, unless they want to do something crazy. The safe lane Abaddon does not have to worry about being killed by a quick Echo, or say you get Winter's Curse, because you have that second life. You're going to be able to heal up through it. You might kill your teammates, but it's a price the carries are willing to pay to keep themselves alive. And the final pick is going to be the Undying, who should do quite well versus a melee hero like Abaddon. You'll have the shields to try to give you some sustainability, but you're still going to steal a lot of strength, get those denies, aggressive combo with the Snapfire. So I do like that last pick.
I'm still not sold on Undying, though. Like, it just has not been the hero that I think, at least from what I've seen. Obviously, the stats probably say something a little bit different, but I don't know. It hasn't looked good every time. Like, it's so hit or miss. It's got a 53.33% win rate, but I don't know. I always have questions about this hero. It's going to find a lot of success against the melee heroes of Toronto, Tokyo, as well as, you know, having Nightfall on the Abaddon. And also, they got rid of those heroes that might be able to take out the Tombstone pretty quickly. It's going to be there for a while. He's going to be able to have that extra availability of zombies, the Tombstone, maybe the extra decays. After last game's performance, I feel like I'm leaning towards Aurora. I like Spirit's draft, but I feel like I need to see some success early to change my mind. And whether or not we see that in the laning phase, I guess is, you know, up to Spirit in a way.
That's true. Maybe that's also what they feel. You know, we need a better showing in the lane. How about one of the best laners in the game? Grab the Undying versus a melee matchup, right? Get yourself off to a strong start, which Abaddon carry is... It's good for the ultimate in this game, but you are still at risk of having a slow start, especially if your lane goes poorly, for example, into an Undying. Suddenly you are stuck just farming up a Radiance, and you're just in the jungle as a slow farmer until 18 minutes or worse if the game's going poorly. So maybe that's what Spirit's trying to capitalize on here, prevent Nightfall from really ever coming online, and then play fast around the TA. Earthshaker gets the blink, right? I can see these timings lining up. I could also see the timings of the last game lining up, and they just weren't able to execute. So as we get into this one, that's really what it is about, right? Whether the draft fully makes sense to us doesn't matter. You got to start with good lanes.
Yeah, it definitely has to start with the good lanes, and I mean, we'll hopefully see how that goes. What do you think about this safe lane Abaddon? What really, you know, you're coming into the last pick, and you've already got the melee of the Mars. You've got somebody who's putting an arena there. You've got somebody who can hit from a distance with the Shadow Fiend, but what is it about the Abaddon that kind of sticks out?
I think the idea is that, let's assume you have a good lane. As, you know, you're trusting Nightfall to be able to do that along with the help of his support. You get the Radiance, really good at burning down the Refraction from the TA. They have a lot of burst damage and like big spells that have to get stuff done. The Winter's Curse, Echo, Mortimer's Kisses, you pop it, suddenly he has borrowed time. I don't care, you know, your ultimate's end, I'm still alive. Now what? Like, how are you going to kill me now? So as long as you're having a good time, I can see the Abaddon having impact, but you got to get through an Undying now, and that is tricky when you're working with a Disruptor. You can probably not die, because when he commits, you glimpse him back, but in terms of are you actually getting CS into this Undying who has stolen your strength and is denying in front of your face, that's the question.
So we get a little bit of chatter in the beginning of this game. And I think Toronto Tokyo had said, yeah, team begged me to play this, the Mars. And, you know, I like the banter back and forth that we've been seeing.
Yeah, this is, you know, maybe a bit of a surprise to them. The Toronto Tokyo's hero pool, right? He was a mid player. He won TI with the original Spirit Gang as a mid player, became a support, and everyone's like, is he going to be able to do that? Really worked hard on it. He became a very good support player and then moved on again. He's now playing off lane. It was the same pattern, a bit shaky, but he's really improved on it. The hero pool is still not as large as some of the other off lane players like Collapse, who've been playing off lane the whole time, but the heroes he does play, he has reached, you know, the same high level off lane that, you know, any other team has, which I always think is very impressive to be able to swap between roles.
Yeah. Sometimes you see like that carry to, well, we see like carry to 5 sometimes. We've seen players like Sylar do that, where he's like, all right, well, I'm done carrying. Or the Eternal Envy did it. The Eternal Envy, he went from that carry role. He played a couple of times at 5. There are those role switches that I'm trying to think of like what are the most iconic role switches, but
we see it a lot more now. There's a lot of carries and mids switching to either offlane or support, just because I don't know, there's not enough people playing those roles. But you never, I'm trying to think of one notable support player going the other direction, becoming a carry, becoming a mid. It never goes in that direction.
Not really. But it never really goes from the support to carry. I know that players like Jinkyu have played every position professionally. That's always the interesting one. I think he started on carry, and eventually now he's landed on support. He's played both the 4 and the 5. He's played every position, but like now he's the support. But definitely trying to think of players that might have gone the other way. Either way, we get into the beginnings of this game, as we'll see a 5-man smoke from Team Spirit. See if they can find anybody here. You've got 2 wards over here by the mid lane. One by the triangle, one right on the steps of the mid lane, but now the late smoke coming out from Aurora. Smoke gets broken, and they back away. They do have some vision, Rue moving forward. They've got this Obs on the other side of the steps. Curious to see what Miposhka ends up doing with this Winter Wyvern too. Not a hero we've seen just yet, but now coming into the game, can it accomplish what they need to push this series to 3 games?
First pick of the tournament, right? So let's see what we can get done. I do think the laning stage is still pretty solid. Harass with Arctic Burn. Splinter Blast is a good way to secure range creeps while also harassing. And the heal from Cold Embrace is actually quite a lot. Oh, seeing if they can bait Mira in here.
They have for a moment. And they went to the level 1 on the Arctic Burn. But Mira able to walk away, not giving up first blood this time around.
Does lose half his health, and you don't miss any creeps, though Toronto Tokyo was able to do a little creep aggro to get things where he wanted them. Well, maybe it's not the worst.
Nightfall with the level 1 in the Aphotic Shield, by the way. That is always, you know, one I'm willing to wait and see how this goes for these Abaddon's position 1. He's also, I have to say, he's got the Trail of the Burning Doom on the Abaddon. He is not on fire. It is just a glitched cosmetic that is causing him to look like he is on fire.
Doesn't that mean he's on fire?
Well, he's not taking damage from being on fire. You know, semantics here, all right? He's not taking damage.
There's no fire hero in the game. Well, I guess Mortimer's maybe a fire hero. Remember when we briefly had elemental damage? Ooh. It was in for a week. They added it with Brewmaster. They're like, yeah, you need fire damage to light this on your W. And then a week later, like, yeah, that was a bad idea. We're going to remove that.
Yeah,
just
mind,
magic
guys.
damage.
Just kidding, just kidding. But
Maybe it'll be Dota 3.
I'm hoping, I'm praying. Dota 3, is it in production right now? We can only pray.
Elemental damage. As if Dota wasn't complicated enough. That'll be added to your neutrals. You choose fire resistance, ice resistance, all the different ones.
Now you gotta give me 10 choices. You need to give me 10 choices for neutrals. I need to be able to pick 2 elementals. If I can only do that, I'll be happy. Laurel, by the way, dragging this creep wave all the way over. Yutaka trying to catch up. And can't quite get the creep wave to come on back. But he gets one deny on that. Pull the creep wave all the way over, and this range creep's actually going to get under the tower, but he should be able to kill it. Oh, no. Missed it. Bottom lane. Panto Nightfall. Just kind of doing the thing. Everything's staying quiet. We've had a bunch of bloodbaths in this day already.
It's another case where I feel this Abaddon's last hitting pretty well versus this Undying.
14-6. What's there to really beat? Too fearful of, right? Like, Aphotic Shield just soaks up the little shredder. Yeah, you're getting decayed every so often, but other than that, you feel pretty fine.
As you get more points in decay, maybe it gets a little better, but it's supposed to already be good. It is a bit different than the usual hero pool for Collapse. I mean, he's a very good player, so I have no doubt he can practice it, he can do it. But usually, Spirit's drafts give him a more initiator type hero and favor later picks for Yatoro. Bit of a mix up this time with the earlier TA pick into the last pick hero for Collapse, and then it's an Undying. So it would make a lot of sense for other teams. It's a little bit different from the usual for Spirit. Maybe exploring a little bit. You know, we kind of floated that idea at the start where this is not an elimination match. So perhaps practicing new things, getting into form is better. Maybe this is the time to try out some different heroes. Undying in the off lane, the Wyvern in the safe lane, our new hero pick of the game.
Had 2 already on this stream. Kind of looking at what Kiyotaka has been able to accomplish so far. 22-11 to the 15-7 of this Earthshaker. Like, the denies are coming in bunches for both these heroes, but Kiyotaka getting a lot of them. And it's not stopping him from CSing either. Like,
usually the
right.
totem for Earthshaker is how you pick up the early CS lead while also harassing heroes, but Shadow Fiend is the ranged version of this, right? You've got raises to bully melee heroes like we're seeing, and then you pick up the souls for extra damage to get denies, and you have it all the time. He only has it when he uses the totem.
Toronto Tokyo might be caught top. He's pretty tanky, and he'll just spear. I said he might be caught because there was an Arctic Burn, but I lied. There is no stun. They're looking mid again. They've got Glimpse. Rue pulled back, but Kiyotaka doesn't have a lot of life. He can't exactly commit to this. The damage that comes in from the totem and the damage is pretty heavy, but Miro off to the side. The fissure lands on it too. The blood grenade, they're kind of trapped in. Maposhka's around the area. They need these raises, but they will get the kill on a Laurel. And now Rue, does he survive this? They want Panto, but Kiyotaka's going to get some help from Mira that turns into 1, 2, and maybe 3 kills. Mira doesn't quite have the mana. Kiyotaka doesn't quite have the life. So it will be a 2 for 1, but you did lose Laurel.
The Cold Embrace comes in at the last second, and he also has a Lotus. I'm sure he was trying to get there in time to use it, but they have enough magic damage to finish the job. Who's gonna get this rune? It is on the bottom half, but it's secured. Oh, it's actually denied.
Sometimes there are other moments, I think especially if you have a bottle, where it could get like denied and picked up at the same time. I've seen it like rare, very rare. It's like same frame speedrunner nonsense.
Time for some Dota speedrunning bottle rune pickups.
Isn't every game technically a speedrun?
Set the record, unbeatable.
And use those backwards jumps, those I don't remember what it's called from the Super Mario 64 speedrun.
I forget the tech. I forget the names. Uncapped movement speed, though, when you do stuff like that. No Bloodseeker in this game. Everyone's got to follow the movement speed rules.
Panto trying to sneak a shrine, but collapses here. He might die. Whoa! Oh, it was so close. Oh, Panto. Oh, no. I really thought.
Zombie?
Oh, God. The scatter blast. Oh, man. I really thought he was going to get it. That's so unfortunate.
Gonna at least live.
The last second, they stepped into that shrine. Oh, man. Not the worst thing in the world. It ends up being 1 apiece.
As the laning stages end, yeah, I think you feel fine as Aurora, right? This Undying pick has not really countered you on the Abaddon. He's still farming pretty well. And actually, my critiques on Abaddon carry are usually that you farm really slowly to the Radiant, but he's actually going for the Helm of the Dominator that has been all the rage lately. So that actually means he should come online a lot faster, even if his lane had gone poorly. So this is a cool idea. Haven't seen an Abaddon do this yet, but I'm sure it works just like everyone else doing it.
I want to say this was almost the echo movement. Laurel did hit those creeps like he wants to just echo for the stacks. Ooh, ooh.
This is awkward. Yeah, you want to echo here with your first one. Drag them together, echo. But you got to know these guys are here.
Guys. Oh, man.
You gotta be really careful about contesting these stacks. It's a great idea to steal them away if you can, but you cannot get echoed in them. You can't get echoed in them.
Guys!
Okay. Didn't get echoed. He secures his own stack.
That could have been brutal. I mean, it still can. Maposhka's now coming from behind. They committed to going for this. Kiyotaka, cookied, raise. He's got a Requiem if maybe he can get it off, but there's a totem again. The damage is... No, a fissure, Kiyotaka!
Third time's the charm?
He tried so many times. Panto's dead too. Collapse is also here. That was what, 4 times he tried to Requiem? Oh my God.
That's the value of the Earthshaker. All the stuns in the world. In the end, you don't steal anything. You absorb some of the XP. You get a Snapfire kill, but you lose the Shadow Fiend, who had been doing really well. So, Spirit gonna be happy with that. We do have the Helm of the Dominator online. I should say Helm of the Dominators. Abaddon has one, and so does the Mars. This is not a very common purchase on Mars, but I gotta say it kind of fits Toronto Tokyo's style. I feel he's played a greedier offlane where he tends to have a lot of scaling value. So, you know, it's the same thing, I guess. Just like the Undying, you'll have it to help you farm, to help you push towers. How many do you think we'll get? What's the maximum Helm Dom purchases in a game that we're going to get to at the end of TI?
5. I think there's going to be 5 or 6. Giving me that little side sheet over of
I'm trying to
guesses in the
think.
game. Ooh, Yatro. They've got the glimpse. They have the arena. They will get this kill onto the Templar Assassin. Not messing around. They kinetic field. They had arena ready to go. No static storm for that, but well, that was enough.
Now you got all these Helm of the Dominator creeps to help you take this tower with the catapult too. And then TP right back bottom, straight back to farming.
I mean, it really is kind of disgusting what this item does. It really is. All of a sudden, Midas is Midas at home. Because I've got a new friend, and it's Helm of the Dominator that gives me the gold and the experience and helps me push and farm and everything.
What's really cool about Dota, though, is that this has existed for a while and people weren't doing it. I remember when they first added this, that Helm of the Dominator would give the golden XP, and the zoom meta was kind of dead at that point. Ooh, always satisfying to see the big echoes on creeps. And I saw that and I was like, oh, surely the zoom meta's back. Surely this is going to happen. And then no one did it. And I was like, oh, I guess I'm wrong, you know? And then they buffed it again. I was like, surely the zoom meta's back. And then no one did it. It was like, oh, I guess it's still not good enough. And then nothing happens to the item, and then it's like, did you guys know Helm of the Dominator is broken? And now everybody's doing it as a Midas. So it is the complexity of Dota. The first read is not always right, and it takes time. And it's why when you sit on the patch for a while...
Oh.
I can't believe Laurel didn't get that.
Well, yeah,
you sit on the patch for a while, and you eventually, you get bored of what's good, and you try other stuff, and you find new things that are good.
I wonder who was like the first person to just kind of be like, whose conversation? Like, did you see this in a pub? Were you watching a Jenkins Herald review and you just went, maybe this is the most genius thing I've ever seen in my life before?
It only counts once you see a pro do it.
Yeah, but I'm saying like where did the idea stem from? If you see like
maybe they generated themselves.
You see a Herald do it and you taking that idea, there's some guy out there that is truthfully watching this meta and going, I was doing this since like years ago or whenever, you know,
do something long enough, it eventually gets good.
Midas first item, Ancient Apparition. That's what I used to do, but it never got good.
I think there actually was a phase where that was kind of good.
Thank you.
You missed your window.
Ah, damn it. Meanwhile, Toronto Tokyo does have this Blink Dagger, so they do have Blink Arena ready to go. Static Storm has been picked up for the Disruptor. Shadow Demon going into the Glimmer Cape. You've got Shadow Fiend, Kayayasha, no surprise. I mean, things have been kind of quiet.
Yeah, so far, still not quite seeing the purpose of the Winter Wyvern. Not that he hasn't contributed, right? He's moved around. There's been a lot of plays in the mid lane. We actually see some of the reason that it's not picked is that it doesn't have the most early game damage. So in those fights, it was not doing as much as some of its other counterparts. So I'm really waiting to see some of these winter curses come out. And
Undying's got a helmet of Dominator,
maybe that's what they're imagining.
Like, we could get 2 more in this game. I mean, we're not going to, but God forbid. Unless supports start picking it up, to start getting gold, getting golden experience, supports just all go for Helm as well.
I'm up for it. Why pick Chen when you could just build 5 Helm of the Dominators? You know what I'm saying?
I'm finding myself saying I agree. I'm scared. Scared of maybe me, but like also the idea. A little concerning. Nightfall just pushing away. He's got Cinder Conqueror, but they found Kiyotaka.
Disruption save!
Oh! Disruption save! Now the arena and the spear! Kiyotaka, how have you done it?
Here?
Oh, the Static Storm! There's no Scatter Blast to get him! Oh, Spirit, you thought you had a Shadow Fiend, but instead you have just death. Oh man, Aurora, great movements. Sending Mira first to get the disruption save.
That's so good. I can't believe he made that. I think he had like 15 health.
Rue was trying to cookie to get some distance so he could scatter blast and maybe land the kill on Kiyotaka, but the static storm commitment to make sure no scatter blast comes out. Chef's kiss.
I was gonna say that's a pretty good kill to get with the Earthshaker and Snapfire ultimates. You know, you kill the enemy mid, but you don't even get it in the end.
Yeah, that's one of those moments where it's like, all right, well, we didn't slow down their timing, and now they're just going to continue to move up in net worth. And Nightfall closing in on this Sacred Relic, 300 gold away. And this is kind of nice. I like that Nightfall's got the Boglet dominated right now. One of my favorite new creeps, new things in Dota in general.
I love the Boglet. But this is the thing. As I look at this lane, yeah, Boglet action. Boglet fight. This is the thing. As I watch him defend his bottom lane, Hurricane back, yeah, he can't really go on an Abaddon carry. This is an Undying off lane with the Helm of the Dominator, and this tower is barely below 50. It is still alive. Bringing 5 heroes to try to get the job done.
That's
it. Just feels like this is not what the Undying offlane last pick is for.
No, not really. And the Winter Wyvern kind of feel like you've said, not really effective. But you know, we'll see if Spirit can bring it back. They were unable to pull back last game, but now they've got their chance. Like, they need to find their way in, and this is boots of travel here for Toronto Tokyo. Glimpse, Maboshka, Hurricane even further into enemy lines, and there's nowhere to go. Toronto Tokyo waiting for his moment to spear kill steal, and that's what he'll get done. This is an interesting build here from Toronto Tokyo. Like, Helm of the Dominator into a Blink Bots BK.
It's
kind of just
greedy.
be around. Oh, yeah.
It's greedy, but when you look at the lineups, it's not that you strictly outscale on the side of Aurora, but how are they going to punish this greed? How do you play faster on Spirit if you're not already doing so? Right? Like, it would be different if you were crushing the lanes and taking all the towers, but it's 18 minutes in. They've lost the tier 1 mid and just lost the safe lane recently, right? So you're doing okay. You're getting past all this greed, and Mars actually is a hero that can scale quite well if given the farm.
I guess the question is, what does he want to get?
You probably get all the same Mars items, but a little faster, a little more guaranteed. Start with the BKB, and then I feel his main job is initiate, so when that's the case, we often see refreshers come out. I don't think he needs more damage. I think Abaddon and SF have that covered.
This is one of the things, by the way, that kind of worried me, was Collapse loses his courier, which feels terrible. That's not what worries me. What was worrying me is the Earthshaker, and like, I've kind of talked about this, where maybe we're not feeling its effectiveness. Obviously, I kind of ate my words last time I said it, but again, you're not really feeling the massive impact from this hero, and he does slow down on farm. Spear connects, they're looking for a Requiem, they've got the Arena, that will be the fear on the Undying, who gets a double decay, but it won't matter. Maboshka and Collapse both end up dead. Nightfall gets one, Kiyotaka gets the other. Even with the Ceaseless Dirge, you're back alive, but what do you really accomplish? You're back down bottom to farm.
Is that the first Winter's Curse we've seen?
Yes.
I want to say so too, right? I mean, I got a goldfish memory. Maybe there was one other, but there's not been a lot.
Ooh, yeah, Yatsuro's is surviving, but glimpse back to the other side of the Static Storm. Refraction or not, yeah, you got that blink off, but now, how do you accomplish getting away from this one? Mortimer's Kisses is coming through, but Root kind of knows he's already dead. He got the kill on a Panto. The Cookie connects onto the Mars, but the chase, it should be there. Spear ends up missing, so maybe he can find a way out, but it's so unlikely when you've got these blinks to cover the gap, and they will get another kill.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Another good fight for Aurora.
Not sure I'm seeing the value of the Winter Wyvern. Well, you know, okay, wait. New thoughts activating. The brain's working.
All right,
as we watch the Tormentor get taken. Winter's Curse is usually pretty good versus like Lycan and Beastmaster, and now everyone's building a Helm Dom. So maybe that's what they were kind of guessing at. They're like, it's kind of okay for these reasons, and they're gonna have a bunch of Helm of the Dominators. Let's get it. I don't think it's paying off, but maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's some of the idea. Secondly, I was thinking about I was thinking about the boot to travel on Mars. There we go. There's the kill. You can just send the Helm Dom creeps around to scout, and you think it's just a creep and you're gonna mess with it, but if it finds a support, Mars could just come in and kill you. You can send it behind a tree, you think you're chasing it, boom. Mars has TP'd in.
I wish, what I really wish you could do is kill a camp and hide your creep there to replace it or something.
Yeah, I wish it was less obvious.
Yeah, you just sit it there and it's just like, oh man. What's that? I'm gonna go
and now
take this
with
camp.
3 Helm Doms on the same team, you can have the whole camp.
Oh my god. That would be pretty funny, honestly. Octarine Core for the Undying. Helm Octarine Core, I don't know, but now they've got the Arena Spear Static Storm, and again, now you've lost the Refraction. You can't escape.
Radiant's top tower is under
No, you can't. You don't have a save like the Disruptor, or sorry, the Disruption from your Shadow Demon once you're caught. You are dead until BKBs come out, which are the next item queued up, but it is not soon enough for the Tormentor earlier, for Roshan, for all these fights that are happening.
I'm gonna say this: we've seen a lot of successful steals on Roche. I'm not holding. I'm holding my breath right now. Fissure.
Arcane in for Vision. He could do it.
Does he want it? No, he doesn't want it. He could have blink echoed if he wanted to. Yeah, no chance of a TP there.
Oh my goodness.
Ain't no way.
Yeah. I mean, you could go in, you could echo and steal it, and then you would die twice after that. So I think that's why he's decided not to do it. But this one is pretty grim. 10k gold lead for the side of Aurora at 22 minutes and 22 seconds, actually. Perfect time to pause. I'm not sure what you can do. Outside of they clump up and you get an amazing Winter's Curse plus Echo, right? Sure. In a pub game, yeah, you know, the game's barely begun. But in this game, you just sit behind either the Shadow Fiend or the Amadon and then just let them hit buildings, and no one gets close enough to ever get ulted. And if they try to force something, you just disruption save. And I think if you just follow that step-by-step plan, pick who you want to go in front, sit behind them, I just don't know how you deal with that on the side of Spirit when you're this far behind. If you can find some pickoffs and then go into team fights, you know, maybe.
TP attempts, and you're free to leave. Yeah, this one doesn't really feel like there's a lot going the way of Spirit, but we saw in the last game, I know they didn't win it, that they make game plans to get a big fight to go their way. But it ain't as easy as setting up a black hole with a BKB and a blink. You need a lot more to go right here.
Yeah, it's technically doable, but it's a lot harder than the last game. Echo and Winter's Curse are always a way to win. And Mapochko's been saving for this Blink Dagger. It's his first item the whole game. I mean, he's got Arcane Boots, but maybe with the Blink Dagger, you can get a big ult. Someone standing next to Amadon is your best bet. Maybe the Shadow Fiend, but this is Spellcaster Shadow Fiend, so he doesn't hit as hard. The issue is Disruption Save is just going to come out, so you have to find the Shadow Demon. You don't have to curse him, but someone else has to be dealing with Shadow Fiend as you curse somewhere else.
Backdoor is up. They take the top tier 1 at 24 minutes into the game. Still, though, the aggression from Aurora just moving forward, and now they've got this Manta, Nightfall, Arena, not it. But not the longest cooldown spell. They do end up getting themselves a kill there on Teru, though. That's a solo kill for Kiyotaka. Did end up using that Requiem to blow away this Snapfire. They could still push. They could still send these illusions over now with the Manta style. They're actually going to cut the mid creep wave. And then you just take this tier 2 tower over in the bottom.
You've got 2.5 minutes on the Aegis, right? You can make these plays. And going back to that boot to travel discussion, you can attempt this play top. It didn't quite work out, but you deal with it, you shove the lanes out, and then you're still with your team. At any moment, you can just boot to travel back. It's like, I can't be Dawnbreaker or Nature's. Dang, I guess I'll get Dawnbreaker at home. It's called boot to travel. So now you can show up whenever, thanks to the Helm of the Dominator. You don't have to even worry about a creep wave being nearby.
Another pause as they move to take the tier 2 tower mid. At least Nightfall's there. And they're going to walk by and amplify damage for this Shadow Fiend. And they might run into these heroes top. Which would be
or perhaps they'll
pretty
run
scary.
through the top lane between the tier 2 and the tier 3.
Maybe.
I think that's the plan now. Lines drawn. You got 2 minutes on Aegis, plenty of time. If you find someone, great. You've taken 2 tier 2s. You could possibly finish the top tier 2, or you could just go straight high ground, depending who you find. And if you don't find anybody, you still got, you probably got like 1.5 minutes at that point, right? You just start pushing the lane for something. Look for another pick off. Why not? You don't even have to break the high ground with this one. This is the first Aegis. You can get the next one afterwards. No, sorry. In my head, this tower was already down. Now it's done. Okay, now you got 2 tier 2s down.
There it is. And they do draw that line in between the tier 2 and the tier 3. They might walk into collapse. Or they might kill Rue. And do they find collapse as well? He's TPing out. Nothing to stop
Grief by
that.
Croaker? No. As heroes were getting close, might have done it.
That was always dangerous.
Croaker's a big Aurora
69% win
fan.
rate here for Aurora. Nice. As they have this 11,000 net worth lead, and it's 16-6. Just not getting anything done. You're hoping the TA can kind of find a moment to have success. BKB, Deso, Blink, maybe. But this Disruptor has the Blink, and now usually that means it's time to build the Ags, right?
Yeah, I was trying to think, like, do you even needed this game? But yeah, why not? Ooh. Even with Kaya Yasha, not fast enough to get that TP cancel. Yeah, I see no reason not to get the Ags. You could potentially just buy a support buff item, because I think Aghanims will finish in, 10 plus minutes for a slow farming support. The game might be done by then, the way things are going. So you could just buy a smaller item. Depends on, do you want late game insurance, or you just want to all in on your power spike right now?
Yeah, we'll see what he ends up queuing up, or really what he ends up choosing. Sentry combo down here. He's got this Blink Dagger now to get the gap closed to throw down a Static Storm. BKB is available on the Earthshaker there too. And Undying is building his, but he's still a full item away from it. So he's got 1,600 gold still needed to at least have that. But can Spirit buy time?
So they just got a gem, and it's on Toronto, Tokyo. You have to have this versus a TA so that you can take out traps, because it's how she's going to avoid you, split push the map to drag this out. So if you manage to find a good fight here on Spirit, steal the gem away, possibly off of an Aegis defense that might come up in about 2 minutes, that would buy you 10 plus minutes of time, because you got to wait for the next Aegis, got to wait for like purchasing gem again. Then a 10k gold lead at 40 minutes is not as big of a deal for Spirit. So if they can find that dream fight in the next few minutes, then I can see a comeback.
Metro ends up blinking south. They'll find Collapse, Spear back, and Requiem lands. That's a dead Undying. Almost happened into TA, but unable to find him. He went south after picking up the Shrine. I see that. This is...
That's BKB.
Yeah, but maybe you could force it with a glimpse, and yeah, you at least get that. He's going to try and get out of here, and they're following. This BKB is not going to last much longer.
He just got a Town Portal Scroll delivered.
Oh no.
Thunderstrike's
Nobody
off.
else is here. Yeah, nobody else is here.
He should be good. His team has smoked over. They know they can't lose him, but he's out.
I thought for a second Glimpse might come off cooldown. It is not that long of a cooldown, especially when you're chasing like that. But they have found themselves Rue now. They'll get a kill in the Snapfire, get some more gold going their way. It's just who will get it. It'll be Toronto Tokyo. Thought maybe the neutrals might snipe it. Sometimes they do that. They're looking to get a Hex on Mars, and he's got 4,600 gold. That's gonna be
sometimes
really
you see the
good.
refresher first, but this game you don't even need 2 ults. As long as you're finding a good initiation, you're winning the fight the way it's going so far. So he's gonna get the Hex first, refresher after that. They're just waiting for Roche now, sweeping the map with the gem, finding what pickoffs they can in the meantime.
So far, Aurora have done a good job in these first 2 games. They just have to close this one out to get this 2-0 victory over Spirit. They're taking their time. They're not forcing anything too far forward. They're not going really too far out of the way to potentially put themselves in a position that might end up costing them the advantage that they have.
Yatoro is farming pretty decently, all things considered. So he does have the damage to kill various heroes. The issue is that you can't easily burst the enemy carry because it's an Abaddon. Mars, pretty tanky. It's got to be the supports. Or Roche. Can you do this fast enough, though? Here come the Boots of Travel Mars.
Actually looking to try and get
Run the other way by time. Fake him out.
And they're going to get
We're
Roche.
totally not Roshing. Don't look over here.
They're going to get it. Aegis for
Don't forget the banner,
Yatoro.
guys. Banner, banner, banner. Oh, yeah, thank goodness.
Not bad, but is that going to buy you the timing? You know, Aurora, without Roche, or Aurora too scared to try and fight or go high ground?
You could still force it, but it's a lot riskier. The Aegis was supposed to go on whoever they want to hit towers, the Abaddon or the SF, and just go, Maposhka, Maposhka.
Shh, don't say anything, I'm hiding.
Maposhka! What are you doing on that cliff?
They dusted. All right, they found him. They're like, is he just sitting here invis? Like, oh my god.
That's time wasted, I suppose. But they are going to push. So this way you don't have to have the Aegis. If you get a pick off, you can go. The Aegis is actually to deal with Winter's Curse and Echo. So, I mean, if you take one of those guys out, then you feel a little bit more confidence. I don't think you commit too hard, right? Just send some illusions, creeps, poke at it. You don't have to do a full dive, and you certainly shouldn't do a full dive.
And you don't really even see them committing that far in the lanes. Like, they are sitting back.
Yeah, this is why that Aegis steal is actually a really big deal for Spirit, because 5 minutes on the Aegis and then 8 to 11 minutes on the respawn itself.
Arena and the BKB TP attempt. That will be an escape. Another BKB used defensively from the Earthshaker of Laurel. And immediately Abaddon is TPing back to the outpost to maybe put some pressure on, but Maposhka able to blink, but now he gets glimpsed one way, the other. Winter's Curse is used now, and Nightfall is just it. Static Storm's gonna split the fight. They go and throw these Mortimer's Kisses out there, but Yatoro here with Collapse to try and fight Nightfall, who's got borrowed time. It's not like he's all too unhappy about the way this is going, but the Echo Slam, now the Hex from Toronto Tokyo, that should be a dead Laurel and will be. They already got the kill here onto the Winter Wyvern. They're going to look over at Collapse. He's got a lot of life. Yatoro even blinks in to try and help out, but he's going to lose this Aegis, and that could be problematic. Kiyotaka setting up to get the timing here with the Requiem, slams that down. They've got the bashes, and now Yatoro is going to be dead for the second time. He has buyback, but Collapse is right behind him because he's dead too.
Aegis not required. Now that they're dead outside the base, you can push up here, and these are heroes that attack real fast.
Trying to cut the creep wave. They should be able to kill Rue.
Well, Poshka technically has Winterproof, the facet, but I don't think that's going to be enough here. I also don't think you can even walk up. I think if you walk up close enough to use Cold Embrace on a building, you get killed. So he just has to watch his buildings die, wait for his team, then they can all watch the buildings die together.
No backdoor, but Collapse is pushing the bottom lane. Blink in arena, and the God's Rebuke Spear catches Laurel. Even that far back, he thinks he's safe, but that's not the reality of the situation. With Creep still in, there's no backdoor, and there's no mid set of racks, there's no bottom set of racks. This game looking just about over, where Aurora are going to secure this 2-0, and they're going to go for the tier 3 now top.
There is no answer to this. If Laurel hadn't just died, maybe you mount one more final defense, but I don't know. What's that defense even look like, right? You Winter's Curse someone, look at the positioning of Aurora. Mira standing in the back, you're not going to get to him. He's going to save whoever you Winter's Curse. There's not enough creeps to echo. Yatoro can do some damage, but he can't do it all on his own, especially as they've had time to start building up some armor items. You got Ghost Scepters on supports. You got AC on the Abaddon. I don't know, anyone feel like taking a dip in the fountain on Aurora? You got fountain divers over here?
Not sure if that's what I want to be doing. Just gotta secure whatever we can. Hopefully so. But all right now is looking solid. It's all fine for the side of Aurora. The question is, what do they want to do to, finalize this game, right?
Well, they get the refresher onto Mars. The Disruptor was finishing up the Aghanims. He's like, guys, please let me finish it. I'm so close. I want to have it in my stats at the end of the game. So they've got it now. They'll group up behind the Abaddon. Same deal. Just let him hit the buildings. Counter initiate if anything happens. And now that you have the mute on Static Storm, I guess you can force the issue if you want. You know, what are they even going to do? They can't BKB turn it around.
They can try. BKB jump in. They've got the Hex. They go to the arena with the Spear. They should be able to get a kill on a Collapse very quickly, and they do. Nothing really stopping them there at all. Life feels pretty solid. I've said that twice already, but, you know.
Super solid.
24,000 net worth lead ahead. 26 kills. You've only given up 6. Now you go in. Yatoro's been found, but grab ally.
Tombstone
Not
save.
gonna matter as they get the kill onto the Templar Assassin. They'll look to the rest. The Mortimer's Kisses are coming through, but there is no buyback available on the TA. Collapse is dead again. Down goes Rue. The Disruption, that will get a catch. Echo Slam's not gonna matter. Laurel is dead. GG is called. Full team wipe for the side of Aurora as they take the 2-0 over the side of Team Spirit.
Buyback greatest Winter's Curse ever? Not this time.
Not this time.
Well played to Aurora, I gotta say. This was, I thought it was gonna be a hype series and very close, you know, but Aurora came to play and they just straight from the laning stage, I think is where I really want to highlight. The side lanes especially. 2 games in a row, I don't think it's supposed to be that one-sided in the side lanes, but Aurora just wins the lanes every time.
Yeah, their lanes looked really clean, and I really was happy with what I saw from them. And we're going to take a look at the replays. I mean, this is one of the most important fights you'll see, because Kiyotaka gets out of this. These Mortimer's Kisses, you get the save, you've got the disruption. There's not, I mean, Rue tries to go for this, and I respect it, but they were willing to drop down the Static Storm just to keep Kiyotaka alive. They knew that they had the kill on Rue, whether or not Kiyotaka died, but you want to keep this SF train rolling, and they commit that Static Storm to make sure he doesn't die. And I think that commitment was quite nice. I mean, the blink out, sure, that's all well and good from Yatoro here, but you just don't get far enough away from not being glimpsed back. And Panto just dies to the kisses, but every fight felt like Aurora were the ones getting like 4 for 1 or they were 3 for 0. Like, they weren't really paying much of anything, and they only gave up 7 kills in this game. Everything that they did was a great move for them.
Yeah, and this Winter's Curse, kind of see part of the issue with the Wyvern. It is not easy to get a good ultimate off, and compare that to something like Mortimer's Kisses is more reliable, more consistent. The Static Storm, Shadow Demon's abilities, right? They feel like they're much easier to get value from in the early game, where it matters a lot, compared to where Winter Wyvern is right now. I wanted to stay open-minded to it, came up with a couple cool ideas for the Wyvern throughout the game, but at the end of the day, we just really didn't see much out of Maposhka this game.
I really didn't see much out of him. I felt like Rue didn't exactly have an amazing series either, but it looked clean from Aurora, and I would say coming into this like TI, when you look at the Eastern European region of teams, the fact that you've got Spirit, PVISION, you know, Aurora's in there as well as BB Team, like, I don't know if Aurora was on many people's radar out of that region initially, but they should be, because they're such a good team. And I feel like they get overlooked in a region that is just so heavily filled up with success. And I mean, they're showing here, don't forget about us, because we're good, we're great, and we'll take you down. We don't care if you've won 2 TIs or, you know, you've won a bunch of tournaments. We're good enough to make sure that we can, you know, drive right through you and win a TI, honestly.
I completely agree. And I think even they do too, because I remember seeing an interview with Mira talking about, yeah, this team kind of formed because, you know, we were on other teams, we're all off. You're like, well, I guess we're like the reject team, you know, let's get together, let's do it, let's prove them wrong, right? So I'm pretty sure they're quite motivated to make it work. And maybe that's what took time, right? These more established teams were already playing together, making smaller changes. This is a team that had to come together. Some of them had played with each other before, but it's still a mostly new roster. You got to get used to each other. How do you play? This guy's in a new role, right? He decided to switch to the off lane. It takes some time, but the cooking is done in the perfect timing for TI, perhaps, as they're looking stronger and stronger every time you and I catch them in a series.
Yeah, they are looking really strong, and this could potentially be something that ends up devastating them, or devastating other teams, I should say. And we'll see if that, you know, continues to roll this way, because I think that Aurora, they're moving well. Spirit got to figure it out. This is definitely an eye-opening BO3, and I don't know. I'm excited for the elimination round. Obviously, this made one team 3-2, the other team 2-3. Doesn't matter. They're going to play the elimination round anyway. But if I early guesses, Spirit, you'd like to think that Spirit and Aurora both make it through to the main TI area. But like we've talked about already ad nauseum, like Tundra's a 2-3 team as well. Like that's a team that I would be pretty scared of going up against. There's also Heroic who look really good. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot going on when we get into this elimination round.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what the matchups are going to be, which we got to wait for some. I think some of the other series are still going on and have to be decided. So I'm sure we'll all find out towards the end of the day. But yeah, whether you're 3-2. Oh, I'm the upper bracket team of this. Like, yeah. Oh, I'm Spirit. Oh, it's Tundra. Right? It's gonna be real scary for all teams involved, and it's the true final test to make it into the official TI. Which I'm really liking this group stage. The way they did it with the Swiss format. I think it's making everything really exciting, and maybe pressure on the teams, right? I think there's a little bit more freedom in a group stage where you're like, this is what's going to go here, and, it'll be fine. This time, every single series is mattering, and now you are potentially going into this elimination series versus, who knows? You don't know quite yet. And the tension's on. Maybe it's getting to some of them.
Yeah, this group stage changes everything. It used to be, we've had times where it's 9 teams in a group and 1 team gets eliminated. There's no real fear of being eliminated once you get into that bracket area of TI. All shots are off. Like it's anybody's game. But now this time 3 teams have been eliminated, and we're gonna lose 4 more in the elimination series, or 5 more in the elimination series. That just shows you gotta get to that bracket. But this road feels so arduous. It feels insanely tough to keep form for some of these teams, and you're going around region to region. Sometimes you'll see a group that is stacked with teams you've seen a lot of. This ain't like that. You're seeing teams from all over with different styles very quickly, and it's not BO2s, it's not BO1s, it's a full series, and it can be tough. And I've been really happy with what we've seen throughout this group stage so far. I mean, out of all of what we've seen so far, coming into the elimination round, what was your favorite series?
Seeing Whisper pop off on Pudge was pretty hype, I gotta say. That was pretty good. For recent memory today, there have been some really good series that you and I weren't casting, and we were casting other stuff, so I didn't get to see them. Not that ours weren't fun, but there were some really long series in some of earlier Spirits games, and Xtreme Gaming has been going crazy, but you and I didn't get to watch any of them, so I gotta go back and look at some of their series, or at least I get to look forward to, at the main event, they're going to be there carrying the hopes of China. Is this China's year? Is it back? Is it finally back? Right? That would be so hype.
No bias.
Yeah, this is the really cool thing about top tier Dota. As much as one team may look good or another team looks bad, at the end of the day, they can all take games off each other. Sometimes you just need to be doing well. Sometimes a favorite like Spirit, maybe having a rough day, that can cost you TI.
Yeah, it can cost you TI, and honestly, if you didn't get out of here 4-1, now you're in an elimination round that just seems very, honestly, sketchy. I'm scared. If you're a team going into that 3-2-2-3, who cares? It's scary. You've got one series to decide whether or not you're going to the main international. So we'll have to see. I mean, there's one more day left after this. That's it for our stream, but there are still games going on, so you can go over there and watch them on the main channel as well as the second channel. But we're going to say goodbye for today. It's been a fun one. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.